It does not feel like OG T-Rex now. At all.
The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE is
massive.
really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. For just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs. Yeah, I mean, they were crushing with their
FY.
Thompson's being spotted out.
He's got the vision. They're on top of him. Thompson, he's in trouble. The Nullify comes out, but he got the Ghost Walk off as well as the Hex in time. Now, Somnus turns out, the blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY, just what a shadow blade. As soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Phantom Lancer, so we can't doppelganger all the time. That's causing a huge issue in the team fights. And I see that Chalice is using his Dispel Magic every single cooldown on these Phantom Lancer illusions, but there's still way too many that are causing havoc in these team fights.
It's too constant. Like that double cooldown being 3 seconds just allows him to always be able to play around a little bit around the brew. They don't really have this crazy AoE when you look at LGD's lineup to just clear out those illusions. It's really a lot based off them just trickling them down slowly with like the Shivas and the Radiants and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Anna can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn, Berserker's Call. There's a lot of ways that they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back, just to be careful.
Make sure that he can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Anna's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well by the looks of it. There's only the Earth Panda prevails. Seb jumps and he gets the call onto the Panda, popping the BKB as well, so they won't kill the Brewlings off. They do force PSG LGD away long enough that Thompson does not have to expend his buyback. Thompson back in the game.
And then they're utilizing the PL very well too, by replicating him, sending illusions to get some extra damage on the tower. It's just one Rax left that's holding LGD away from Mega Creeps.
And they're straight out. They're ready with the aggressive play, OG. Thompson, can he find a catch? He's close to having vision onto X-Nova.
Should be able to find X-Nova. He is stalking him. He got sights of him for a second. He was a bit far away though.
Oh, the tornado. It's got him. Thompson drops the combo down upon him. The stun comes out though. Oh, the counterplay is there though with the heal, the tether. Keeping Thompson alive with the Abyssal Blade down. Candace here with the hand of God comes through. Thompson still alive, but Chalice gets the Primal Split out. He's been stunned. Thompson, the cheese, he's fine. Thompson, he goes down. They get the kill onto the Evoker. No tail. Being chased by Ame. The bash is coming through, but the Blade Mail was already out from Seb. He tries to get the call off. The bash of the Cataclysm isn't enough to find the kills. Anna leading forward. The Bloodthorn onto FY. Gets the kill onto FY. FY buys back straight away. Anna looking towards Somnus again. The Doppelganger. Ame on top of Thompson. Thompson being saved by Jarex. Jarex with the tether. Ame turns into Integral Gemma. There's the call. Seb, he catches Ame. Ame dead for 2 minutes. The Hex. They've got Somnus as well. Oh, gee. Double kill for Seb. The clutch buybacks coming into play. Nobody has a buyback available right now. As OG stand with 5 alive on the map, 100 seconds without the Morphling.
This Doppel talent is just destroying LGD. They have no way to actually find Ana. Like Ben said, the Brewmaster's constantly using the Dispel, but it's so hard to find the real PL amongst all these illusions in all this chaos of the fights with tornadoes and chaos meters and everything falling all over the place.
And look at this. The tier 3 tower falling. Anna frontlining it all. What's he scared of? The Blood Bride will come out. Chalice with the Shiva's Guard trying to initiate. But Anna, he's poking, prodding, beating down, and on the side, Thompson jumps in. Chalice gets in with the BKB with the call. Seb, he's got the disability. Chalice, do they have the damage? They got on top of Chalice. He's into the snowball. FY buying time for him, but now he's vulnerable. He's gets Hex, he gets Bloodthorn. Chalice plays back. Straight back into the game. Anna trying to find his attention onto X-Nova. Chalice leading forward. The Tornado going to be off the market. Only catches out the Bloodseeker, but Seb, he's looking for the follow. Jumps in, gets the call. The BKB was out in time. The Bananas on top of it. Did they have the damage? Seb's got the blade on FY.
Okay.
With the snowball again. Thompson, Jarex focusing the Rax. Thompson gets the Hex up onto X-Nova. Seb healed up by Jarex. Anna still full moment as the Brewlings are pushed back to the base. OG get the bottom melee racks. As still 30 seconds to play without the Morphling in the game. They move towards the mid lane. OG, can they really get it all here? The mid rack's falling. They've taken a full second sets, 15 painful seconds for LGD.
They're gonna keep going. They want to claim their megas.
Another tier 3 falls. OG onto the final set of racks that LGD have left standing. Azana, he gets kicked back. He's separated from the team, but he has the double ganger. He's been ruptured. He needs help, but he needs it now. Jarek in with the tap of the hand of God. Give it that double heal. The relocate as well. Jarek gets him out. As OG will successfully disengage before that Morphling's back in, as they found both racks. Jerax will die for this one, almost certainly, as he looks to tether across, but the nullifies upon him. He has buyback though, and OG just took so much away from PSG LGD, as they only have a lone range track standing on the top lane.
I can't believe it's going to this. There's only 3 racks left in this game. What are those range racks on the side of LGD? Buyback status. I saw X that was buyback. It was only like 600 or 700, which is crazy. But Jerax also kind of in that same net worth territory, looking at a very cheap buyback. But 2 in the game left. IO and the PL. PL is almost unkillable at this point. Like, even without the Wisp, it's still really difficult. With the Wisp, just don't even try.
We'll see this again. It's a save here from Jerax.
The control is just not there, and they don't have the way to kill all these illusions constantly. And of course, look at Jerax coming in, starts that relocate channel, and is able to get it off. No one gets the control on him.
Keeping it cool at the time that it means the most, but he's still able to crack a smile here in Game 4 of the TIA Grand Finals. OG making a stand, now leading 9K advantage in net worth. LD able to join us.
I don't believe they actually have any 4 stabs on the side of LG. That's generally how you deal with a Scythe of Ice. And I think they can get a Scythe of Ice on the core, get a blink call, and that hero is likely dead without buyback at this point. So OG, I would say, definitely favorite at this point of the game, especially with PL having buyback. LGD, they have a couple minutes to think about what they want to do before this next Roshan.
Yeah, they can't be totally reliant on FY just getting these perfect snowball saves, or even like I saw in the last fight too when it was down bottom, he even tried like Walrus kicking the IO away from when he was tethered from somebody else. They need to find some other ways to be able to save, in particular that Brewmaster, who would just time and time again is the most important hero, it does seem, for LGD.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they do with the BKB call. The snowball is the only thing, but they have Bloodthorns, they have Scythe of Ice for the Tusk, they have a lot of things available. Maybe Aeon's Disc perhaps for Brewmaster. I'm not exactly sure what the best way for him to deal with it is. It looks like he is going for an Octarine perhaps for almost permanent.
The sentry's down though. They see Thompson, but Thompson, he's already quick with the play. The Tornado into EMP, Cold Snap as well, they've got the Hex, but there won't be any further jumping. They just poke at Arme.
They're trying to make space.
They got the Mega Creeps.
That's the distraction play right there.
Up against the Mega Creeps. PSG LGD, it's what stands between them and the championship title here in Game 4.
And they got it right before that wave, before that 59-minute mark too, so we already have the Mega Creep wave coming in, that momentum pushing onto LGD's side.
And you look at their lineup, can PSG LGD's heroes deal with the Mega Creeps? It's hard. They don't really have that sort of incredible D-push or AoE sort of hard hitters to deal with it.
That's kind of what they've been lacking in a lot of this game, right? That's what we've been talking about with the illusions with the PL. They've got ways to find them if it's, or ways to kill them if they find the exact one, but as for doing that, it's very tough when they don't have just the Dispel from Chalice.
And he does too much damage to ignore at this point with the Bloodthorn. And on top of that, Roshan is going to respawn in about 1 minute's time. LGD, I think their buybacks are going to cool down around that time, but I just don't think they can withstand this onslaught. They really want to be able to prevent this Roshan. It's super obvious when there's Mega Creeps. With Mega Creeps, that's the luxury that you have. You can just wait a couple of seconds. You know, the creeps will be hitting at your T4s if you wait.
As Ana commits forward. Has no boots, but a full Eye of Scotty. 3,800 health now on this PL, who hasn't been dying for a very long time. Now he's got easier ways, easier kill opportunity, and much more survivability.
Yeah, he probably has like maybe 7,000, 8,000 HP effective with the butterfly evasion and the heal, and overcharge, and the hand of God is just way too much. And the lifesteal from Shen too, is another ability.
OG clearing out the pit. Very, very soon to be spawning. Roshan and PSG LGD are well aware.
Roshan's up. It looks like only OG knows.
Ame, yo, Anna. He's losing action. Ame's gonna get caught out by the tornado though. They've opened up onto him. Ame trying to get on top of Anna. The BKB pop by challenge. He'll get the ult out. No-Tail getting got out straight away by F5 with the snowball. No-Tail's dead for 100. They'll get the Chen. Anna in the midst of it, trying to lock down onto FY. The rest of his team about to come over to get the tornado. Out onto X7. Looking for the cool control onto Ame. Has he got it? Ame getting stood up by the cold snap, but he's able to wait for him up the high ground. Thompson blinks in. He gets the hex up, but FY with the snowball save. They get the bash out. Sonos will be able to find the IO, but they're fully low OGD. That's Sonos there for 2 minutes. They get Thompson. Thompson there for 2 minutes. Only Anna. Anna, can he do it here? Is it half out save? Lifetime as 3 dead now on LGD. No buyback. Simple fall. Anna kept alive at the back of that fight, as that very much looked like PSG LGD were able to tip OG over the edge, but that plus 100 Berserker score, you could see Seb as well being very careful with how he used it, keeping it to that opportune moment after any potential sort of Manta dodges have been done by Thomas Ame, and he gets the call.
9 doppelgangers used just in that area around the Ancients from the PL. Just the constant barrage of illusions giving that distraction to allow Seb to get that call off.
And that's another Roshan for OG.
These fights have to be so hectic for the players. There's like 30 people.
There's just both sides. I mean,
PNC Predators turn to ban. PNC Predators turn to ban.
Here for a brand.
Five seconds remaining.
I'm feeling great. You know, day one was quite the ride. I don't think it was too far from our expectations, but TNC so far has had a bit of an up and down ride. We'll see today, because we get to see them play back to back. We'll see if they do kind of consistency issue we've been seeing from them. First opponent's not going to be easy. Adroit has, throughout the past year, won 4 of the 5 series they've played against each other. So looks like Adroit does have their number, at least in their most recent matches, and we'll see if TNC can show us some of that strong form we saw in one game yesterday. I mean, there is potency there if they get the right draft.
4 out of 5 though, that's 80% we're talking about up against TNC. That's a lot. That's a high number, but I agree. I think TNC, they've changed up their drafting style, they've changed up their play style a bit. I have more faith in this team now going into this matchup. I think they'll actually do pretty well this tournament. I guess we'll see. They've only played 1 series so far, so it's a bit early to say that, but they are looking pretty darn nice. John, on another topic, did you see these community workshop things?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I went through all, what was it, 148 of them?
Yep.
Remaining.
Not one Earth Spirit set, sir. Not one. At least 10 Oracles, there was 15 Grimstrokes, another 8 Juggernaut sets, like everything anymore. No Earth Spirit. 0. Not one.
Yeah.
Wow.
And yeah, you know what? There was one good set. You were talking about that for a long time.
What?
Didn't go in,
Great
Mike.
set. Not just good, John. Great.
Didn't go in. Didn't go in.
Whew. Very, very upsetting morning for me, John. Devastating. I was looking forward to today, and then I logged into Dota and checked those
Oh no.
workshop submissions. It was very upsetting. Nevertheless, I dislike every other single workshop submission in protest of no Earth Spirit sets being released. However, luckily we do have some good series up ahead of us. TNC versus Droid. The draft is about to begin. We've gone through the ban stage, and the Droid now are yet to make their first pick. They won't have the Chen. They did ban that out themselves. They will go into the first pick Beastmaster, however.
Yeah, this plays into a Droid's playstyle. They do tend to play a bit more aggressive. They want to clear the objectives fast and constantly fight. Beastmaster gives them both with great push potential and great control. So I don't really mind it as a first pick. I think it's one of those picks that we actually do tend to see banned out as well. So just giving a Droid this tool makes it a pretty solid off-lane start already. It's going to give you what you want it to.
Love that Beastmaster, John. It's one of those picks, right? Like, you can pick that off-lane Beastmaster and never really be worried about what he's up against, because he's just always useful, no matter what. And there's only a certain amount of picks that make it so you can actually lane against the hero. TNC Predator, however, they won't be phased by this Beastmaster. They go into the Kunkka and Phoenix. That Kunkka, though, does surprise me a little bit as a first pick. It's not exactly the first pick material we've been seeing in this current meta. I still think the hero is good, and I suppose you could make the argument it is also a flex pick. Because in theory, it can go mid or in the offlane, or even as a pos 4, as we have seen a couple times. But I'm a bit shocked that they actually go for that first pick priority for the Kunkka.
Yeah, first pick is super early for that hero. Again, we've kind of seen it taper off. I think in this case, though, because they picked up the Phoenix, you're looking at great team fight, you're looking at great sustain for all of your heroes. And if you manage to lock in a combo like that, I think it's pretty worthwhile. So you still have that flexibility you mentioned. I haven't seen TNC pick this one up recently. I'm not sure if this is going to be a Tim's hero or an Armel, depending on what position they want. Even on the offlane, of course, it's possible. I'm just not sure where exactly they do want to toss it. A Droid, though, they pick up the Tusk, so they've got this way of dodging out a lot of those spells, or even dodging out the X. You know, just the snowball saves can give you a lot there, and we have seen a lot of big plays with that hero. So I like it coming out from a Droid. It plays into that fast playstyle as well. Laning phase off the bat, they're just going to be aggressive.
I love the Tusk. I think the Tusk is such a strong pick in this current meta. It's almost like Tusk never really disappears, right? Like, you nerf him a little bit, he goes away for like maybe 2 months. Then everyone realizes tag team is still a broken ability to have. So then they start picking up Tusk again. I just think it's a fantastic pick, and of course it does work with the Beastmaster units as well. With the tag team, you can pop the tag team. The units do that bonus damage if I'm not incorrect here. And it's pretty devastating. It is a devastating combination to have. Nevertheless, TNC, of course, hopefully won't be too phased by this. Their third pickup now. Either we're going to see another support coming out, or we're going to see another core. I don't know where this Kunkka's going yet, so it's hard to predict whether it's going to be an off-lane pick we're going to see, or a pos 4 for Tim's. But they are going to let the reserve time tick down quite a bit. They won't be able to fall back to that TA that we love seeing Armel on for this game. And they'll go into the Brewmaster again. Now we saw this combination yesterday, the Phoenix Brewmaster. It's pretty disgusting to have to play against. Of course, KP played it every game yesterday, and he was doing God's work on that hero, John, just making all kinds of chaos in the team fights. And in all honesty, like, you look at this draft so far, Kunkka Phoenix Brewmaster, like, how do you even fight into a team like that?
It's tricky. You don't quite have the best burst here. Neither do you have, the hardest control, though Beastmaster is a pretty good solution to the Brew. I think that's going to be a Droid's main target. We've seen this yesterday, as you mentioned. KP played this non-stop. And it is devastating when it does get kind of free reign to be chaotic and disruptive. Droid has to be very careful about ignoring that brew. It's going to have to be their priority, and that does mean you might be looking for a blink from Beastmaster down the line just to help you secure that kill, because by the time KP pops his ult, your fight's broken up. You're not going to be able to focus down on the targets you want. The egg will probably go off for free in the background as well. So there's a lot of things now working for TNC's draft, and I think it is shaping up nicely. These are all tanky heroes. You don't have the best of burst from a droid. They're going to need to fill in that gap there.
It really is like, what do you focus down? Like that's the main question. When you start that team fight, who are you actually focusing? Only time will tell, and even if it's going to be like something like, if you're going to choose to pick on the egg of all things, droid, they pick up a Dazzle. I was talking about how there's too much to really focus on here for a TNC Predator, but now you've got a lot of sustain here from a droid. We've seen what the Dazzle can do, especially if it does reach that late game stage where it hits level 18. Its cooldowns are kind of ridiculously low. It just sustains its heroes the whole game.
5 seconds.
It's a strong pick, John, but you've got to really get it to that point where it kind of becomes a little broken.
Yeah, it takes a while to cook that up, and a droid did run this yesterday up against Reality Rift. They did pick that up to great effect. It was specifically the Beastmaster Dazzle again coming out. Right. So I think it's going to be a Ben Soy Dazzle, and we're going to see, I think, Mac on the Beastmaster. That's how they tend to do it. But TNC, straight to the Shaker. That's a great response to this, and you have so much value because a droid pick up the Enigma as well. So there's a lot of big Echo Slams that could come out, and a lot of creeps to really feed off of. TNC going all in on a sort of wombo combo lineup already. I think that is pretty strong. There are a lot of ways to make that work. There's a lot of counterplay potential from a droid, particularly with a Tusk, but you're talking about Tusk for snowball saves. That tends to take a while. I have to say the Enigma coming out here does put a bit of a question mark over my head, because you've got the Beastmaster, Dazzle, Enigma. All of these heroes we tend to see in like the off-lane role, except for Dazzle on safe. This does kind of make a droid's lineup look really greedy in terms of EXP scaling.
It does appear that way, and they will finish off with the Weaver now, but I've got to say, how lucky are we to start off with a draft like this from both teams? Like, we've got an Echo Slam, we've got a Phoenix Egg, we've got a Conquer Boat, we've got the Brewmaster Split, we've got the Enigma Black. I mean, it just never ends, right? We've got so many things going on in this game already. So many ways to come back into the game if things go wrong, right? For both sides. Just one decent team fight could turn it the other way pretty much instantly for either side, depending on who does fall behind. And a droid, they do finish it off with the Weaver. Slippery hero to end this off. We've seen the Weaver quite a bit over yesterday. I think we saw it 2 or 3 times, maybe even more than that. It did look pretty potent if it was built correctly in terms of item builds. Obviously it needs a bit of farm. But once you get that Desolator up on the Weaver, he kind of becomes a little broken. You can opt for the Diffusal build as well, if you want to be just kind of annoying on that Weaver. But overall now, TNC, their final pickup to finish off this draft, we are still missing their POS 1. Gabby needs his hero, so I do believe that will be a Kunkka mid now. And TNC, they'll go into the peel. I can see why you go down that route, right? Like, it's just, you're going to force the Beastmaster to go into the Axis build as well, because he's up against an Illusion hero who is going to have some decent amount of armor. There's no real catch for the PL, apart from really the black hole. You could call the Raw some catch, but you've got to find the real one first.
Yeah, it can be a bit tricky for the Beastmaster. It does tie up this draft quite well from TNC. I think it does look a lot stronger. A droid, they're going to have to work really hard early on to maximize this. There's a very early timer here with Weaver, with your Dazzle, with a Beastmaster. It's just a really non-standard draft, which again, you rarely see. I think a droid has to really show us how to make this work, because the timings are fairly tight, but TNC can play for Protect 1. We've seen them do this a lot of times. Just give Gabby space to farm. The PL will scale, And as you mentioned, Adroit doesn't have the best way of dealing with that. The Weaver is not going to be able to isolate the real PL too well, and it can be an issue. So a few things going back and forth there. I do believe, I want to say TNC does have the better draft. I think they can stall the game out long enough for it to just have the PL take over.
Very soon. It could really go either way. It's just going to be one of those very entertaining games, and that's exactly what we would ask for to start off this day for us. Because we'll go into the game.
Prepare for battle.
Tips coming up, but only one really. No, in fact, Tim's gets. Was it Tim's? It was March that got most of them.
No, it was
March.
They swapped. It was Boomy and Gabby swapping. Then March just gets an unrequited tip. There's no return tips.
March always gets tips. It's just a given in SEA. They just tip March non-stop.
Oh god.
Kind of intrigued as well, right? Like, do you just go for that Axis build for Ben Soy now? In fact, you probably don't because you have the safe lane Beastmaster right now. So it looks like they want to just try and make it so he avoids that PO in the laning stage. Like, I can kind of see why they would go down that route.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it gets any better for the Weaver though in that off lane now. It's still not going to be the best of lanes for that. I feel like the Beastmaster at like level 1 to 3 should be able to apply enough harass in PL. It's still a melee core, you still have the boars early on, but it does look like they're just going to focus on trying to give Natsumi a bit of a better time instead of throwing him up against really tanky heroes in TNC zone off lane.
Because you can just static the lane though, right? Like with the Weaver versus PL, nothing's going to happen. They're just going to trade farm the whole time. Pretty much the same thing will happen up at the top lane now. KP and March not really going to be able to do too much up against that Beastmaster. They'll just trade farm. KP will probably try and harass a bit with Cinderbrew with the Fire Spirit combination, but overall, it just seems like every single lane here will just be an even trading kind of lane. And you even look at that mid lane, John. Like, Gabby's looking to go mid right now on the PL, unless he's going to switch it up. But it does seem that's going to be the case as Armel's down bot on the Punka.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup. PL up against Dazzle. Mac is going to be up in that mid position as well. It's not something you see too often. We have seen both heroes take that mid before though, just not against each other. So I think this is an okay lane for Gabby, honestly, especially with Mac going for the level 1 wave rather than Poison Touch. There's not much harassment. He will shove the wave out, and I suppose Gabby will take, what, level 2 or 3 to start being able to run in and out from the wave effectively, but once he has a level in Doppel, he can kind of just self-purge if that Poison Touch comes out and maybe even dodge the Shadow Waves as they come out as well.
We'll see how it pans out. Like, there might be a lane switch as well. Natsumi's currently Sakuching to the left of the map. He might go mid instead. They may even just send Natsumi all the way top and prefer him going up against that Brewmaster. He's not going to have an easy game regardless of where he goes, in all fairness.
No.
Throughout this kind of draft.
Yeah, I think that's something Adroit expects though. Like, their games yesterday, Bensoy did not have the best farm. They were actually getting a lot more on Boomy and Mac. So I think they understand what they're putting Bensoy through, and they just play around their supports more. So you look to Boomy to be a bit more active. He's on the Enigma, of course, and we've seen that come out from Adroit before. The Boomy black holes are pretty nice, but it's almost like the Shaker. The timing is a bit slower. You wait for a blink, you wait for Dominator and a Necronomicon, which it does look like Boomy is going to opt for early before anything can happen there. So Adroit, despite having some fairly aggressive heroes with the Tusk and Dazzle, I think they're just going to take this one a bit slower because Boomy will need to build up.
How sad. I just opened up the playground again and nobody's playing. That's not a playground. It is the, it's that musical chairs game. Bit tedious.
Yeah, it's only Armel playing. All by himself. Yeah.
That's all Armel cares about. As far as he's concerned, he wins every game by himself. He just keeps trying to win, no matter what game it is.
Yeah, it's
March has reconnected for the second time. Hopefully everything's okay. It looks like we do have the go-ahead now. Bounty runes gonna spawn. TNC almost forgetting about those top bounty runes for a second there, but they do go back for them. But it'll be a 2-for-2 trade in the end. Adroit will secure both bottom bounty runes as well. And looks like Natsumi is gonna stick around for now at this bot lane. I am a little intrigued that, never mind, we are gonna have another pause coming out. I'm a little intrigued that they're running a bit of a tri-lane to start with, but I suppose this is to be expected when you've got a Tusk. Just try and get a very early first blood with that tag team if you can. And in all fairness, with the Arlons there as well, it can really help in amping up that damage.
Yeah, it can be really potent. I don't think this tri-lane will last too long. I expect Boomy to dip into that jungle relatively quickly. There's not much you can really do against the Kunkka, although level 1's one of his weakest points, but once you hit 2 or 3, it gets a bit trickier to kind of kite him out. This is going to hurt Adroit's top lane specifically. You're going to have Bensoy solo for the most part, and solo up against a Brewmaster, a Phoenix, and even Tim's around. It's not going to be fun for Bensoy.
No, that won't be. A lot of emphasis, it seems, on making sure he doesn't have a good time, but in all fairness, TNT doesn't really know yet that it's not going to be the Weaver up top. So they may end up switching lanes again on the side of TNT if they really do want to run a very aggressive lane up against Natsumi. A lot of pings going on for Gabby. I'm not sure what Gabby's done wrong, but you gotta love the fact that every time KP pings it says divide, divide. It's gonna it can be a little distracting in the class, I'm gonna say, but it is fun.
Yeah, he just keeps going. I don't know. It's the thing about TNC when we cast that kind of bothers me, Mike. I'm not sure if you noticed this one, but everyone but KP is in the Tim's guild. So it's just KP repping the OPA, which I know you appreciate because you've seen a lot of that guild, but the point is not everyone's in Tim's.
Who said I appreciate it? I'm part of the rival guild. He should be part of my guild. I also get disgusted when I see that. He may as well have joined the Tim's guild. Regardless. Natsumi gonna show himself down bot now, and yeah, no, he's gonna TP. Not interested in dealing with this. Where's he gone though? Up the top lane, and it looks like KP will bring himself down bot lane. So they definitely don't want to have the Brewmaster versus Beastmaster. I think the Kunkka prefers the matchup anyway. So you can just clear out the balls with Tidebringer constantly, but Bensoy is also going to TP. So Droid, they are dead set on ensuring they have this laning stage, and that's fair enough. I think it does give him a slight advantage going into this game.
Yeah, you're not going to get as much value from these picks. I don't think it's the most drastic lane switch up though. Like, now you're just going to have to wait for the TPs. We'll see whether or not TNC will want to play that musical chair lane again when tossing the teleports up, but I think after one TP we tend to see that calm down a bit.
Look at Tim's, he's just being really annoying here up against Boomy. Trying to steal away that big centaur creep, and this is exactly what you do up against a greedy jungle Enigma. One of them is the pos 4. And mind you, Tim's is taking a lot of damage, but the point is he is just waiting to be able to fish that centaur, but he is now out of vision. And he won't even get XP for that, so that was actually very well played by Boomy. But Tim's is not going to leave him alone, he's just going to keep doing this over and over again.
Yeah, this can be effective in shutting down the Enigma. One thing to watch out for that is that Tims is not getting EXP.
I'm surprised Mac though, he kind of left his courier walking back to the base, not realizing that Tims was chasing down that Enigma.
Yeah, it's a bit of a loss, but I don't think Mac cares too much considering how his lane is going. Just look how pressured Gabby is to find these last hits. He's 7-1 and Mac is 12-3.
Mac is really abusing this lane quite well. On top lane, no, it does end up going down to Natsumi, who also goes after March now, finding his courier and then finding the kill. CML the one to pick up the Phoenix kill. But up at that top lane, Adroit just finding kills straight off the bat. That is very, very bad news for TNC. And when you look at the other lanes, they're not going any better. Like, Gabby's already running back to Fountain.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah, it's been a slow start mid. This is giving Tim some space to find some EXP though. So at least you'll probably hit 2 on your Shaker soon. It's not what you want. Mac is getting a little bit too much from this lane. Level 4 now. The damage coming out from him is just super hard. Look at that. He just heals up the wave and Gabby can't dodge.
A lot of damage. Now the Poison Sting will be there as well. Mac wants to refresh it. He won't be able to, but man, I didn't expect the Shadow Wave to do that much damage. But Gabby just can't afford to get close to the creep wave to secure CS, because if he does, Mac, he's already waiting with that Shadow Wave, and Mac, he finds one more opportunity here, and Gabby's probably just gonna die. And even then, like, even without that Shadow Wave, you can always just spam Poison Sting over and over again. I mean, Gabby, he's already gone through pretty much the whole set of tangos. He only has one left. He does have a salve available, but this is just going to keep up and get worse.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier for Gabby. This is really what he has to cope with. Like, you know, Tims is too busy rotating around the jungle. He has been keeping Boomy suppressed just a bit, but it's really not helping Gabby, and this is something TNC will have to correct down the line. They need the PL to find an opportunity to farm as the game goes on.
I mean, even if you bring Tims into that mid lane though, like, what's he meant to do? He's all he can do is Fisher. I just don't think it's going to be enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could at least maybe block out the wave a bit and help it shove in deeper, or just kind of rebalance that lane, but there's not too much you can really expect there, and this does mean that Gabby is just gonna have to kind of do a slight pull on wave himself.
Not what you want. Top lane as well. March does end up going down again. Natsumi with the kill on the Weaver. That'll be his second of the game. Well, CML even getting himself a bottle very, very early on the task, just because he can.
Good.
And bottle some boundary runes for himself on the Radiant side of things.
Yeah, I think that's actually Natsumi's bottle he's just refilling, because he doesn't want to leave the lane to grab those runes. So full bottle backup for Natsumi, and the sustain from the Weaver, the amount of harassment he can pump out with the consistent Shukuchi spam is just great in Armel.
Yeah, he's gonna get chased down. Snowball gonna be there with the swarm. Armel copying a lot of damage. He won't die. If Natsumi had been level 5 at that point with level 3 Sakuchi, he may actually have gotten away with that kill. But I don't think he minds. He just keeps expending this regen from Armel, forcing them to sack their economy to just keep buying more regen. And Armel is completely out now. I would dare say this is probably the worst start for TNC you could have asked for. The only lane that's seeming going okay is the bot lane, but top lane again, Armel going to be in trouble and probably will just be dead here. Natsumi on a killing spree at 6 minutes in. March can't even stand close by to harass as Natsumi just continues to be aggressive.
Yeah, it's supposed to be this tanky lane combination. It's just that March at level 3 just can't do much, and Natsumi going really deep to try to find more.
Natsumi doesn't dive the tier 1 tower. He was just a bit too afraid of dying there, but now Armel comes back in with the end. March has to be a little bit careful. He's still very low, but Natsumi has to be more careful. Tidebringer hit. Going to be there with the Icarus dive and a nice Fire Spirit. Armel does manage to clean up that kill. Meanwhile, though, in the mid lane, Matt, he ends up killing off Tims on the Earthshaker. who did try and come in and help out the PL a little bit, but ended up kind of feeding more gold to Mac. And Mac was going to be fine anyway. They had a rotation coming in from CML. Now Mac getting salved up, back up to full HP. Tims will come into the mid lane to soak some XP here, but Droid is really starting to get out of control.
Yeah, they're finding a bit...
Snowball's going to be there. They know they can dive this. Tims has the poison touch on him as well. He'll just die. CMO will happily let Mac take the kill.
Yeah, and the greed of a Droid's draft is still paying off.
Gabby ends up dying again. Ben Soy now losing his life on the Beastmaster. March falling low as well. Natsumi, he's just all over the map. He'll just follow Gabby wherever he goes, it seems. And well, KP now going to be in trouble. Doesn't have the split available right now. Time lapse is there from Natsumi, and KP slowly going to be chased down. Does slam the ground. Natsumi falling low, but not low enough to be swayed from chasing. Malithus going to be there on KP. He continues to try and run away. But there are necro creeps following him right now, and he has no mana left. He will end up dying. Natsumi getting a full bottle once again from Ben Toy this time around.
Yeah, I mean, Droid is just running away with his start. 2-9, a 4K lead before the 10-minute mark. You've got already the early Necronomicon from Boomy, so the push is on. TNC, if they're not careful, are going to lose a lot more space on this map, a lot earlier than they'd expect.
That's just the brilliance of a Droid, though. Just these perfect laning matchups they had. And they had such a greedy draft to begin with, and you'd think they would get punished for it, but it's just not the case. It's the exact opposite so far. And a Droid now, feeling like they may as well start pressuring this bottom T2 tower while they're at it. This team is well known for finishing games very, very quickly if they have the chance. It looks like even up against TNC, it's not really too different. They'll really just continue trying to apply pressure onto talent. In fact, March. Snowball gonna be there, won't land, but it does force March to Icarus dive away. And that allows Natsu to get a few more hits into that tier 2.
Yeah, and TNC, they're still trying to hunt down. They do find Mac.
That they do, but he needs it down to him. Bo's gonna fly in, but they might have enough, and he does go down the Tiebreaker hit. CML, though, there with Natsumi. They'll try onto RML, but now the Primal Split will come out from KP. CML will snowball away back onto RML. The snowball will end up connecting, but now the Weaver being tornadoed up. Here comes Gabby on the Beastmaster, on the PL, but the Beastmaster does get the rule on RML. They do find the kill. Now Tims also ends up dying. Boomy, he'll find that one. CML trying to run away. Gabby gonna chase him down and there's black hole. Boomy just getting the PL as well. It's a 3-0. And a Droid, in fact it was a 3-1. I forgot the Dazzle did end up dying. But you wouldn't really mind that if you're a Droid. You're more than happy to let Mac die for 3 more heroes, especially if that involves 2 cores.
Yeah, it's a really great trade for Droid and TNC. They're just not even able to get a simple pickoff like that. They have to toss a lot of spells out. They still trade unfavorably. They've got to find some ways to get their level 6s up on the supports, March and Tims. They need the slam and the egg to be up and running. There's just no space.
Oh, Natsumi, just in the perfect place at the perfect time. Gets the courier, now Mark Icarus dive away, but Ben Soy with that dominated creep, just positioning it perfectly. Top lane, however, CML gonna be in trouble. Will end up dying. RML the one to pick up the kill there on the Conquer. And they'll try to finally go after that top tier 1 tower, but they don't exactly siege very quickly, and to make matters worse, you will have Boomy there to defend.
Yeah, it's one of the weaknesses of TNC's draft as well. Their push is not the best compared to a Droid, although it looks like a Droid will just kind of give up that tier 1 top in exchange for a tier 2 bot.
Easy trade. You can do it so quick, especially when you have that siege creep there from the Dire side. March is still trying to defend. Great stun out from Benzoy. Now the snowball won't really land this time. Shark will be there in March. Still taking down from the poison.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Matt finds another kill on the Dazzle. That bottom tier 2 is gone. The droids start making their way into the mid lane, and this is just surgical play from a droid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they've really started to completely take over the map here. TNC, they've got the level 6s on their supports, but they need other initiation tools as well. They need the blink out from KP. They need the blink out on Tim's, and they're not close enough. KP's prioritizing a soul ring first just so he can actually cast his spells in the middle of a fight.
It's really concerning. Droid just still so aggressive right now, looking for another target to go on. I mean, you look at Gabby's farm as well. He's been trying so hard on that PL, but he's currently bottom 4 on the net worth. And speaking of blinks, Boomy just has a blink. What?
Yeah.
Necro 1
I like that.
blink.
Yeah, you don't see that, but Boomy, as long as he can land those black holes, can really turn these fights whole.
Bot lane, nice snowball save from the X. The boat is going to be there. Natsumi still goes with the boat, and he will go down here. Egg being committed by March just in case. Let's see him on Natsumi, both losing their lives there. And there's some very important pickups from the side of TNC.
Yeah, those were pretty big. Costly though. Slam and Egg being down means you're probably not going to fight anytime soon. And a droid, remember, they've got that blink and Boomy. They want to reveal it. I'm pretty sure once these two heroes respawn, a droid will try to make a play.
They kind of, they don't really need to, but they definitely can if they so choose to. And it looks like they are going to TP mid. Smoke up.
Radiant are scanning.
Boomy with that black hole blink now up and run. No, they run into that radiant triangle. Tim's gonna get scouted out here, snowball. Gonna be able to land. Tim's will die. Maybe not, the Fisher is there, but no. Natsumi's gonna chase him down with the Sakuchi. CMO had the chance anyway. Now KP, understanding he's in the wrong place right now, will run away.
Is under attack.
But a droid, they want to go for more. They understand with the blink black hole, they want to get that big surprise initiation off. And quite frankly, if they somehow wipe TNC right now, they could actually go for a T3 tower if they really wanted to. No, does X back have to be very careful because Bensoy does have the roar as well. They slowly just chip away that tier 2 mid, but ultimately will back off.
Yeah, it's best opportunities for Boomy. You are seeing a lot more defensiveness from TNC. They've been a lot more disciplined about their positioning, and they're just going to try to take their time. As long as the droid doesn't melt any further towers, I think TNC is going to be happy. They're giving space for other heroes to farm. They've given March a lane to get some EXP up as well, so you're still finding some stuff across the map, although
March might be dead.
Oh yeah.
But analysis is
no.
Yeah, Matt top lane, however, they're going to try with the Dazzle. Great shot out from CML, however, just blocking them out. Still, they got the boat in. Fisher is there. They will secure the kill. Now CML, the chase will be on that Tusk is in big trouble, and he will also die to Gabby. In fact, they might even find another KP. He got the tornado there onto Ben Soy, but we do have a pause. It looks like somebody on the side of a droid has disconnected, and it will be Boomy.
Yeah, it's a great timing from TNC, understanding that the Enigma not being around meant that they could start clumping up and forcing fights. They're going to find themselves a nice set of kills. There's not much turn opportunity for a droid. They're too far off, so they're going to have to take that loss.
Yeah, there's no choices here. Primal split just about to end. They'll just wait out that tornado and Echo just being committed just in case Bensoy wants to play any games. I think at this point, if you are Tims, you don't care about that Echo Slam cooldown. You just commit it every single time you have an opportunity. In all fairness, Tims is very close to that Blink Dagger as well, so he doesn't want to risk dying at all.
Yeah, it's a safe bet, and when you are this behind very early in the game, you will just want to find any kill to bounce yourself back. So TNC finding some chinks in the armor and managing to break it just a bit more open. Droid, they've got to be careful about splitting up like that. When they reveal boomies in a different lane, TNC will jump.
Boomy is in the bot lane right now. March will scout out those Eidolon. Mid lane, however, an initiation there. KB gets shot up by CML. He has the help of Gabby around, but Adroit, they just don't care. They're going to start rushing forward. Understanding those ultis aren't available right now. Nice roll, but a great fish around from Tims. That'll block the wave. Although Boomy is around, has Black Hole if he wants. He'll hold out. KP going to be very thankful that Tims is around.
Yeah, you're starting to see Gabby become a bit of a nuisance. He does have the defusal up and running, so every single time they chase and he has illusions around, you're not going to have mana for long. And that did cause some issues for CML, although with that, Adroit goes straight to pit.
Why not? An easy Roshan attempt. You know they can't fight you right now. Look at all those units right now as well. Just so much damage coming out. Droid, give the Aegis over to Natsumi, make him that much harder to take out. Not to mention Natsumi does have the Deso up. And, with that Droid, they can definitely afford to get more aggressive now. But
yeah,
a word of caution, Tims is ever so close to that blink.
Yeah, that's going to be really big for TNC. I mean, just, you mentioned all those summons coming out. It's going to be really bad to get slammed in the middle of that. So, Adroit has to be pretty disciplined in their spacing as well fairly soon. But I think they do feel a lot more confident, right? You've got so much more damage coming out here. The biggest thing is that Mac as well on the Dazzle hasn't hit that high point. The biggest point for the Dazzle is level 18 with bad Juju. So, as long as you're not there yet, you do feel like there's a lot more room to grow. And there's a lot of sustain coming out now. The Guardian Greaves are up and running for Mac. So it is easier to keep everyone alive. And yeah, March just showing us the classic Southeast Asian issues. Lag and Cabby. No reasons here. No excuses.
It's alright, March will be back anytime. There he is. But now we have Mac disconnected. Everyone's just going to disconnect this series apparently.
Hey, it's a Filipino team versus a Filipino team, you know, it's it's going to be this way. It's going to be this way.
Oh. Should have known. Should have known before we came into this. Mac will be back. Luckily they are reconnecting very, very quickly today. So it's, oh wait.
Yeah, here we go. Nope.
No. Arnold wants a bit of time here.
It is like lunchtime, so maybe having a quick bite to eat in the downtime as well. That would be nice.
It's always about lunch with you, John.
It's always about it. Well, it's not my fault we start at noontime. You know, it's like everyone else is having good food. Although, March?
Bot lane, March gonna be in big, big trouble. He has Secret Sign, he's just holding the item. Now with the Ghost Scepter, he will go straight into that tree line, but a Storm is there from Natsumi. That'll give plenty of vision over to Boomy, who does clean up the kill. Boomy also going to scout out Gabby, I believe. In fact, did he not notice?
No.
Maybe he just barely missed out on that vision. Gabby sneaks his way into the tree line. Not wanting to jump in front of them though, of course. It is still very, very dangerous, as you know the black hole is armed. TNC have bought themselves a... Oh, Tims! Big Echo Slam. Doesn't really hit Ben Soy. He got a lot of creeps out of that though, so I guess he got some gold. And in all fairness, he does get his Blink Dagger up out of that, so... I don't know if I'd call that bad. It probably was bad, but I believe he was trying to go after Ben Soy.
Yeah, in that sense, you know, with the blink up, you're happier, I guess, but it's another 2 minutes where you're not gonna get that slam. So there is a bit of an opening for a droid. They did blow the roar on that as well, I believe. Ben Soy did pop it. So you're not gonna have that, but that's a lower cooldown, and it's still gonna be relatively easy to push into this tier 2 top now.
Sumi feeling confident. Fisher will come out. Cinderbrew there as well from KP.
Radiant's top tower.
Won't be enough though. The tier 2 of course will drop. And that's kind of where you would have loved to have that Echo Slam available. But that will not be the case. So you've got another 80 seconds for that to be back up. I'm sure we'll see a huge team fight coming out from TNC when it is available. So they probably will just go for a smoke. But Adroit, they are going to make full usage of this time they have. The mid lane, they'll actually smoke up now. Might run straight into Gabby. Sumi will scout him out. Gabby going to go for a run. Does have that double Boomy. Would love to just black hole yeah, he commits it. Well worth it for that pause 1 kill.
No.
Warrior's Punch misses the right target, but it won't matter Natsumi. He does secure the kill.
Yeah, and again, it's a one-man black hole, but it's on the biggest hero you really want to blow up anyway, so Adroit's still going to be happy with that sort of trade. And TNC, they're going to have to take a step back, keep farming up. You look to March, he's saving up for the Ags on Phoenix. We've seen that multiple times. The progress is a bit slow. There's not much space for March to really build up, but once it's up, Adroit doesn't have too much beyond Natsumi to deal with the egg, and that's going to make it a lot worse.
You're still losing towers though, on the side of TNC. Like, Adroit aren't done. They go mid lane, they push the tier 2 tower, and they find it very, very easily. That's all out of towers now gone for TNC, which should really shrink the map quite a bit for them. And it's at that point now, John, where you're kind of running out of time if you're TNC. They do smoke up, they got the echo back up, the black hole's down. They spotted out Mac and CMO together, but both of those heroes have backed off as well, or I should say CMO is running back up towards the high ground. Tim gets the Fisher into the enchant, and now here comes Gabby. It should be a nice easy support kill here onto CMO, but he's going to make it as hard as he possibly can. This is a chance. He would have died anyway, KP was waiting.
Yeah, it's not the worst here to lose out on for Adroit, and I'm sure they're happy they just tossed the support for that smoke. Tim's does spot out Boomy, but quick blink out, not gonna find that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Have to say it's a bit surprising to see Gabby's build up. Got the Yasha, not going for a Manta, is opting straight for an SNY to kind of bulk up, and I can't really say I blame him. It's not the most common thing. We do still tend to see a lot of PLs trend towards that Manta for the dodge. In this case, I think he really just wants to survive and man fight up to really bring the pressure onto Adroit.
Even the status resist is quite nice as well this game from that Sergeant Yasha, right? Like, you've got that roar, you've got the snowball. It's quite a bit of lockdown Gabby's been experiencing this game. I can't disagree with that item choice too much.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see TNC, they'll smoke up again. Into the mid lane, the line has been drawn. Black hole gonna be up in 5 seconds from now.
Radiant are scanning.
KP looking for a way into this fight. Tim's gonna get a nice future off. Boomy though is right around the corner. Now they will get started. Black hole gonna be committed, does catch 3 of them, but KP does get the split off still. Tims will die preemptively. Now Armel also goes down, and KP just has to run for it. Just run as fast as you can, sir. Not the greatest of team fights there for the side of TNC, and they try to go after the Weaver, but they just can't burst him down fast enough, and Boomy, he does not hesitate with the black hole.
Yeah, and with the BKB on Boomy, it's just a guaranteed black hole. That was the reveal, and probably one of the best BKB black hole reveals you could hope for here for Adroit. TNC, they've got to be a lot more cautious pushing up into any sort of choke point now. Just a lot of potency from Adroit with the basically unstoppable black hole in this case, and they've got to play around their slam. They still have their spells. They do smoke up.
Try. They'll check the Roshan pit with that smoke, but nobody's there. Instead, they will run straight into Boomy. It's gonna be a nice, easy kill on that pause for Enigma. That's all it really is, though. It's a pause for Enigma. He doesn't have Black Hole anyway, so he doesn't really mind dying. It's not really gonna affect the Drake too much. They are still just freely farming on all their cores.
Yeah, and we talk about the Dazzle hitting 18. You are almost at that point, so you're going to be dealing with so much lower cooldowns on all of his items, on the Shadow Wave, on the Shallow Grave. There's just way too much sustain coming out from a droid, and I don't reckon they've even had anything like a Spirit Vessel on hand to mitigate that.
I don't believe they have, no. March doesn't have one, of course Tim doesn't have one. Nobody has that Spirit Vessel, and yeah, there is quite a lot of value in this game for one, but they just haven't had the chance to actually, you know, buy one out. I just don't think you have the luxury right now as TNC to afford an item like that. You can make the argument maybe the Phoenix could, but it looks like March believes the Axe is just going to be that much more important.
Oh.
Top lane, March, speaking of, does get caught out now. Of course, he has that Icarus dive, but he's not going to survive. Just doesn't matter. Natsumi, Kikuchi's passed as he is ghost formed, and just not a very easy kill with droids. They'll extend their lead now to 8k.
Yeah, it's still looking pretty dominant for Madrid. They are going to be grouping up around a Roche pit now. This is counted out by a dominated creep, so TNC are aware. They could choose to fight. They still have the slam.
Maybe a decently fast Roshan if they don't get in there.
Oh.
Black Hole gonna be there, only catching one, but it is Arno on the conquer. Boomy now gonna have to back off as the rest of TNC are more than happy to go in. AP out there with the primal split. Boomy's still gonna be in big trouble with Enigma, but there's the Shallow Grave from Matt, making sure he stays alive. Now Natsumi coming in. Nice fish round from Tim, blocked them in, and now the Echo coming out, connecting on two. Still a nice snowball save onto Matt, allowing him to get out of that boat flying in from Arno. Now they jump in, it's complete chaos around the Roshan pit, but Arno is falling, and he will end up dying. CMO now looking for more. They catch up March with those shots. Then Toilers gonna control up Gabby. He's doing a lot of damage right now on that PO. Egg has been dropped, but gets destroyed straight away. Ben Soy now getting put into snowball. It's not being tries to Kikuchi away and deal with these illusions from the PO. They'll find KB. Ben Soy does die. Gabby is still going, however. He'll find CMO as well. Mac is falling low, but does TP out in time. And Tim, meanwhile, still controlling up Natsumi, but he will die to Natsumi. And there's only really Gabby versus Natsumi left. And both these heroes seemingly just can't die right now, or maybe they can. If Gabby can drain the mana of Natsumi, that would be one way to get it done. But no, he'll give up on that, he'll go back to farming. Natsumi will do the same.
That is a really messy back and forth from both sides. A droid does pull ahead in the end, and you're seeing the issue we talked about with Mac. He is just keeping everyone alive a lot longer than they should be. 20-second cooldown on Guardian Reeves. Just so much sustain here that not even bothered to really punish.
You're gonna kill that. That's a loss. You have no choice. He's gonna be the first one to die in this team fight. Otherwise, he will just keep everyone alive longer than they should be alive. Roshan now gonna go down. Natsumi picks up another Aegis. And I believe the cheese did go to that Dazzle. Yeah, Mac is holding it for himself. Mac's also building into a Shiva's Guard soon, John.
Cool.
Having that slow on that low of a cooldown is really gonna suck for TNC.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous just how much control they're slowly building up. And TNC, again, they've got ways back in, but they've either got to mitigate the heals or kill off Mac.
Shards barely missing out there on KP. He'll run out of there. Look at Gabby, who almost has the full Abyssal up, and perhaps once that Abyssal Blade is there, they might be able to actually finish off that Dazzle or even the Weaver to start the fight off. Road Boomy, Black Hole gonna be on the PL top left.
Oh no.
Clearly alone right now. He will survive through it. Natsumi though is there. Now nice pitch coming up from Tim. Echo is also available. Gabby still surviving, but he is falling very, very low. Poison Touch comes out, Matt, following up with Natsumi.
Oh.
And Gabby does end up dying. Now KP trying to run away with those Primal Split Broomwings. And he should be fine too, but no, they're following the Earth Spirit. KP understands he probably is gonna die here. He will go down. Just off the back of Boomy. Just the man that's not afraid to commit that black hole just whenever he wants. He just used it to buy time for his team to close the gap.
Yeah, and that's all they really need. They just need to be able to hold down one of these big heroes. And you talk about the timing on that Abyssal, it's going to be delayed from that. This is going to allow Adroit to get a very fast push onto the high ground.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Cliff will be forced out, but they have a new creep wave coming in. They're not going to mind this at all. Crimson Guard there on Ben Soy. He's thinking about the Raw, but there was an X on Armel.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Nice chance out from CML, however. And there's no defending this mid-ranks. They are just going to have to let it go down.
Has fallen.
The question is, will Adroit go for anything else? And the answer is no. They're just happily going to back out after that mid-ranks is taken.
Yeah, there's no real rush. They know the PL's back up. They probably want to look for a pickoff first before committing again. And, you know, TNC does have really strong high ground if the initiation goes well. Slam, Egg, both coming out. Just a lot of strong spells in a tight area. Adroit probably don't want to force that out without the black hole.
The problem is just the initiation and the high ground defense hasn't been going well for TNC. It's Adroit is still finding a way to deal with all of it.
Yeah, it's the fact that TNC always lose one hero outside first. They have to be a lot more careful with how far they allow Gabby to farm, and he's just immediately pulling back. He doesn't want to cross the riverside, which is probably the smart play. Oh, yeah.
He's got his axe. Marsh does have his axe up, but that Enigma axe hurts.
Oh, yeah.
That was a midnight pulse on a black hole. KP gonna get caught out. Raw gonna be there as well. He's Marsh to get this Brewmaster. He's still alive for now. There's the X saving him, Marsh.
Oh, no.
Brought him in and out. Gets him. He jumps with a huge echo slam, but they still find the edge. KP and Marsh both die. It's looking really bad for TNC. So buyback on KP. Tims is dead, however, on the Earthshaker. KP, can you do anything? He has the primal split. He will commit it. He'll run in, but he can't find a target.
Oh, no.
His spirits are dying. KP might die back. It looks like he probably will, and he does go down. Now Gabby being caught out. Boomy has the black hole. He wants to commit it. He does.
Oh, yeah.
Just on Gabby, but it's well worth it. There's no buyback left. No call GG. They have had enough.
Ooh.
What a performance from Adroit for game one.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the pregame stats. Throughout this year, Adroit have only lost one series against TNC. TNC's draft looked like it was going to be potent. We expected it to be tanky. We expected it to be able to stem...
FY, he's found himself no tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's no tell. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for no tell as Ame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage. One of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, Ame's coming in this here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Ame to have this invis rune. As Ame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing without rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's just toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Ame looks like he is level up PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeps. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink Calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson, he's running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
just having all this vision. I mean, Xnova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not gonna have vision over here. But no, Xnova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen. As the mid-racks are exposed, PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of Rack. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the three of them knocks them back. But Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army's on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top rack. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close to Brew is at 25. I mean,
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball. He turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail. FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I get the head for that with this team fight. I mean, LGD are for gold, but no blood taken for 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They bought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so we can get that refresher, but it's not going to be up. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon discount Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled.
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Ana's on his way over, they've got the snowball down, there's the Catapult, Seb jumps in, he's able to fight the call onto Challenge, but Challenge already got the BKB out, the Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down, no buyback on the axe, as Jerax as well, surrounded by PSG LGD, the Eon Disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jerax.
TNC Predators turn to ban. TNC Predators turn to ban. Dire team ban.
Once again, for TNC Predator versus a droid for game number 2. It is a multi-donor for next fire, John. We're back, sir. A droid looking fantastic in game 1. Game 2, TNC, they kind of struggled a little bit, right, in that game number 1. Game 2, what do you think they need to do differently?
They've got to be a bit careful getting caught in a draft trap like last time. It wasn't completely an outdraft, but they got pushed down way too hard. Their supports needed too much time to really build up, right? You were looking at a Phoenix and a Shaker support duo. It just doesn't come online fast enough, and the push was way too fast. So maybe balance that out with faster support picks. You don't want March and Tim's waiting around for levels and items. They do ban out a few key heroes, so the Beastmaster being taken out does mean a droid's push isn't going to be as wild, and they do shake it up in the draft already.
Yeah, I like the fact that they banned out that Beastmaster, denying that kind of push lineup that a droid seems to love running. Of course, a droid again banned out the Chen themselves because they don't want to really give that over to March, which is also fair enough. And so they go for the first pick Ember. TNC will naturally snap pick the Grimstroke for themselves because they don't want to give that combination away. But if you are a droid now for that second pick, you are looking towards that Keeper of the Light. And it is a pretty strong combination. You know, having a spammable Sleight of Fist is nothing to scoff at. And I don't think TNC will be able to get both. Instead, they will go for what seems to be a pos 3 at Baton, from my eyes right now. And a droid arguably should maybe just take themselves a coddle.
Yeah, there's no reason not to right now. They go with a Shaker instead. So they want to be the ones fighting in. They want to be the ones forcing out these team fights. I think that's still pretty solid. Completely locked their draft in, so that you still see that flexibility with the Ember Spirit and where it's going to go in lane. And the Shaker as well has some flex, although more than likely just going to be straight up the Boomy hero. Of course, we've seen him play that a lot. So it's a different opening from both sides. I have to say though, with TNC, the Abaddon does not give me too much confidence. We've seen TNC go into this Abaddon before. 4 KP, its performance isn't too bad. I think the hero itself is just not in a great spot. Like, its sustain is nice, the purge is nice, but if you're not up against something like the Bat Rider, the utility of that shield is really up in the air.
I mean, it's kind of okay up against the ES Ember though, right? Like, you've got the chains and the stuns that you can purge off with the Aphotic Shield, but I do agree that there's no real big ultimate that you're looking at to try and purge off with that Aphotic Shield for now. And considering you did choose that Abaddon, you're going to see that kind of big ulti that can be purged off from a droid at this point coming out up against the Abaddon. So they see the Earthshaker, they take the Rubik, pretty standard stuff. I'm kind of shocked that a droid didn't go ahead and ban out that Rubik in the 5th ban, but you know what, judging by their performance in game 1, I don't think they're too afraid of TNC right now.
No.
They were just running it. They just didn't care. Every single time, whether there was ultis up or not, they just didn't mind. They were just happy to run. How long has it been since we've seen a blink rush on an Enigma?
It's been a while.
It never happens. It never happens anymore, apart from if Boomy's playing it apparently. So I just don't think that they're afraid of this Rubik at all. And in some weird way, you've kind of forced out a very weak support duo in a Grimstroke Rubik as well. It's not the greatest support duo you could ask for TNC here. It's like Droid, in all honesty, I think they're very clearly winning this draft already.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value with their openings as well. They pick up the Enchantress, which, you know, none of these heroes really do too much. I guess Rubik's pretty nice to drop the damage, but having that constant impetus spam that the Abaddon can't really stop and just loses his shield to is already a lot of value. You don't have anything to counteract the creep summons as well. So that's a lot of value there for push from a droid. TNC does come back with a Lesh. So they're giving themselves a bit of an earlier power spike. With the Lesh Abaddon, it doesn't take too long for it to come online. You've got a great target to keep alive now. So the Lesh can constantly dish out the damage and perhaps melt some early towers as well. That is a bit of an issue TNC had with their Game 1 draft. They couldn't do anything about objectives.
Do you think this is a core Enchantress? Plus 5. That's my question here, because we did see core Enchantress yesterday, and I believe it did actually work out quite fine. This time around, however, I don't know if it will be that plus 3 Enchantress we saw yesterday. It kind of seems like they're just going to run it as a position 5 up against that Abaddon and just blow up the shield every time with, you know, one impetus. Just blow up that Aphotic shield. Make sure that KP can't run in feeling like he can't die. I don't know. It could be an offlane Enchantress again. It's a possibility. I guess it's a flex pick in and of itself, but there's definitely better offlanes to pick.
Yeah, for sure. I think the support duo of Shaker Enchantress isn't the strongest, to be honest, but in that case, you're giving the Shaker a lot of space because Enchantress is very selfless. So if they are going to go that route, I can see it really benefiting Boomy. Game 1 with his Enigma. They just wait for the blink, they wait for the BKB, and then they start fighting. In this case, it's the blink for the Shaker, and of course, Morphling Shaker just came out.
How ironic, right? Running Morph Shaker up against TNC. How the tables have turned. TNC, they should be very well aware of how to play against this. I don't think they'll have a problem with that. The issue is, I don't think they have the heroes to go up against the Morph. You really don't have anyone to control the Morphling to really burst him down fast enough. It seems like he's always going to be able to get that strength morph off. And maybe with this last pick, they changed things up a little bit. But we are just waiting for an RML, or in fact, never mind an RML hero, we're looking for a Gabby hero. I just don't see what you pick up here to go up against that Morph to really be able to knock him out of these team fights.
Yeah, it's really tricky. You would want maybe something like the PL, but it can be dicey up against Shaker, although there are ways to counteract that. I don't think they're going to be dipping back to that PL. You do still need a way to match up against a Morph, and it's just pretty tricky. Droid has kind of covered their bases nicely. Maybe TNC goes into the Ricky. Like we saw them do that a couple of times. The silence can make it a bit... Alright. Yeah, nah. I know, like, the only heroes like that comes to my mind that TNC falls back to is something like the Terrorblade, and I wouldn't want to see that here, for sure.
Definitely not the Terrorblade, not this game.
No.
Morphin doesn't care for the Terrorblade anyway. You just go...
He likes it.
Build. Yeah, loves it.
Yeah, he gets a free metamorphosis, yeah.
Even better. So, they'll ban out the Slot. That's really the only concern they have. Someone who can still stats off the Morphling. Fair enough. Droid now, their final pick. They're looking for some kind of offlane or pos 5, depending on where this Enchantress is going to go. I'm sure they'll just choose a different offlane for Ben Soy, though. I don't think they want him on something like an Enchantress.
Nah.
10 seconds.
Nah, it can work, but considering how strong their lineup is, you would want a bit more. We have seen Ben Soy Ravage. That was a pseudo support.
Right.
Like it ended up just being underfarmed. I think that would fit pretty nicely. It just gives them so much control. You have to be careful of the Rubik though, of course, but again, they've already got to worry about the Shaker into the Rubik, so if a droid's that confident, I don't think the tide's too bad here. Oh, okay.
Phoenix pops out, so that could be a core Enchantress, that could be a core Phoenix. I doubt it's a core Phoenix. It looks like it is probably going to be that plus 3 Enchantress. I suppose it could go either way. They still have flexible options. TNC, however, their final POS 1 pick.
10 seconds.
You brought up the peel. I really do feel like that's their only option here. But
5 seconds.
again, you're into a shaker. Even the Morphling can morph into the peel, and that can be very, very frustrating to deal with. Just giving Doppelganger away to a Morphling is not a good idea.
No. And even the Ember deals with that well, so I'm not sure if that's really a strong option for TNC. But again, their pool has been limited. It's just down to how they drafted. They need something that has more impact.
You could see something like an Ursa pop out. You just run the Inkswell Ursa combo. I mean, I don't think it's great up against the Morph.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? There's a Phoenix there. You can burst the egg down. If you can get to that point where you have an Abyssal, you could burst the Morphling down as the Ursa. You have that natural lane combo with the Grimstroke. I wouldn't blame them. You already have a left track there. It's a very fast-paced sort of lineup. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of the only options, but it's still not something I like here. It's going to be susceptible to kiting. You've already got to worry about the Shaker. You've got the Chains from the Ember. You've got the Enchantress who's just going to kite you around as well. And there's a lot of mobility in a droid's kit, like Ember Spirit, mobile.
Yeah.
Morphling's highly mobile. Phoenix is mobile, and it looks like Ben Soy is on the Phoenix. So I'm wondering how a droid's going to split that form. We've seen Ben Soy on this position before. You know, he's on a pause tree that ends up not getting farm, and you do see that spill into Boomy and CML instead. So there's still some flexibility with the farm timing here from a droid. I do have to say TNC's draft looks a lot better than game 1. They're not leaving themselves in certain holes. I still feel like a droid's draft is better overall, though.
Oh, I'd have to. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that, Chop. So it does look a lot better. Now, if TNC can get the start going, if they can get Gabby some farm, get him a bit of momentum on this Ursa, with Armel, I think they have a good chance of pulling off this victory. But if a droid just played the way they played in game 1, I don't think TNC have a chance. Not with this kind of stuff.
They just play so aggressively. TNC's lineup doesn't take too much farm. That's one great thing about having these kinds of horses. It's just the pace from a droid is really, really fast.
Here's the loser.
Oh man.
I love the droid. I love intimidated by a big team like TNC. They just give it to them all the time.
Oh yeah.
I can respect that.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, well, this dual lane coming out from a droid is interesting. Morphling Ench. I mean, it does happen. It can be potent. I like the start from CML. Of course, Blightstone straight up. Just gonna abuse that range. Up against an Abaddon, there isn't any range. So expect a lot of early damage coming out. I'm sure Tim's will try to make that a bit harder, but he's not going to enjoy trading with the Enchantress as well.
Here we go. It's a interesting lane. The thing is with the Enchantress though, you just dominate the lane. Like it's not. That's all she does. She just wins the lane for the morph. I mean, we kind of talked about the Enchantress up against the Abaddon. You just throw the impetus, blow off the shield, make it so you don't have KP just running up to Natsumi and auto attacking to try and get that off. CML though, surprisingly enough, has run down to the bot lane now.
30 seconds to battle.
Wonder what they're up to here.
Could be looking at first blood at least. It is fairly potent, although I don't think you really want to force it out too much. There's a lot of control in TNC at level 1 as well.
Start going. Matt's going to join as well. Who do they want to aim for? I think March is your best bet here. But he's still holding on to the
yeah.
Gets a perfect block off, and Matt It's the dream of every mid laner when they're young, John. Getting first blood before the game starts, and that's going to mean Matt can buy a very, very early model.
Yeah, this does force him into level 1 Slight, but that's really not too bad considering you are up against RML anyway. So it's a really good start for Adroit, just giving themselves a lot more gold to play with and helping them win out their crucial 1v1 mid lane. Like, Mac does set a lot of that early pace for the team.
Are they really going to leave the Morphling up top by himself, though? Like, CML is still down at the bot lane. Bensoy and Boomy are there as well. They're running a bit of a tri-lane here up against Gabby. Of course, March is going to be there to help on the Grimstroke, but if you're going to run a tri-lane here up against this TNC draft, I don't think they can make the Inkswell combo work with the Ursa. He won't be able to do anything.
Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine for Adroit. Like, Natsumi is not going to die to an Abaddon, at least not until maybe level 3 when KB can run up and hit. Then it's just going to be a farming lane for him anywhere.
March just gets forced out of his own lane. Of course, CML can just harass him out.
Oh, Gabby.
Now, great Fisher out from Boomy. Gabby does jump over that Fisher and uses it to his advantage. Meanwhile, March has had to run around the world to get back into his bot lane. Does get a nice pull-off while he's coming back in.
His top tower is under attack.
CML is going to be very disruptive. And I actually do like this, because you're ruining the one good combination TNC really has. But they are going to end it now. Looks like CML will TP up to the top lane. And that's the thing, if you're going to run the tri-lane, you might be sacking Natsumi on the morph, which is really what you don't want. They will bring CML up to make sure he has a good time.
Yeah, it's still not the worst of starts for Natsumi. I think he missed out a wave, but he's playing conservatively and once again, Philippine internet.
Oh, I never thought the day would come where I would be the one with the better internet. I really didn't.
Yeah, it's really easy when you're in Southeast Asia, Mike, or when you're with Southeast Asians, although KP playing a bit aggressive. Not quite enough.
He's an Abaddon. You know, he can do that. The problem is his shield really isn't going to last very long, but now a nice lift in from Tim's. CML, that Curse of Avernus on him is in big trouble, but a nice stun out from Natsumi. Tim's Fade Bolt not going to be available for a while, and so they won't bother. Mind you, CML is still at that level 1 point, so it's not like he can actually go for the heal. Just have to slowly heal himself up with some tangos.
Yeah, this is hurting his laning presence, but I guess Natsumi is not going to mind too much. Again, his farm is starting to suffer, though.
Gabby ends up finding Ben Soy down at the bot lane. It was that Inkswell Earthshock combination. No, it wasn't actually. Gabby just kind of Earthshocked, and March doesn't even have the Inkswell leveled up. So Gabby, nice pick up to him. Ben Soy had the Icarus dive, doesn't actually commit it though. Meanwhile, Natsumi almost gets hit by a Fade Bolt there from Tims to cancel that sound bomb. Very, very close call, but he will be okay.
Yeah, and you can see TNC starting to apply that laning pressure they want. KP's Abaddon is really starting to impact Natsumi's farm, although it's not like he's lagging behind KP too much. It's just a 1 CS difference, and I think when you're morphling in that kind of situation with this kind of lane, you're still gonna be okay with this situation.
Oh, of course. Well, the morphling doesn't care. If KP's finding any sort of form of farm, he's just gonna keep farming himself. It's a morphling after all. He's just gonna have a great old time later on in this game. Gabby is having a decent old time himself though, right? He's got 16 last hits right now on that Ursa. He found 1 kill, and he's not really being contested right now. And that could be a real big problem for Adroit later on. Because the Morphling won't be able to fight back up against the Ursa through that mid game, right? Like, the Morphling does require a lot more farm. If Gabby can find that early Abyssal, TNC could start running over Adroit.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the winning factors for TNC is just getting that early farm up in Gabby, and he is saving up for the early Battle Fury, which will accelerate that farm. They have to ensure that Gabby's not going to get punished for that kind of farming build-out.
Swell placed on himself. He should still die here. BTS picks up that kill, but Icarus Snipe is not available right now. And that means Gabby should be able to find a secondary kill, but Boomy delaying things. It won't be enough. And I think that actually favors Gabby here on the side of TNC, right? Like you don't mind losing March like that. In fact, if you find Boomy, you're going to be even happier. Meanwhile, Tims does get CMO off the top lane, but Gabby is still chasing down Boomy. He will eventually let that go. Natsumi did manage to at least get Tims as a trade on that Ruby. So both Pos 1s right now enjoying some very, very nice kills for themselves.
Yeah, they are getting a lot more in these exchanges, although, again, there is still a slight lead for Adroit overall in terms of net worth. Not much. It's still fairly even, 3-3. I think TNC just needs to hit some EXP points. You've got 6 up and running on Armel, but Mac is level 6 as well. So that mid lane kill potential for both sides is fairly even. You have to look to Mac maybe getting a side lane rotation out.
It's going to be the fight over that 6-minute power rune, it seems. Mac actually going to chase down Armel. Armel very low in terms of mana. Power rune not going to be there. Nice fish around Mac. Stroke of Fate does miss as well, but Tims, he will have enough. And that was unfortunate for Mac because he actually had the Remnant at the right spot prior to remnanting down to the southern power rune spot, but yeah, he goes for the wrong one. He could have had a double damage.
Yeah, he did kind of play himself, although Boomy with that does hit really hard.
He does. Tim's trapped up right now. The CML will be able to pick up the kill. So they do at least, get another kill going for them on the side of Adroit, but you just don't want to lose your Ember like that.
Nah. It does still slow down Mac, and of course you are giving Armel more gold to play with, which isn't optimal. Like the Leshrac, once it has the Yules, is going to be a lot harder to deal with, is going to constantly pump out the damage, and TNC at this point looking to play aggressive.
Nice lift up on the Earthshaker, but now he's surrounded. Not quite bursted, however. They're unable to make the dive down to secure that kill on the Ruby.
Under attack.
But they do manage to at least get Boomy out of there.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that Droid has to start playing around is protecting Boomy. He's saving up straight up for the blink now. So it's around that time when the Shaker does start to get a bit more farm priority. And I think Droid's gonna have to wait out for that item pickup before committing to bigger fights, although Tims
gets him chanted up. We're trying to run away, but he's already committed that lift, and that means Boomy can easily set up for another kill. Boomy does pick up the kill as well. You definitely want to give that kill away to Boomy right now, because any bit of gold will really help.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bot lane, BTS, we get chased down. Ingswell won't end up stunning him up before he does get the Icarus dive. So Gabby, not finding the kill, but he will be able to just get back to farming. Interestingly enough, though, he is going for the Battle Fury. BTS in a bit of trouble, doesn't have that dive. Gabby trying to secure this kill, but getting juked down right now. He's running the wrong way, and that's because Mac was around on that Ember. It was all a bait from BTS. And they secured a very, very important kill here on the side of a droid. And Mac now just go ahead and secure that creep wave, find the neutral creeps. If we could just go back a second, John, that Battle Fury build on the Ursa, not sure if that's really going to pay off up against the Morphling.
Yeah, I get why they're going for it. We see this a lot from Ursus, although Egg has been committed first. March? Oh yeah, he's gone.
March just barely on the outer edge of that egg. Does get stunned up, and Matt picks up another kill on the Ember. And with that, they're going to start pressuring that bottom T1 tower.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that Adroit has better than TNC on their off lanes. KP at 6 doesn't contribute in the same way. He gets tankier, he can cop a couple of ganks or just cop the attention, but he's not giving you a big teamfight utility spell. So he's just maintaining this lane up against Natsumi, and Natsumi's still finding farm.
That he is. They are going to come down to the bot lane, TNC. They know Max around there somewhere. So is Ben Soy, currently showing on that Phoenix. Now they both show in front of that T1 tower, but you just don't have the lockdown for Mac, I don't believe. Gabby will get started. Mac will run it away. Mel coming in with that lightning, but it just does nothing. This is just not great news for TNC as they're making all these big rotations, but they're not capitalizing on it at all. And they found the boundary at least, I guess, but that's only one boundary.
Yeah. And they lose KP as well.
Yeah, they secured the Abaddon kill.
They lost KP, they lost the top tier 1. Adroit is slowly chipping away on the map, and TNC, they're still waiting for a lot more to come out. Like, we were talking about the Battle Fury, and we never finished that conversation, but we see Ursus do this all the time. Rush the Battle Fury, try to play the farming game. It's just that this helps Adroit a lot more, because that's just more time for Natsumi to work on the shotgun. And we talked about kiteability of the Ursa. Once the shotgun's up, you have a lot more to worry about, because your timing on the enrage has to be on point. Otherwise, even if you're not blown up, you are going to be disarmed, and that's just as bad for an Ursa.
Yeah, I really thought he was going to just try and go into the Basher, and then the Abyss would have some control there for Natsumi and the rest of the gang on Adroit, but Battle Fury is going to be the build. It's going to make it so they play a very slow game up against Adroit. You look at Gabby's farm, it's not exactly the top right now. Right now, Mac and Natsumi are sitting at the top of that net worth board. Still top tier 1 tower, going to be under siege now from TNC, but Mac is there. A great chains up. Egg has been dropped as well. Armel, he will fall low, but barely does survive in the end. Mac would love to keep going, but they are just way too far apart. The TNT now, they go for a bit of a reset back into Mac. He shouldn't expect this, but Split Earth does not connect. They just want that tier 1 tower. TNT, they will be able to take it.
Gabby?
Gonna find CML. Adroit do not feel confident to try and fight back, so that was actually a very, very nice rotation from Gabby. Gets himself a free kill.
It's a nice, easy pick-off for TNC. They do manage to capture the outposts up top as well, but Adroit are just going to avoid for the rest. They are still giving Natsumi that space down bot. You are seeing him save up into an SNY. So Natsumi's the one who wants to play fast compared to Gabby. He actually just wants to run in, right-click off, and start killing heroes early on.
You've got to love that from Adroit though, right? They're always this team in SEA that goes for the very, very unique kind of drafts and item builds. How often do you see an SNY build on a Morphling?
Yeah, it's not very common although.
Mid lane, getting up for a big team. Find KP going to be in big, big trouble. Matt is going to be able to really clean up here. Does find a double kill. So 3 heroes going down for the side of TNC once again, and Adroit can now start pressuring that mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they should be able to get a good amount of damage. That's going to be great control coming in. Boomy gets a big slam. He doesn't have the blink yet. He has it now.
Uh-oh.
So, if that's what he was doing without the blink, I'd hate to see what happens at TNC after.
One of those players, he just has fantastic positioning. It's very hard to know where he is at all times, and he just knows when to go into that perfect moment. CML going to avoid a gank attempt there from TNC. Now TNC are going to smoke up. They are going to bring Gabby along with them. Gabby is very close to finishing off that Battle Fury, but hasn't quite got it off yet. They are going to head down bot where Natsumi is on the Morphling, but he's already backing out as well, and it's a very, very nice scan out from the droid. Perfectly placed. They'll be out of there.
Yeah, and they really are just dancing around the map, wasting TNC's time, and it's all just working in the favor of Adroit. They've got nice deep wards as well, so they should know where TNC is now that the smoke fades, and they can choose to try to force something out, although it looks like they are just happy finding farm. I mean, you're building up in the Morphling, you're building up in your Ember, who's going straight for the Desolator build, which I love when you work into a right-click morph as well. So all the damage in the world will be coming out fairly soon for Adroit.
That it will. Now Mac actually gonna rotate straight into Mel. Does get the courier of March.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Mel trying to build into a Bloodstone, it seems, on that Leshrac, but in terms of Leshrac farm, as it goes, it's been a bit slow for him. Mid lane, KP gonna get chased down now. A great fish round from Boomy. Blocking KP on that low ground. Nice soul bind out from March. KP though still burning right now. No borrowed time left for him. He's just trying to run away, but Mac, do you want to keep going? No, the answer is not. He does back off. You really see the strength there from that Fisher, from Boomy. He's this Earth Taker that constantly just ends up finding these amazing fishes during a team fight that just blocks everyone off. In fact, right now, he gets another nice block off on Tim's. Lift up on the Ember. Mac, he's still trying to fight back. Sunray gonna be there. Tim should eventually just burn out. He's still trying to fight back, but no, he does go down. Mac, however, does not want to die like this. Boomy jumps in with the enchanted totem, and now he waits for the creep wave. It's so much damage up from Boomy into the egg of Ben Soy, and Mac gets out of there scot-free. Oh, what an echo slam from Boomy.
Oh man, I love the patience coming out there. It's like he just waited. KP just blew up right next to him, and he can't even find the Ember who is low. A droid, once more, dancing around TNC. TNC, they've got to wait for these item buildups. Gabby has to be a bit careful. Needs to save up for the BKB. He's trying to go in.
They're just going to chase him down. CML is very, very low right now. Gabby's trying to juke his way out of this tree line from Mac. He does manage the TP up. You've got that Battle Fury up. It's just not going to be quite enough yet.
No, definitely not. It's just to speed up the farm. The BKB will be nice, but I think more importantly, you'd probably want the Blinker Abyssal coming out right after. You just need a way to go in, pin someone down, and blow them up immediately. And TNC doesn't have that. They're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for Gabby to find that farm. A droid should be aware though. They need to kind of slow down Gabby. If they do give an opportunity there, it could swing if TNC finds some key pickoffs.
How do they find them though? Like, the lockdown's still the big problem here for TNC. The best you've got right now is Lift, and you've got Armel, Yules, and Star. That's really all you've got. You can make the argument the Inkswell's there as well from March, but it hasn't really been working out that way now. Gabby trying to go for a Roshan, but he gets well, with the Sunray from Betsoy, he's taking out the Inkswell. They help out, Matt jumps in. They found CML, but they're gonna lose Gabby. And now, Mel, there's no way out of this situation. He's definitely dying. And Mac is already looking for another target. Natsuni gonna be there as well. They burst down March. And on top of all that, it looks like they'll also find KP. Another Fisher block on KP. He's gonna try and run away. He does have borrowed time, but they're just gonna follow him. Stalk the prey. And almost at that high ground, but not quite. Mac will be able to secure the kill for the team. And John, they've got a Roshan to take. There's a double damage waiting for them. TNC started it, gets the Roshan warmed up. Ben Soy thinking about denying the power room. He won't. Mac would kill if he did. Natsumi will take the double damage.
Yeah, look at how much he hits. 190 plus 190. That's without his rate bands as well, so it's going to be a very quick take. And we haven't even really seen Natsumi fully topped up. Like, he's saving for the Yags for the shape combination. Although, Boomy!
Again. Boomy with the fish up. Natsumi is there as well. And Gabby gonna get controlled up. She's gonna die. Boomy's getting all the tips this game.
I mean, you have to. That slam was perfect. TNC clump up on the high ground. They know there's a shaker. They were a lot more disciplined about the black hole spacing last game. This time around, Boomy is just eating them up.
We've seen this so many times from Boomy as well. He just tends to be able to land those big echoes every time, and now a droid's gonna go for that mid-tier 2 tower. It's going to be a very easy tower to take because you have that Deso, you have all this auto attack damage from Natsumi. And
Tower has fallen.
Droid continuing to take map control here in TNC. It's hard to know what you can get done here.
My waters rise.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's start up on KP. Fisher will not connect this time. KP should be fine anyway. He has the borrowed time.
Dire are
You do
scanning.
have Mac coming in though.
A tune to teach.
Ed was being committed as well from Ben Soy. Little fights going on all across the map right now, it seems. Even Mars. Back against Mac, but Mac just gets the kill. It's cancelled off the TP,
That-
gets the chains off, and it was that easy.
And you can't stand up against Mac. Like, he's got the Dezo, of course, the Blade Mail gives him more damage. He's building into the crit stick, into the Daedalus. So he is just going all in on right clicks, and you can't even really just toy with him right now as a support. And you look at that build up on Natsumi, the Ags, I think, is coming in. There you go. So Shaker, Morphling time. It wasn't silly enough. It's gonna get a bit sillier now.
Oh, I love it.
Up against TNC.
Up against TNC. And the thing is as well, we're only 21 minutes in, John. It's got Sergeant Yasha, Borbid Mask, Treads, one fucking Aghanim Scepter, excuse my French, and it's just, it's insanity.
It is.
It is insanity.
There you go.
Like, his farm is crazy right now. Sitting at 12.5k.
And you could just blow someone up.
Here we go. Fisher, perfect from Natsumi.
There you-
Another Fisher from Boomy. Just make the wall bigger. And
Oh, boy.
Tim's getting jumped on. Is gonna die.
Oh no.
Bang. Natsumi just one hit. Finds another.
Oh man. Marge.
Aren't you gonna run away? You know what this combo does, sort of. So you've run this many times. Soulbite is gonna be there, however. Silence is out as well. And they secure these kills. They would be big deals here for TNC, but no, Ben Soy, you just don't have the lockdown. He's literally just running away right now. Shield does explode. Ben Soy just uses the Icarus time and gets out of there.
Oh man, this is just getting even tougher. You've got the disarm on Ben Soy, so even if Gabby's around to right click, he's not gonna get any hits off.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh man,
Sumi, yeah, back
that
in.
tower damage.
There's a lot of tower damage. Fisher out. Mother explodes. TNC trying their best to defend this tier 3 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mac is just so confident right now. Has the Crystals up as well as the Daedalus, as the Desolator. Smoke gonna be there for TNC. It's the only way they can really initiate this team fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, there's the stun. KP gonna have that borrowed time popped. Another great fish around, got a great stun out, and well, the Aegis. That's a big start, but now Mac, he'll just jump in. Gabby does take care of the extra. Ben Soy is also gonna die, but Mac's the real problem. He found a double, but Gabby, he finds a double as well. They have lost the Millie Barracks, but they are finding kills. Boomy gets a Fisher, follow-up Fisher coming out. More Fishers, there's a third Fisher from Tim.
Oh man.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
And they come in, they clean up that racks,
Has fallen.
and a droid that apparently aren't done yet, but they want to keep going.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, why not? They have the damage. The respawns aren't going to be too long, and they know TNC can't really do too much about it, although they will back off now, play a bit more conservatively. You take a look at Natsumi saving up for the shotgun next, so now no one's going to survive when he comes in. They're really just gone. There's no way you live through this one. Uh-oh.
Artumi's great. Oh no. TNC,
Oh, no.
they have all the vision.
Oh, no.
He jumps in for the echo again. Oh, it's the calm before the storm, John. They just wait so patiently. And, well, in the back lines, Gabby does BKB TP away. KP also gets out of there. I'm starting to learn a very valuable lesson here today, John. Apparently, you cannot give Adroit Adroit the Earth Shaker. It's a big...
Oh no, you never do. Boomy is just so comfy in that hero. I'd say it's his signature. That and the Enigma. So the fact that Adroit's been able to pick up those heroes, you're asking for trouble if you let them have those.
Natsumi just goes in for the mid-racks. His whole team isn't even with him right now. Currently, KP is trying to get away from Boomy. He can't TP because he knows that it'll be cancelled. So KP is just going to keep running. His Rax is under siege. Mark will die. Mel will die. Gabby's the only one left. KP does finally get the TP off, but now the chains are out from Max, who's controlling both these heroes. March, he'll buy it back. But again, I ask the question, how do you defend?
You can't. At least they're not going to get Megas just yet. There's a tier 2 still waiting, but it's not going to live too long. And TNC, they need to find a way to defend. It's just, they don't have the best high ground here. There's not much team fight coming out. You've got the Scotty up now on Natsumi, so just more stats and more damage.
Now they jump in, they find March again, it's a dive back on the Grimstroke. Tims is also going to go down. Gabby trying to fight back. He gets the edge. He might find Birdie, but no. There'll be a Yule's out. Gabby will run out of his range and he will die. And that'll be a JP call being made from TNC. Adroit get a 2-0 to start off their day.
Oh yeah, it's a great start for Adroit. Not the best for TNC. It has been a rough few months for TNC, and man, it's
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, there's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off. And he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage in the fight. It's one of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because of his rupture. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm as this here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Zame to have this invis rune. And Zame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. they're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, will find Xnova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed, FY, the patience, keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Anna is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Anna, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Anna's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Anna, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level up PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Crates. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink Claws as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save, he's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out, Seb goes for the TP, they've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now, Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson is running away. Xnova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the shrine, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that Xnova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. He sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And Xnova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, Xnova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen. As the mid-racks are exposed, PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the 3 of them. Knocks them back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PLR is on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top racks. Somnus now down. for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close the Brew is at 25.
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail, FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give a head for this team fight. The LGD are big goal, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. They give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They bought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe will dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jarek, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds him, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled.
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Anna's on his way over. They've got the snowball down, there's the counterplay, Seb jumps in, he's able to find the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his grab, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. As Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these 4 spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No-Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will. As they get upon him, they find his life. 1 minute now without No-Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split a course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this rack's on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose that top racks, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to deward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
So Anna is on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's going to get a set. He's in. The call, the EMP, the cannon, but FY is in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. But he's got it up. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis. Somnus looking to get involved. Pause the BKB to get over the ice roll. They get on top of Seb. Seb's in trouble. Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball over to Thompson, the self-fuels. FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in. Again, up into the air. Arme straight on top of No-Tail. FY will fall. Arme looking towards No-Tail. No-Tail pops the hand of God, but No-Tail beat it down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the private split off as Anna. He's been left behind in Thompson. He's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo. Can he find the angle? Jerax coming in, keeping Anna alive. Anna with the doppelganger. The Deafening Blast comes out onto the two of them. Anna trying to go in, looking for the kill. Can he find it in time onto X-Nova? He's on top of him, trying to beat him down. Anna again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base. As X-Nova will survive. Jerax back in, the combo. Meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky. Pops the Shiva's gone. He's on top of Jerax. Jerax is gone. Anna as well. Can he really fight back against the Somnus? And X-Nova is so low. As the buyback for Jerax comes in, he's healing Anna back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on X-Nova. The cold snap down onto the Attraction. They find him. Arme, he's out of Anna. He's starting to shift into the strength, but he's surrounded. OG, can they find the ball? They can! OG are still in the game. Arme buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without two of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jerax onto that shrine, being able to save Anna, but Anna also toying with them with that doppel. He sent the illusion. They thought that was the real one. They actually couldn't finish him off, even though they got the thirst vision of him for a second.
With the level 25 talent on the doppelganger, it's really hard to kill him.
Seb,
Yeah.
he's looking straight for the play. Can he find Somnus? He's hunting. Somnus, he's there, Seb. He'll see him. Oh! Doesn't get the call though, and now Seb. He'll be ruptured. They're looking at him, but Anna, he's straight in on top of Somnus. Somnus puts the BKB. Anna again with the doppelganger. They see Cataclysm coming out. And Somnus still alive. Anna will be able to force him away. They've got the head. They've got the control. They're on top of him. Can they kill him in time? They can. Chalice got for 2 minutes. And Seb, he's finding, looking for Arme. Big Daddy No-Tail gets the penitence out. Only onto the illusion though. Arme able to waveform up to the high ground. Arme should be fine here.
Thompson's got the ghost, he's got Hex
maybe
up soon too.
Oh, the doppelganger Arme's over the trees. Can he hide his way out of this?
He's back, real one.
Goes for the waveform. Seb tries for the call, but he's already out of there. Nice play from Arme.
And he buys so much time too for his team there. The Brewmaster was dead for 120 seconds, now only 90.
Still a big window for OG. They're only without Jerax for the same amount of time. And that lead the PSG LGD had, it is going down a little bit. Only 4K, 5K at the moment with these last few fights. Obviously the 25s now coming out on OG. Thompson's into the pit.
What a timely DD coming out for him too. I don't think they expected to be taken out as fast. He's almost able to solo it with the help of these summons. And that's a refreshing shot. There's no way they get this. There's no way LGD can.
Oh, and the Seb level 25 too. That extra Berserker's Call AoE. It catches people out. They don't expect it.
It does not feel like OG T-Rex now. At all.
The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE is
massive.
really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. For just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs. Yeah, I mean, they were crushing with their BKBs.
He's spotted out.
Got the vision. They're on top of him. Thompson, he's in trouble. The Nullify comes out, but he got the Ghost Walk off as well as the Hex in time. Now, Somnus turns out, the blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY just what a shadow play. It just, as soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Phantom Lancer, so we can't dominate all the time. That's the issue with the team fights.
and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Anna can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn, Berserker's Call. There's a lot of ways that they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back, just to be careful.
Make sure that he can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Anna's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well by the looks of it. There's only the Earth Panda prevails. Seb jumps and he gets the call onto the Panda, popping the BKB as well, so they won't kill the Brewlings off. They do force PSG LGD away long enough that Thompson does not have to expend his buyback. It's Thompson back in the game.
And they're utilizing the PL very well too, by replicating him, sending illusions to get some extra damage on the tower. It's just one Rax left that's holding LGD away from Mega Creeps.
And they're straight out. They're ready with the aggressive play. OG. Thompson, can he find a catch? He's close to having vision onto X-Nova.
Should be able to find X-Nova here. He is stalking him. He got sights of him for a second. He's a bit far away though.
Oh, the tornado. It's got him. Thompson drops the combo down upon him. The stun comes out though. Oh, the counterplay. Jax is there though with the heal, the tether. Keeping Thompson alive with the Abyssal Blade down. Candace here with the hand of God comes through. Thompson still alive, but Chalice gets the primal spit out. He's been stunned. Thompson, the cheese, he's fine. Thompson, he goes down. They get the kill onto the Evoker. No tail. Being chased by Arme. The bash is coming through, but the Blade Mail was already out from Seb. He tries to get the call off. The bash, the Cataclysm isn't enough to find the kills. Anna leading forward. The Bloodthorn onto FY. Gets the kill onto FY. FY buys back straight away. Anna looking at more Somnus again. The doppelganger. Arme on top of Thompson. Thompson being saved by Jax. Jax with the tether. Arme turns into Integral Gemma. There's the call. Seb, he catches Arme. Arme dead for 2 minutes. The Hex. They've got Somnus as well. Oh, gee. Double kill for Seb. The clutch buybacks coming into play. Nobody has a buyback available right now. As OG stand with 5 alive on the map, 100 seconds without the Morphling.
This Doppel talent is just destroying LGD. They have no way to actually find Ana. Like Ben said, the Brewmaster's constantly using the Dispel, but it's so hard to find the PL amongst all these illusions in all this chaos of the fights with tornadoes and chaos meters and everything falling all over the place.
And look at this. The tier 3 tower falling. Anna frontlining it all. What's he scared of? The Blood Bride will come out. Chalice with the Shiva's Guard trying to initiate. But Anna, he's poking, prodding, beating down, and on the side, Thompson jumps in. Chalice gets in with the BKB with the call. Seb, he's got the disabling Chalice. Do they have the damage? They got on top of the Chalice. He's into the snowball. FY buying time for him, but now he's vulnerable. He's gets Hex. He gets Bloodthorn. Chalice buys back. Straight back into the game. Anna trying to find his attention onto X-Nova. Chalice leading forward. The Tornado going to be off the market. Only catches out the Bloodseeker, but Seb, he's looking for the follow. Jumps in, gets the call. The BKB was out in time, but Anna's on top of it. Did they have the damage? Seb's got the blade on FY. With the snowball again. Thompson, Jax, focusing the Rags. Thompson gets the Hex up onto X-Nova. Seb, healed up by Jax. Anna's still full health at the moment as the Brewlings are pushed back to the base. OG, get the bottom melee Rags. As still 30 seconds to play without the Morphling in the game. They move towards the mid lane. OG, can they really get it all here? The mid racks falling. They've taken a full second sets, 15 painful seconds for LGD.
They're gonna keep going. They want to claim their megas.
Another tier 3 falls. OG onto the final set of racks that LGD have left standing. Azana, he gets kicked back. He's separated from the team, but he has the double ganger. He's been ruptured. He needs help, but he needs it now. Jared in with the tap of the hand of God. Give it that double heal. The relocate as well. Jax gets him out. As OG will successfully disengage before that Morphling's back in, as they found both racks. Jerax will die for this one, almost certainly, as he looks to tether across, but the nullifies upon him. He has buyback though, and OG just took so much away from PSG LGD, as they only have a lone range track standing on the top lane.
I can't believe it's coming. This is only 3 racks left in this game, and one of them is a range racks on the side of LGD. Buyback status. I saw X-Nova's buyback, it was only like 600 or 700, which is crazy, but Jerax also kind of in that same net worth territory, looking at a very cheap buyback, but 2 in the game left. IO and the PL. PL is almost unkillable at this point. Like, even without the Wisp, it's still really difficult. With the Wisp, just don't even try.
We'll see this again.
It's
The save here from Jarex.
the control is just not there, and they don't have the way to kill all these illusions constantly. And of course, look at Jarex coming in, starts that relocate channel, and is able to get it off. No one gets the control on him.
Keeping it cool at the time that it means the most, but he's still able to crack a smile here in Game 4 of the TIA Grand Finals. OG making a stand, now leading 9K advantage in net worth. LD able to join us.
I don't believe they actually have any 4-stabs on the side of LG. That's generally how you deal with a Scythe of Ice, and I think they can get a Scythe of Ice on the core, get a blink call, and that hero is likely dead without buyback at this point. So OG, I would say, definitely favored at this point of the game, especially with PL having buyback. LGD, they have a couple minutes to think about what they want to do before this next rotation.
Yeah, they can't be totally reliant on FY just getting these perfect snowball saves, or even like I saw in the last fight too when it was down bottom, he even tried like Walrus kicking the IO away from when he was tethered from somebody else. They need to find some other ways to be able to save, in particular that Brewmaster, who is just time and time again is the most important hero, it does seem, for LGD.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they do with their...
TNC Predators turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
For our second series of the day, it's going to be between TNC Predator and Boom Esports. It is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, you look like you're concentrating on something very hard, sir. What's going on?
I'm just wondering how this one will go. TNC, they've had a bit of an up and down start. The past few months haven't been great. It's kind of keeping up with what happened in Birmingham for them. It wasn't the best showing for TNC. Boom isn't any easier than a Droid. Although, to be fair, TNC did beat them out in a different league before. They did manage to get that 2-0. So perhaps TNC can do that again. I think Boom should know what's coming up. It looked like in that series, the key was Gabby's Ricky. That was the constant pick among those two games. We'll see whether or not TNC will be allowed to pick that up. Of course, you have to consider the fact that they're subbing in Febby right now. It looks like Tim's had to kind of be out for this game, so we'll see if that really affects TNC too much.
Well, that could be problematic. Tim's, I dare say Tim's, it's that one player that really starts the fights for TNC, right? Like, KP isn't necessarily the guy that initiates, even though he is the +3 player. He's more the kind of guy that makes the team fights very chaotic. But it's really Tim's that's the one that really gets that first shot in to the other team to allow TNC to rush in and start the team fight. So I haven't seen Febby play in a long time, personally.
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect from Febby. I'm sure he's very active in the scene, of course, but we'll find out very, very soon. This is going to be a completely different kind of TNC we're going to watch. Game up against Boom Esports. You were mentioning to me, however, you had some interesting stats about TNC versus Boom. Now, you did say that their last matchup, TNC 2-0'd Boom.
Yeah,
But what
that was the
stats you had?
Beyond that matchup, TNC has not beat Boom this year. So they've only won that one series. And that's 3 other series where Boom just went 2-0 for the most part. So Boom still has a historic advantage in that sense. It looks like they have had TNC's number the past year. And again, we'll see whether or not TNC's allowed to go back to that Gabby Ricky. That was the key for them. Although it does look like Boom is shaking up their draft a bit. The Beastmaster is something we've seen them run on FBZ quite a fair bit, but the Mirana is not something we've seen Boom usually dip into. So they picked that up for themselves. they should have a stable way of finding EXP for that hero. And of course, they've got some great timings for aggression. Once you have that Moonlight Shadow, you can just go around the map trying to look for a pickoff.
I mean, the Mirana is very, very strong in this current meta. I'm sure Boom are going to be able to play that to quite a success. TNC, they did start off with the Earthshaker pick. Generally speaking, that would be the team's hero, but I suppose Febby's going to be the pos 4 here? We don't even know what position he's going to play.
I think it's likely he's going to be 4. I believe that was the position he played when he was in Genesis, right? Like when we were casting Genesis, he was on that pos 4 role.
Right.
So it's probably Febby Shaker. We do see the NP coming out here as well. So there's some flexibility now. I think it's still kind of open whether or not you want the Shaker or the NP to kind of be the one running around, although we have seen a tendency for the Nature's Prophet on the offlane.
Right.
So we'll see just how much they can get from KP in that case. It's one of those offlaners we see often, right? You just have great push potential, you've got great presence on the map for rotations, and that can play against the aggression Boom wants. So there are certain things now kind of lining up for TNC. We'll see how much more they build up with this draft. It's not the strongest opening in my opinion.
Yeah, I've got to be frank as well. When I think of Nature's Prophet, I don't necessarily think of KP straight away. He does play the hero, it's just not one of his signature heroes. It's not one of the heroes you see him on very often. Which does really make me feel like it may be the March pos 5 Prophet. I don't know if that really suits the meta though right now. You know, every other time we do see the Prophet, it is in the pos 3, or even the pos 1 at some points. But then again, it's also not a very Gabby-like hero, so more than likely going to be pos 3 or pos 5. Boom Esports, they will happily respond with the Winter Wyvern now. Not really much reason for the Wyvern, I would say, John. I suppose you've got some nice D push there with the Spinner Blast, and Winter's Curse is always pretty darn good. However, will not hesitate. They will go into the Grimstroke, and now we know that that will definitely be an offlane Prophet.
Yeah, so it's the core Prophet, which, again, you mentioned it, but it's not exactly the most KP disruptive hero, but we've seen a lot of teams favor that. We'll see how much they can maximize. I think with the Grimstroke, though, you are building up a little bit more in that presence. We've seen a lot of plays with, say, running a Treant up with the Inkswell, and that is pretty annoying to deal with. So you've got that option now from TNC. Boom with the Winter Wyvern, I think, is still pretty solid, even though you don't have the best of like heroes to punish for that. It just gives Boom a lot of early aggression that we have seen them favor. Like, Boom Esports just loves running at you, loves forcing fights. Great laning presence with a Winter Wyvern, you've got great team fight. The only issue is, say, something like easy stuns coming out, there aren't much. You're depending on 2 ults and an arrow, and that is something TNC can kind of abuse there.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Like, unless this Mirana plays like an absolute god, they are going to have to really rely on that roar from the Beastmaster and the curse from that Wyvern. Of course, there used to be that build with Mirana a couple months ago, I think it was, where you just built straight into the Yule Scepter.
Ooh.
And Boom Esports now, into the Wraith King. I know what you're thinking, John. He better have the answer. It better be a Skeleton King we're going to see.
Oh, yeah.
But TNC Predator goes straight into the PA, so not bothering with that pos 1 Ricky. Is it a good PA game, though?
A good PA game? You pick it into Winter Wyvern. I don't think that's ever going to be good. It's always going to be a lot more difficult for the targets you jump. You have to worry about the Cold Embrace blocking your damage. You have to worry about the Winter's Curse. And PA up against Wraith King, it's not the best in terms of burning early mana. So there is a way for the Wraith King to kind of leverage that. TNC builds, right? Like, we've seen Gabby opt for Battle Furies a lot. I think this is a game for it. This is not too bad. You're going to be clearing out Skeletons. You're clearing out Beastmaster summons. There is value in a slower PA game. You will just be giving time for the Wraith King to build up, though, if you go that route. Like, you don't tend to see a Battle Fury Wraith King for the most part. The slower build is like a Radiance, which is more of a fighting build anyway. So regardless of what Boom decides to go for, they will be online a bit faster in that Wraith King than you'd expect the PA to be.
And it's going to be a question as well of what kind of build the PA goes into, right? 'Cause do you really want the Battle Fury this game? We've seen Gabby do it though, that's the thing. Like last time we saw TNC play PA, I believe we comment, wait a minute, Tide Hunter's picked up. I don't see a mid lane here. So it's either a Tide off lane or a Tide mid. It could be a PA mid or a PA pos 1. And so who's off lane here? Like it must be the Tide Hunter, right?
Yeah,
It could be a mid Tide, but for what reason? We don't even know who's mid for Boom Esports here.
yeah, I don't think it's great down mid. Then Boom closes out with Necrophos as well. So there's a lot here to deal with at PA. I think just yes, DreamOCell has it. Yeah, he doesn't disappoint, but okay, so it's KP on the Tide. It's NP mid isn't too bad. Like that's something we've seen before. Well, rarely, very, very rarely before, but it can kind of work. I don't know how much value you're getting from it though, up against a Necrophos. Like Mikoto should just have free last hits there. There's really not much you can do.
So mid Prophet. That's a new one. We've seen plenty of off-lane Prophet, plenty of safe-lane Prophet, plenty of support Prophet. I have not seen the mid Prophet yet. How much it's going to do for Armel, I'm very intrigued. I haven't had the pleasure of seeing Armel on this hero. Febby will indeed be playing the pos for Earthshaker, so fair enough. He just directly swaps out with Tim's.
Yeah, it's...
I've got to go ahead and say on a whim, I think Boom Esports draft is much better. But then again, I'm saying that without really knowing what the strategy here is for TNC. I don't know what they're up to. It just seems very all over the place. Now, mind you, it's a very early style lineup, and they can fight very early into Boom Esports. So coming from that series where they were up against Adroit, where Adroit was just running at them constantly, at least this time they are going to be able to fight back, right? They won't have to wait too long to have those big ultis up. They have a Prophet who can TP constantly. They have a Tide Hunter Ravage. It's always going to be good. But whether it's going to work up against Boom Esports, that's a whole different question entirely.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue I have with this faster draft coming out from PNC is that, yeah, they've got earlier ults, but there's a cooldown on Ravage. There's a cooldown on Echo Slam. Those are pretty long. And how can you beat the one true Skeleton King, Mike? You can't.
You can't. Can't do it. And here we are. We're going to harvest some tributes, sir. Right? It's a professional game, but we're still harvesting some souls. Well, see, DreamOCell, he wants all those heroes, apparently. I don't know how this harvesting thing works, John. I haven't got this Arcana, because, you know, I'm broke, unlike you, apparently. But it seems as though he needs all the heroes. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, I think you need 100 unique heroes to kill, so that's basically the majority. It's not going to be an easy time for DreamOCell. Like we were talking about TNC's draft having holds. You are still running a Wraith King up against a Tide. That is something KP can really leverage. And
just say Wraith King. I don't. Right.
It's a Skeleton King. Right, of course. This title on the portrait's just wrong. You know,
it is.
It's just wrong.
It's unplayable, Valve. You got to change this. This is very incorrect.
Oh boy.
So anyway, you were saying the Skeleton King up against KP.
Yeah, it's you know, the Tide can just really slow down that pace. Kezcute will have to really provide a strong distraction here. Once you have level 3 in KP, it gets a little bit tougher for DreamOCell to find that free farm he would like.
KP's already going to take a bit of harass here, but we'll actually lose half his HP out of that, surprisingly enough, just from that Arctic burn. I believe that was a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties, and it was. Boom managed to find both bottom bounty runes. But yeah, I do agree, it should be somewhat of a struggle here for the Skeleton King to find some farm up against KP's Tide. How much of a struggle though is a different story entirely, and I love the fact that Peppy goes for the double block. That's not something you see so often. You usually see only one Fisher block on that creep wave, but going to the double block like that is going to give KP a really good start.
Yeah, and that's really going to be important for TNC. They need KP to be in a position to slow down Dream Assault's farm. We've seen Wraith Kings play from behind. It's not the best. Like, their jungle farm is alright, but you do start to lose the push potency when you have to use those skeletons to clear out camps instead.
At least you do have that option though. Like Dreamer Soul, even if he does have this bad lane matchup, will always have that secondary source of income. But look at KP being so aggressive right now. Nice Fisher out from Febby, but it won't quite block Dreamer Soul in. Had it done so, that may have actually been a kill for KP. Dreamer Soul will at least get his salve off and be perfectly fine. But Dreamer Soul will have to be very wary, even of the Gush. That minus armor and slow is quite detrimental to this hero.
Yeah, it's really just not the easiest time. I think if you compare that to our PA down bot, you are seeing a little bit more coming out in the FBZ.
Yeah, he might be dead right now. You have that Blink Inkswell combination. FBZ does die. March the one to take the kill on the Grimstroke. But it's a decent start here for TNC, and that's really one thing we didn't really mention in that draft stage, John. Last game you had an Earth Shock into an Inkswell. This time you have a Blink Strike into an Inkswell.
Yeah, it's still plenty potent. It comes online really strong in the lane, and FBZ, even if he's on this Beastmaster, which can win out, I don't think it's going to be very easy with the presence of that Grimstroke. There's only so much you can expect from Hyde to pull that pressure off, and it's not going to be that easy here.
Look at that mid lane as well. It's the one lane we haven't really talked about at all yet. It's Armor versus Mikoto, Necrophos versus Nature's Prophet, which I'd see the day. I'd see these two heroes in the mid lane, but here we are. As you can imagine, John, they're just hitting creeps. It's really all you can do. So neither one really going to be affected by the other up until maybe the level 6 mark, where you will have that Reaper Cypher. But up until that point, it's almost guaranteed neither of these heroes will die.
No, definitely not. They're not going to be looking to play it too aggressively. I think the one advantage Armel has is that he could perhaps dip into his camps easier, so he can accelerate his farm just a bit more, and you can control the waves with those treants. Whereas Mikado, he's going to have to spam the Death Pulse if he wants to clear out the wave, which...
Trouble. Inkswell does connect Gabby right behind him with another dagger to the back. FBZ trying to run away, but he's running out of regen, and he is going to die once again to Gabby. Still Hyde, going to try and get the trade here onto March, but he has to be careful to die himself. Gabby throws out another dagger with the Blink Strike. March has the Stroke of Fate. Hyde trying to leap away, but that is his last leap charge, and Gabby, he could keep chasing for this. It may be a double, and it will be. Gabby on the PA just being relentless, and Hyde just tunnel visioning on trying to get that trying to get that Grimstroke kill. Eventually does find it because March does deny himself off to the tower, but that is not great news for Boom.
It definitely isn't. It's a really, really hard lane for Boom and the bot. FBZ is not slowing down, not really putting a dent in Gabby's farm, and this should give our PA a bit of a faster start. We don't quite know yet what Gabby's going for. He still just has the phase boots queued up, so it could still be a Battle Fury game, and as long as the timing's good, I don't think it's too bad. Like, you get some decent wave clear and just a lot more farming time. The Wraith King at some point does taper off, so the PA should be able to take advantage of that, as long as you don't lose your towers too fast.
Top lane, Kescute could be in trouble, though Febby doesn't go for the Fisher. Of course, Kescute has the Arctic Burn, so he'll always just be able to fly over the Fisher. But Febby will be allowed to go ahead and take both top bounty runes. Hyde will do the exact same thing down at the bot lane. These static lanes will remain very static. Apart from that bot lane, of course, where there was some action going on. But it looks like Hyde wants to change that a bit. He's gone into the mid lane now. Of course, if you land a nice arrow, you definitely have that kill potential. Not to mention as well, we are going to see the level 6 just come up on Makoto, so Hyde has his perfect timing right now. He's gone for that nice tree line where you won't really see the arrow to the last second. Armel will take it right to the face, and with that, that is a guaranteed kill. Perfectly played from Hyde.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, they pretty good punishment out in mid. I think this is going to just put a bit of a dent in our Melt's initial farm. They do drag Febby out, so this is freeing up some space up top. I'm sure Dreamocell will appreciate a little bit more breathing room to find his farm.
Febby's in the mid lane as well, but it's... Eventually, Mel will have to make his way back in. Febby will just leave the lane altogether. And again, I'm kind of just wondering where this mid Prophet's going to go. Like, what's the intention here? Are we looking for fast levels to get the treants up, to start making pushes happen? Is he rushing a Desolator? What do you think the game plan is for Armel?
I think the best way to go about it is to get the Desolator here in this game so that your PA can bypass that. If you are going to go for that greedier sort of Battle Fury build, if your NP has it, you don't need it. You can start farming for other items. Maybe you go for a Diffusal in this case. Maybe you go for a Manta to dodge stuns in this case for the PA. Because once you're pinned down by the Raid King stun, it can be a bit devastating. So there are a few more options for Gabby if they go with a physical NP in this case. Although it looks like Armel is saving up for the Blade Mail. We see a lot of mid-cores go for, just for the stats for now.
That's fair enough. It's very, very standard to go for the Blade Mail right now. It's just such a great item to have in that mid lane. It's fairly standard on the next Prophet to pick up that item anyway. Mel, go pick up the shovel, sir. Can't leave that alone. Bot lane, Hyde, trying to be disruptive here up against March and Gabby. Does now hit that level 4 mark on Mirana, and FBZ making his way in. He does have that level 6. You definitely always want to just try and get an immediate roar off if you can, if you are playing the Beastmaster. Even if it is just on March, you just want to have to commit it and get a kill. But he doesn't really find the opportunity, and he will just go back into the lane. That means Hyde's going to roam back into the mid lane now. Thing is, Armel isn't around, but we do have a TP coming in from Febby. So you could go ahead and secure an easy Earthshaker kill if you so wish. Febby going to be a bit disruptive here with Hyde. The photo won't even bother. And while all that's been happening, up at the top lane, they do manage to take the tier 1 tower as Armel gets the rotation. Arrow does connect, and Reaper Scythe will finish off the kill on Febby.
Yeah, it's a great trade for Boom. Giving up that top tier 1 for the mid tier 1 is most certainly a win. The kill on top of that is a nice bonus as well. Does start to give a bit of control for TNC up top. You can see KP going deep into the jungle. They've got some nice wards out as well. So
run away. Shouldn't have lived through that. There was an arrow out by Hyde, but it just completely missed. And March, surprisingly enough, will walk away.
Yeah, just a bit of a missed opportunity. Not the easiest time to burst when Reaper's sight is down. So you are down a piece of control, though. I suppose now that FBZ's around, you should have the hold to really clean up some heroes if you find them.
He's still looking for that roar attempt. He's chasing down March. Gabby will show himself now. The blur will wear off. Makoto's going to be there as well. They don't have Reapers, but they should have enough damage. But no, they don't. Maybe get the fish up. There's a Ravage from KP into the Ingswell on Makoto. He's in big, big trouble. He will end up going down. Now FBZ, does he get out? He does. They didn't have any stuns off cooldown to cancel that TP off. But you found a huge pickup on that Necrophos. And TNC looking much better than their previous series.
Yeah, it's a lot more activity on the map for them. They are finding some key pickoffs. The one hero they really haven't punished is Dreamocell. So you are looking at a fairly free-farmed Raid King, but you could argue the same with Gabby. He's just been left to farm up. Again, he is going for that Battle Fury build in this case. So there is going to be a lot more farming for him, but I don't think it's a massive issue. Again, Boom's draft is the one that wants to play a bit faster. So TNC, they could probably just be perfectly fine taking it slow.
Curse going to be there on Gabby into the arrow, of course, a very old combination to have. with that, the Star 4 out from high, but Gabby is actually tankier than you'd expect.
Oh.
He turns around now, Kensky with the Soul Bind on top of him, will end up dying. March gets the kill with the Ink Swell. I mean, you'd expect they'd be able to find that kill with the Wyvern Marauder, but even that arrow, just not going to be enough.
No. They didn't quite stagger that out perfectly, so the damage from the arrow didn't go through. And they really just didn't wait for the curse to almost go off before committing in. That does cost them. The two supports aren't enough to clean up. You're going to need a core there as well, though their mid tower is melting fairly quick.
It is. Oh no, this is what he's good at. Stun gonna fly out. Deny attempt, not gonna be there. Dream Assault, if you want to keep fighting. He doesn't have Reincarnate skilled up right now. So it may not be the time for Dream Assault to get involved. And he is still trying to just farm towards that Radiance build on the Skeleton King. And with that, TNC understanding this Radiance is being built, will start taking over that dire side jungle.
Yeah, they've got the wards, they've got the map control. They would have loved the gold, but Dream Assault somehow managed to find that tonight. Easy transition to top, though.
Well, bot lane, however, Febby ends up dying, but it won't matter if you find that top tier 2 tower. Problem is, Makoto does TP in on the Necrophos, and that'll stop any form of push happening. Does have the Reaper Scythe up as well, so you have to be very careful about going into that Necrophos for a team fight. Except they will rotate. KP now just going to farm up the mid lane. This is all just a patience game for Boom. They understand they can't actually fight without that Radiance on the Skeleton King. And Dream Assault, slowly but surely, is getting to that Sacred Relic soon.
Yeah, it's almost there. And that should be up before the Battle Fury of Gabby. So there's going to be a big window for Boom to have a bit of an advantage. They're just taking it slow, split pushing where they can. FBC doesn't quite have enough farming.
Well, Ravage has to be committed. Definitely worthwhile for that Beastmaster kill. The Inksword just was not going to stun him in time to cancel the TP. Quick thinking though from FBC, understanding with that TP he could at least force out a Ravage before he dies.
Yeah, it's again a bit of a down period for TNC when they expend that spell. Gonna be 2 minutes at least until you see a big engagement, and that just gives free time for Dream Assault to continue to work towards that Radiance.
That might be the idea though from TNC, right? Like, we know that Dream Assault's not going to want to fight right now. In fact, most of Boom aren't willing to fight at the moment, so just commit the Ravage because we're not going to need it anyway. I don't think they mind about that cooldown. Not for that one anyway.
Nah. It's still... You take any kill, it's still a core you're finishing off, and FBZ has been slowed down by a substantial factor. He's still saving up for his first Necronomicon. It's not the fastest pace we've seen coming out from a Beastmaster, so the potency of the push is not quite there yet. It's going to take a while for them to further pressure those tier 2s.
Boom are just going to continue to take their time. Here's the Radiance recipe now on Dream Assault. Of course, it's not like the farming's over after that, but you can at least get involved. But we do see Moonlight Shadow coming out. FBZ does have the Roar available here. Makoto is going to be right behind him, and even the Mirana just going to take the outpost while they're there. But March understands there's more than one hero around, and he will just back out of that bot lane. And it looks like they are going to make a chase up the top lane, where Kescu is just going to be able to TP out on the Wyvern.
Yeah, it's again.
They're desperately trying to push right now, but it's just not really. There's not really many openings.
Yeah, it's just a slow game from both sides. Again, you've got just a lot of heroes that need farm from Boom. Same thing going on with TNC. It is going to be the BKB right after that Battle of Fury for Gabby. Just wants to finish the Fury and jump in, take control in the fights. Once you have that BKB up, you only need to worry about FBZ. And that is still a bit of an issue, but if they can blow him up first, then it's an easy cleanup for that PA.
Yeah, I think he's just confident. Even with the Roar, it just may not be enough. bot lane, speaking of that war, it will be committed just for the kill off the march, and they do eventually find it. Took a bit longer than they would have hoped for sure, but a kill is a kill, and now it's on to that bottom tier 2 tower, but their top tier 2 is being pushed in by Armel. And this is the real strength of TNC's draft. But here's the Winter's Curse coming in. Arrow to follow up straight onto KP. In fact, no, it ended up hitting Febby. They do kill off Kescute in return though, but it looks like TNC are no longer interested in continuing this team fight. You do still have the Ravage. If you want to turn around, TNC would rather hold it for now. And, in all fairness, with Gabby having the Battle Fury, of course he just wants to keep farming. He doesn't want to fight until he has that BKB on. But you do have a Radiance now on Dreamer Soul.
Yeah, this is the point where the Wraith King's presence can't really be ignored. He's just going to constantly burn you down throughout his 2 lives, and there's really nothing from TNC to drain that mana away. So even without that level 20 talent, Dreamo Cell should be guaranteed 2 lives every single engagement. And of course, the moment he starts showing up in lane, he can start to commit the skeletons to a tower. So there can be a push that can come out from Boom.
Now he's just going to keep farming up to try and get that Silver Edge. With that Radiance, you do escalate the farm quite a lot in this raid.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's
While TNC, still with that Ravage, still with the Echo, will smoke up. A lot to run down to that bot lane and trying to take that big team fight right now, but Makoto gonna break the smoke there on Febby. KB meanwhile just running up to the top lane. So instead of taking a big team fight, they want to try and get that tier 2 trade. Only thing is, Luba's already found that tier 2 bot tower, and Armel is still trying to work on the top tier 2. And boom, Moonlight Shadow Pop trying to fight the mid lane now. They know where Febby is, he's right underneath an Observer Ward. A roar will come out, followed up by an easy arrow, and that's going to be a guaranteed kill onto Febby. They still haven't found that tier 2 tower at the top lane. They're still trying to get there. Kescute has been delaying things as best as possible, and now with the Winter's Curse he can set up here onto Armel. He's holding out for now. Orchid is there on Armel, so he'll delay things quite a bit. FBZ doesn't have the roar. They'll set it for KP, however. Arrow is going to be there. Crash and Chill, however, will purge the arrow off, but it will not purge Reaper Scythe off, and an immediate smoke straight after.
Yeah, I like the aggression coming out from Boom. They know they've got a slight advantage. They've got the time now without the Tide and the Ravage. They just go straight to the Roche Pit.
It's not going to take them very long to do it either. A very, very fast process. I imagine we'll probably just go to the Skeleton King again. Yeah, Dream Assault, 3 lives to him.
Yeah, just perfect. It gets a bit hard to deal with the Wraith King. I think at this point, TNC will have to try to ignore him, but you can't ignore Skeleton King, who does have the Radiance. Like, you're just going to be burned down. It's always going to be an issue.
Look at the shame as well, Febby still working towards that Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. So he's got the Philosopher's Stone to speed things up a little bit. We are approaching that 20-minute mark now. He definitely wants that up ASAP. It's almost like they're buying him space at the moment to just try and farm that up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gabby could be in trouble here. Currently stalked, and Hawk will scout him out farming those Ancients. Arrow, gonna be perfect. It does connect straight after the Ancients go down, but you don't have the backup there behind. So you can't really make the jump in, and Makolo had Reaper Scythe in 5 seconds, but the timing didn't quite align.
It's a bit of a shame. Would have been a nice kill to find before Gabby finishes up the BKB, which I do believe he will have up and running soon. So the PA has a lot more presence in these fights. Should be able to stand there and just get all the damage out as long as FBZ doesn't get the roar off. So TNC is starting to shape up into fighting form. KP.
jumped on by those units of FBZ. He's still a very, very tanky target.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, they won't quite make the jump. There's that BKB you talked about. Gabby does now have it up, and I imagine TNC will probably go for a smoke now. They also have Febby with the blink. In fact, mid lane, this couldn't be a more perfect moment for TNC if they kept going on Boom, but they don't. Dreamersault backs up at the right time. They actually were waiting as well for the Beastmaster blink, and now FBZ has that on.
Yeah, you've got all the initiation from both sides now. Can be rather shocking. I think it's on TNC to get the better jump. They've got all the wide AoE spells, they've got the slam, and Ravage. It's much more important for them to land that on a wide area than it is for Boom.
They smoked up, and the Moonlight Shadow is also going to be there. Going to go into that Radiant side triangle, but TNC did spot out the Moonlight. Dream Assault underneath the Sentry Wood right now as well. Gabby is, you know, he's blurred up, but they know exactly where he is. Love to make the jump. There's so many abilities you're going to be worried about here for TNC. Arrow connecting on KP. Again, Cracker Chill will save, but leaves the side down. Now the Ravage does connect on all four heroes in the mid lane. They jump into Febby. He got more as he blinked in, so he got no echo off. Now Dreamersault just going to turn around. He'll lose one life. Gabby's going to go for the fight. Soulbind is there on the 2. He's trying to burst down that Beastmaster, but a great cold embrace from Kenscute, and now Dreamersault rushes onto the PA. And Dreamersault does harvest March's soul. And boom. Oh, John, it would have been such a big echo. In fact, he didn't even have echo. Why'd he blink in?
Just to break up the fight, perhaps? Scared him off? It doesn't pay off, and you do find Dreamersault. It's just that's just his reincarnation, so the Aegis is still up and running. If this lasts long enough, he might end up with 3 lives once more, but Boom do pull back. They don't want to push their luck.
Well, nice block though. Febby will get a great fish around. Mikoto is blocked up in there, or maybe not. He found a little gap. KP gonna be helpful. Arrow connects as well. Gabby jumping in, but not quite finding the target he wants. Mikoto. And we'll just walk out of there. You do have Raw back up in about 5 seconds. Boom. They're going to continue posturing around this mid lane. Seemingly not much to be afraid about here for Boom, but eventually they do decide we'll just back off now. No need to force anything.
Yeah, it's they've got the, I believe, Silver Edge up in Dreamersault, so they've got a way to break through the PA. Although they do lose the Aegis, it does expire. Gonna have to be slightly careful there.
Going to be out. They have caught out Armel and the Prophet. That's a big issue here for Armel. Going down, Sprout is there with the TP, but they have the axes. And you know, John, this mid Prophet, it's not working out great.
No, it's really not. And with this kind of build, he does have some pickoff. Oh,
lane. They found that is Mikoto, but he just heals up all the way to full HP with Ghost Route. He has the Reaper's Sight. Gabby trying to BKB and get out of there. Dreamersault right behind him. TP is out, but there's the curse from Kenscute just perfect. And they taunt in front of him.
Oh man.
Reaper's Sight. Still nice fish from Febby. That actually blocks him in. Gabby can't blink out of there. Oh no.
Oh boy.
And that is another harvest for Dreamersault. Dreamersault is dancing his way to the top creep wave.
This is just not going great for TNC. Febby had to pop his slam there earlier on Mikado, and they don't even find that kill. So they don't have the Echo Slam. They do have the Ravage. Not the time for TNC to try to find fights. They need to pull back, farm up a bit more. If Boom is going to force a tower out, like this tier 2 top, even if it's the last outer tower, without that slam, I don't know if you have enough damage to burn through 2 lives of Dreamersault.
Yeah, it's looking quite doubtful. I mean, he hasn't gone for any kind of tanky build right now on that Wraith King, but he is slowly going to start working towards the AC. Fairly standard stuff for the Wraith King. We'll just pressure that top tier 2 tower. I just don't see them doing anything about it. He's literally just going to take it for free. No contention.
They're just trying to push out the bot lane. You see Armel again doing nature prophet things, but they've got the TPs in. They actually want to fight this.
You've got Reaper Scythe on cooldown right now, so Makoto won't have it for another 30 seconds. Hyde trying to get in there onto KP. Febby right by his side, but doesn't have Echo. They definitely don't really want to fight on the side of TNC right now, but a curse will come out. It's Kesku again with the media hammer to stun him up. Now the follow-up arrow. KP falling low. Nobody jumping in to help, but that's a great three-man Fisher. Still with no Echo. You can't turn this one around. KP will not expend the Ravage just for this. He will die with it. And Makoto is waiting for his Reaper Scythe. And there it is.
Oh man. Yeah, it's not looking great still for TNC. They're bleeding out heroes one by one. They haven't been really able to pressure too many towers as well. Like Armel split pushing fine. It's not translating to any real objectives, and Dream itself just goes up to the tier 3s by himself.
Why not? How do you kill him? He's just way too difficult to deal with right now. He's got that Hyperstone as well, so he's attacking very, very quickly. Disher up from Febby, not really going to help the cause too much. They will just lose their mid-barracks. I guess at least Gabby finds the dominant creep from FBZ, but now Silver Edge forcing out the BKB. Ooh. I love that from Dreamercell. Like, he knows his job's done in the mid lane, but he just goes in, forces a BKB charge out of Gabby, and now with that BKB on cooldown, you go for a bot lane. They can't fight.
Yeah, you still have Reincarnation up. You got basically everything you want in terms of control up and running, although they will punish KP. Or not.
Yeah, he's been caught out. He's trying his best to try and make sure his team doesn't have to try and defend high ground again. Hyde will go ahead and take that kill for himself. It's the only play he had. You can't really do much else. You were going to lose that bot racks as well had he not pushed out the top lane. It's just unfortunate he does get killed off in the process.
Yeah, there's really not much he can do to escape. He doesn't build anything like the Shadow Blade. So once he's caught, he's caught.
Okay, so March has got an idea. What if I make an ink portrait of the Skeleton King? Maybe that'll work. If we don't have a carry strong enough, we'll just take their carry.
I guess that works. We'll see how effective that is, really. We have seen this item pickup every now and again in the Grimstroke. So you'd better hope that Dreamocell hurts himself more than he would other people.
You know what though? There are better options even apart from that Skeleton King. Like even just taking the Necrophos, you do get the Heartstopper aura. So you can just have that going. Even the Beastmaster, you can still get the aura, but Dreamocell getting jumped on. There's a big stun with that Inkswell. Gabby jumps in, takes down one life from Dreamocell. He'll come back. Now a huge ravage out from KP. The echo there from Febby. They do blow up Dreamocell and Kescute on the Wyvern. He'll go down. Now Makoto trapped between a rock and a hard place. He'll go down as well. To Febby on the Earthshaker as well. Hyde, he does manage to get out of there on the Mirana, or does he? Febby. Very, very close, but no cigar. Still a great team fight for TNC, and now they can go and try and clean up a Roshan.
Yeah, it's going to be straightforward for TNC. Biggest issue for Boom was the fact that they could not get the Winter's Curse off. That just ruined their entire counter fight, and TNC now gonna have that Aegis and Cheese. Makes it a bit more complicated for Boom to try to close this game out.
That it does. Gabby, the one with the 2 lives now, so both cores, or both claws ones, can survive twice. Starting to get to that point where Gabby is hitting very, very hard. I thought he might try to finish off the Abyssal Blade first, but it looks like he is going to try and just get the Satanic up first. Which I can't blame him for, because the Satanic does have so much more turn potential. Kescute doesn't see Gabby in that blur and just gets destroyed. No ink swirl necessary.
Yeah, again, a lot of Boom's initiation now is going to have to rely on the Winter's Curse. They don't have wide AoE spells. It's all single target, except for the Winter's Curse. They need to either find a pickoff with a roar, or have TNC in a bad spot and have them kill off themselves.
Nice orchid there onto the Mirana high. He's just stuck, but he does leap away. That's a support Mirana, unless... No crit.
Ooh.
That's concerning though, right? It's a support Mirana, you have 3 heroes, you have the orchid, it just doesn't end up being enough. You could make the argument that Crimson Guard does really save the day for that Mirana, as it blocks out so much damage from Gabby. Now Dream Missile, gonna run up, sees KB, does use the Silver Edge on the Tide Hunter. No Kraken Shell now. With that arrow, they do secure a very easy call. Another harvest there. March gonna be in trouble as well, getting jumped on. He will be able to get out. Gabby, however, who's he going on? FBZ will be able to clear up the Aegis. There is an ink portrait of the Skeleton King, but doesn't do much. And now the arrow onto Gabby with the Reaper sign. Send him to the graveyard. And long respawn timer on the PA gun. He's gonna have to buy back surely.
Yeah, it's a great set of pickoffs for Boom. They find the Aegis carrier. You're not gonna have to deal with that second life anymore. They clean up the Tide. There are still things to worry about into the high ground. They still have the Echo Slam. They still have the Ravage when the Tide's back up. So Boom has to be careful with their spacing. They cannot allow themselves to be jumped like they were last time.
No, they cannot. They may not have many options though. See, do they expect the buyback? KP is going to try and delay things. Sign out from Dream Cell now, which is Curse. Is going to be the Remarch, but there's the Ravage. It does connect onto 4 heroes. Still it does nothing. There's no real follow-up to it. Kescu is going to fall low, but they can't really finish the job. And now the arrow. Oh, he does connect onto Armel. A great fish of no!
The
Link was cancelled. The Radiance from Dreamer Cell. Now KP's going to die. Oh, baby, he jumps in, but it's too late. Oh, he's gonna die for his sins. So he can try and make a mistake here on Mikoto, but he's gone. Soul Line is there. Gabby, he does come back with a buyback. They all buy back. Gabby will get Mikoto and now should be able to find the Skeleton King. They do dodge out that arrow. That's his first line. And they will find the second as well. But that cost them 4 buybacks. That one kill or 2 kills on the Necrophos and Skeleton King at the end. It's a real shame when that happens.
Yeah, it's something that can slip your mind, you know, in the middle of it, and it's going to be a bit harder for TNC to commit to a lot more now. They don't have the leeway of having buybacks, so when they go for these objectives, it's kind of an all-in. Looks like they will want to pressure the tier 2 mid. They should be able to take it, as you don't really have much from Boom to defend, so they can find this objective at least.
They get a tier 2 tower, that's great and all, but you'd hope for a bit more out of that.
That's the best you can get though. Like, the respawns aren't too long. You've also got FBZ, who was trying to cut that pre-play, which wouldn't have lasted long anyway in March.
You get roared up, those Beastmaster creeps. Get hard, but they'll clear him out. Gabby will take the rest. FBZ does get his way out of there. You don't mind really committing the roar at this stage of the game either. Like, the cooldown really isn't that long.
Nah. It's worthwhile just to stall out TNC, and you've got everyone from Boom's side respawning now. They don't quite have buybacks. In fact, there are no buybacks in map beyond our Melts NP. So perhaps work on farming that up, at least on Dreamosol, before they end up committing anything big, although they are smoked up.
They have the low ground. BZ gonna send a Hawk up, does get broken here from KB. Gets the ensnare off. Arrow, probably not gonna land. Now I'm gonna posture around that Roshan pit for a little bit here, Boom Esports, but there is no Roshan for quite a while. You could have tried for Armel down at the bot lane, but he is out of there now. And on the bright side, all this time that has been made does allow Dream Assault to buy out his full BKB now. And it's going to be a 10-second charge on that BKB, with 36 minutes into the game.
Oh.
Really game-changing at all. Gabby can't afford to get hit like this. Nice fish around though from Febby. Just locked them out. That Ink Portrait though, look how much damage it's doing. It's critting for over 1k right now. That Ink Portrait is scarier than the actual hero. And eventually it will die. It does take a substantial amount of damage. Boom will have to find another way into this team fight.
Yeah, it's you are seeing TNC farm up fairly well as well. They've turned that advantage just a bit lower to 4 to 5k. Although Gabby again just being a bit forward.
They can afford to do this though, because you look at top lane and Armel is just split pushing again. Dream is still gonna TP up. He knows he needs to defend this, and now TNC would definitely be willing to take a team fight. Problem is they're constantly being scouted out by Hawks. Beastmaster doesn't exactly have the highest cooldown for those Hawks either. Have this permanent vision essentially from FBZ. Eventually Dream Assault, he's going to be able to work his way back down towards his team. For now, John, tier 4 items are to be found from both teams before you see anything else, I think.
Yeah, you might as well. Is that time, gives you a nice little boost. Have to say, Febby finding that relic would be nice. Does look like it's coming out in the courier, so a little bit more damage, a little bit more stun time coming out on Febby, and that's always useful to have.
Oh, it's great on Earthshaker. 25% debuff time. It's pretty darn nice. Smoke up here from Boom with the Moonlight. Gonna spot out KP. There is a sentry ward already down, so they can't really run too far forward, but Makoto now gonna Shansol. March gets cursed up. They want to get rid of that Grimstroke, but KP does grab the Ravage. Arrow does connect, however. The team fight does begin. Dream Assault, he uses his BKB here. Soulbine's gonna come out, but they don't really initiate all the way. Just weren't feeling quite comfortable about that one. And even though the Ravage was expended, they just want to try and reset and come back in. Maybe just wait out that BKB for Dream Assault before you try again.
Yeah, that was off the back of Febby having a good block with a Fissure. Just broke up the fight. They couldn't reach the Grimstroke before the illusion came out, and they were starting to clump up, so they did not want to get slammed. Just a lot of cautious play coming out from Boom.
The thing is, while all this is happening, Armel finds another tower. Just down at that bot lane, he finds his final tier 2 tower. Hyde will TP in to try and get that wave pushed down again. And now you have a side device up on Armel, and that's a big item to have. As well as that, even the blink on KP is available. We'll smoke up. BZ, be a nice target to go for. They haven't spotted him quite yet, and now the Moonlight Shadow is going to make it hard to find anyone. Hyde walking right by them. Gabby, get back to farming some Ancients. No vision on the side of TNC right now. Gonna run back into FBZ, he breaks the smoke, they're grouped up with his curve. Oh. It's going to be straight on top of that Grimstroke. It's a great opening, and now the triple smoke, the Meteor Hammer, the Reaper Sight as well. They just get blown up. Gabby, yeah, he just BKB TP's out. He's not bothering with this. KP may not be so lucky to know he is Hyde. Wasn't quick enough with the arrow.
Radiant's top tower.
But just 2 supports being removed from the game. No buybacks available on either.
Scanning.
Boom Esports, they have a great opening to go high ground again. Yeah, it is going to be a lot easier without that illusion coming out onto Dreamocell, so you don't have to deal with the Raid King up himself. This should allow them to at least clear out those bot racks, which have been exposed. They do have to worry about the Ravage. The Slam will be up when Febi's back as well, so there are some tools still available for TNC.
Sure. But are they going to have those tools in time? There's only one Rax left. No T2 tower defending that Rax. So it's an open Tier 3 here for Boom Esports to go after. TNC, they've got to fight. It looks like the Grimstrokes will have enough gold. KB blinks in, finds a 5-man Ravage, but Cabby can't actually burst anyone fast enough. The Ghost Scepters are enough. Now the Royal Cabby, he's in big trouble. They're trying to focus him down to the Satanic. Will help him survive. He gets 1 kill onto Dreamercell. Trying to go on Makoto. He'll go form up as well. Now the side to buy Dreamercell. He does end up dying. They also found FBZ. The curse is finally there, but it will not matter. They are going to find a third in the form of Makoto. All 3 cores will go down for Boom. And Bebby is still trying to find another. Mel TP's in a bit short. But they have a Roshan up. TNC will try to make a comeback with this Roshan.
Can't allow that to go if you're Boom. The Ravage is down, the Slam is down. This is a pretty good time to go in there. It's just that they can't. And now that's going to be a refresh shard up for TNC. Potentially double Ravage. And that's just, it's just going to give them so much more to play with, and Boom. They're losing a lot of ground. They've lost their gold advantage. It's just 3k now. They can push really fast with Armel's build.
That they will. Tier 3 tower going to go down. Still no buybacks being expended. There's Dreamercell. He will commit his. You're going to need more than that though. They aren't going to back off just for 1 skeleton king. Dreamercell, if you die right now, it's going to be a disaster for Boom Esports. He's going to come out. It doesn't hit on Gabby. He's in trouble, but Bishop does come in. Now that Ink Portrait again doing a lot of damage. That Cold Embrace is going to save the day for Dreamercell. But not for the mid-ramp, which is still going down. Another great arrow out from Hyde. Where did he go? He does just back off. You have Makoto up in 5 seconds. Mel, Winter's Curse, going to get caught out. Gabby's still around with that Aegis. He might just turn around here. Dagger's flying out with the Meteor Hammer. KG waiting for the first Ravage. Still 20 seconds away. He'll try onto the Mirana though. Roaring's there from FBZ. Just stopping Gabby through the BKB, but now he'll try again onto Hyde. Maybe just have to give up on that one though. Hyde is just not dying. All these daggers being thrown out, not really doing too much either. No crits. And Boom Esports do manage to at least hold on to that secondary Rats in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's getting tricky for Boom to get into these fights. Is finding the openings and starting to punish Boom's movement. Boom needs to land a really big Winter's Curse. This is the win condition. It's all about Kescute finding the targets, getting the chain stunts off. If not, you're looking at a Ravage, you're looking at an Echo Slam flying out, and Boom just gets squashed as 5. There's just no way for them to stop that from happening.
Well, the next team fight's going to be extremely hard for Boom. We can all agree on that. You already have the first Ravage up now for KP. That was the only reason I think that TNC did not take that fight in that mid lane just a minute ago. Because they had about 20 seconds left for the first Ravage, and you weren't going to refresh just for 1. So now TNC looking for a smoke. They will commit. Back down to that mid lane. You still have the Aegis, you still have the cheese. Of course, if they kill Dreamercell, he is gone. That'll be a dieback on him, and Dreamercell might show himself. Do it. Dangerous. He does actually break the smoke, so Dreamercell, perfect timing there. Still TNC should be more than happy to just keep going forward into a huge team fight, but it looks like they may opt to smoke again. And they actually do decide to back off.
It's a bit tricky for both sides. TNC, even if they're ahead.
Dude.
Oh.
They're like, they're gonna be there. Dreamersault baiting them in. Gabby comes in as well. They have Raw, but they won't commit yet. Dreamersault just stuns and runs away. Still Gabby looking for a target. KP waiting in the tree line, but Dreamersault wants to take that tide out first if he can. Nice fish shot, does catch out high. Now they jump in as courts again, back onto Dreamersault. They got that in portrait, and now the Ravage does come out. There's one. KP holding, doesn't throw the second one out again. Dreamersault is very low, does die for the first time. Fisher is there on the corner. Dreamersault does pop the BKB, but Gabby is not done. He keeps rushing forward, trying to get a kill onto Makoto. There's a curse out from Kensku onto that Tide Hunter. It's not going to do too much yet, but they're keeping him stunned up. Don't let him ravage again. They are still going after Makoto, however. Ghost Shroud will save him. Dreamersault, are you coming back into the team fight? Not quite yet. They're just waiting on the playground. Another big ravage. Makoto's still up there. Now Feppy jumps into the Echo. It doesn't do too much, but they do finally kill off Makoto. Baby is low, but it looks like Boom Esports are unwilling to chase for the kill. They do have a buyback available on Makoto if they so wish to try and turn. Dreamersault has Reincarnate back up. Gabby, Satanic committed, will go up back. Well, in fact, it wasn't committed, it was just his natural life steal. But now he probably will commit it as he has to jump in and heal himself up a little bit. Still, he's falling very, very low now. May have to commit the Aegis. Dreamersault also falling low. The Aegis does expire now. Gabby cannot afford to die. Dreamersault so close, but Armel gets a sprout off on the Skeleton King, not allowing that right click damage to come out. Still they chase Hyde. There with the sample. Connects the arrow as well. Gabby's in trouble. He will go down. He does have buyback gold. He'll be fine.
It happens a lot of time where TNC, they drag out that fight, they don't find the objectives. And boom, this gives them an opportunity to go back outside a map, shove out a lane. Maybe they just commit to the Divine on Dreamersault. He's got it queued up. If the fights last long enough, he's going to be alive anyway, multiple times. So there is value there. You worry about the damage output that the Dark Portrait can do, though. That is something Boom has to really be careful about if that Divine does come flying in.
I don't know about the Divine. I really don't. Like, you're going to give that Ink Portrait a Divine Rapier as well? It seems like a bad idea. But Dreamersault, he just wants to be able to burst people down. He feels like his DPS is not high enough as is. And in all fairness, once he does have the Divine, if he gets a crit, that is almost a guaranteed kill.
Top tower has fallen.
Pretty much on anybody on the map right now, apart from KP. We'll see Armel. He does go into the mid barracks with those treants, and a Divine has been bought out by the Skeleton King. Dreamersault brings it out on the Courier.
Oh, and double damage.
Oh boy. Oh, so auto attack's doing almost 1,000 damage now, without crit. How much he crits for? Still hit something. 2.6. Not bad, not bad. Pretty decent damage.
That is more than decent in my eyes. I think right now, Boom, if they actually just fight in the Roche, get the Ags onto their Raid King, I think they've secured themselves a very long stall at the very least. It's just that the Roche, we've still got to wait for it to come up. And TNC, they've got the Slam and Ravage back up and running. So it's not the safest fight in that pit anymore.
Armel, Courier may have given himself away though. No, Raw and Winter's Curse at the same time. Still, they should be able to secure Armel, and they do. Reaper Scythe's gonna come in, Armel will die, but he has buyback. Still, if Boom Esports can get very lucky and find an early Roche, they would be very happy with themselves right now, but we're gonna find out in 7 seconds when it does come up. See how lucky Boom is today. And it is, oh, that's lucky. 25 seconds for the next Roche shot.
Oh yeah, that is going to be very important for Boom. Again, they blew a lot of gold on Dreamersault, and they're taking a massive risk with that Divine. They need the Aegis and the Ags and the Cheese. They need all of it to go up here and just turn this fight. It's been even the net worth might. 1k advantage for TNC at this time doesn't matter. It's dead even so far.
But at the Roshan as well, they know this Roshan's so perfect because you can force out the buyback from Armel without even really putting yourself at risk. And Dreamersoul's critiquing for 2.4k right now. This Roshan's not going to take very long with this trade. Ouch. Korea going to scout out. See you, Korea. That's to be for you. They're going to try and find this KP. Does have his win cancelled there by Makoto. Roshan, so close. Nobody's in there. Dreamersoul's going to be able to pick up everything. Aegis still Aegis is still on the deck.
No. It's there. The Ags is still there. Dreamersoul's struggling with his inventory.
Oh, he's got the refresher shot there as well.
Pick it up. You gotta pick it up. KP's gonna go take it.
Oh, what a pause timing. This is the most
BKB. Just BKB Dreamersoul.
He has to, but that Ravage is coming.
Oh.
It's coming.
That's enough time, though. I think that's enough time. This pause is hurting TNC a bit more because Dreamersoul's gonna be alive.
Don't turn around right now, Dreamersoul. Just press BKB. You don't want to see what's behind you right now.
Do it. Drop the wand! BKB, drop the wand! Pick up the
That's the obvious choice. You just drop the wand, pick up the ads, use the ads, then get the refresher shot. That's the best way to do it. It's hard. Obviously, like, he's in the middle of the team fight right now, John. It's hard to think that fast. He should know now. I mean, in some weird way, that pause is kind of lucky because Dreamersoul gets to think about what's happening. For TNC, it is very unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
For sure. Because they would have gotten that Ravage, which meant that maybe you could have stolen the Ags refresher.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see how this falls out.
Ready? See how it does, Dreamersoul.
Come on.
Get
No!
He does refresh the Ravage. Does also have the Axe, I believe. In fact, no, he does. It is the Rage King. Ravage has been committed by KP. Dreamersoul going to chase him down. Should be able to find the kill. But now Gabby trying on the Kodo. Winter's Curse comes out. The Kodo is still surviving throughout all this. And now the arrow comes out. Gabby, he is perfect right now. But a nice time to find Armel protecting his teammate. They'll turn around. They are going to find the reincarnation line. But Gabby's still in trouble. He's trying to blink strike out of there. He still has his own BKB. Dreamersoul would love to keep box going, but a great vision from Sebi. He does cop the arrow. They are still in the chase, however. Hyde is keeping up vision. Sebi will die. FBZ, Raw is back up. That's how long this team fight's been going. He gets the PA with that Raw. Arrow blocked by KT. He'll take the arrow for his teammates. Bishop is going to be there. Oh my. And if they kill Dreamersoul, and they've got so many lives to get through, that's the problem. And with that Aghanim Scepter, Dreamersoul can TP out with the reincarnated life from the Ags and actually keep the Divine in base.
Yeah. There's just no way this goes wrong for Boom unless they mess up some sort of timing, but that's Mega Creeps.
That is Megas. There it is. Satanic will come out on Armel. They've got to go to this fight, I think. Boom, they're not backing off. You are Boom, you just want to finish this right here, right now. Doing assault. Yeah, he's just going to focus on objectives. KP does not have a Ravage. Cypher bites. Gabby will jump in straight into that Skeleton King. Maybe finds one life, but no lucky crits coming out for him. Now, still no crits coming out. Dreamersoul survives, and now the wall comes. Oh no! Gaben? What do you mean? Febby gets the echo. It's a big one, but you've got so many lives in the Rage King. There's no follow-up to it. PA will jump in again. It's still not pretty. Dreamersoul just survives throughout all of it. Now gets a few. Dreamersoul will lose his Aegis. One more life, and then you've got to cancel the TP to get that Rapier. But that Ancient is still exposed right now. They do sacrifice him. So he is falling low. He BKB. Still back to the Ancient, but Gabby jumps in. He eats the cheese now. Surviving. Roll out of the PA. KP with the Ravage. Does connect. Now the Wraith King is in trouble. Very, very low. The Cold Embrace will save. Gabby still trying to go back onto that Skeleton King. They have the control.
Oh no.
Go down. Now the one life left. Does he TP or does he? No! He fights. He finds Gabby with the crit. He thinks about TP. He will die, but he is back again with the reincarnation. The man never dies. The one true king will always lie. The Zoom.
Oh my god!
It's the Arcana, John. It's the Arcana.
Oh, wow! What? What?
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Ame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage. One of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, Ame's got ninjas here.
Got to be
Watch
careful
Jerax.
who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Ame to have this invis rune. As Ame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing without rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well. Between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. The Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Ame looks like he is level up PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeps. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in the team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, full I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the age to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save, he's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out, Seb goes for the TP, they've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now, Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson is running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tails coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not gonna have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back here. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're gonna keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the three of them. Knocks them back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army's on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top racks. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close to Brew is at 25.
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo. FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail. FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I get the head for that with this team fight. The LGD are for the ball, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They fought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right?
Yep.
It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Anna's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail Call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke. It's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But
Anna, he's in the trees. They're on the high ground. They got the vision with the Shiva's covered. Anna's on his way over. They've got the snowball down. There's the counterplay set. Jumps in. He's able to fight the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb posts the BKB. He'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. As Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
he has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these 4 spirits. On the bottom rune, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting isn't enough to hold OG in the game.
You see No Tails already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will as they get upon him. They find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split of course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this rack's on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose that top racks, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to deward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
Check Anna, he's on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's gonna get the set. Oh, he's in. The call, the epic, the cannon, and FY's in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. But it's not enough. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis Somnus.
Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. TMC Radiant team turn ban. To ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What's to be an amazing best of 2 between Boom Esports and TNC Predator. It is MLP, Dota, and John X5. John, still shaking, sir. Still shaking after that game. You can see the vape liquid behind me. I've swept the room up. That's how stressed out I was after that game, sir. It isn't my lighting, I'll tell you that. How are you feeling, sir?
Oh, I'm still kind of speechless about how that one ended up. It was on the edge from the Roche pit into the high ground. Dreamo Cell, I was yelling at him to pick up the items. And at the end, like, the fact that he actually had us reincarnate after the Ag's life, oh, that was so on the edge to close out that match, but it paid off. And TNC, that was the best they've looked throughout the past few months for us. You know, we watched them a lot in Birmingham. We didn't see them in the previous league, the online league that they beat Boom in, but yesterday it wasn't the greatest showing as well. That was the best we've seen TNC, and Boom still finds their number. So there has to be something that comes out from TNC. On the bans, they could have the opportunity for that Ricky for Gabby. And again, that's something we've seen them have a lot of success with. Maybe they just need to go back to that.
I think what Boom need to do though, Dreamersaw needs to go out and buy himself a lottery ticket, John. Because Gabby, at the end of that last team fight, how many times did Gabby hit that
Oh man.
team? Not one crit. Not one crit at the end. He must have hit him it was at least 10 times.
Yeah.
Just not getting lucky enough to hit the coup de grace, excuse me, not coup. It is coup de grace. Well, anyway, we are into a new draft. Boom Esports versus TNC. Boom will take a 1-0 lead against TNC for now, but as we could see from that first game, TNC are not here to play around. They are definitely trying to at least draw out this series now. And judging from that Game 1 performance, they could easily do so. A few draft changes though. I've got to say, Armel at the end of the game looked amazing, right? He was throwing out the hexes constantly. He was buying so much space for TNC. But the hero itself didn't really feel like an Armel hero, right? He couldn't go in there and really help out Gabby. All he could do is sight the Vice. He'd throw out a Sprout here and there. Yeah, he was hitting pretty hard. But ultimately, his job seemed to be to just keep creating space for the PA. And I don't know, I personally would like to see Armel on a hero where he can actually just jump in and help out, right? Like, we're used to seeing Armel on these kind of heroes like TA, who's just happy to start brawling. You'd prefer to see him on something like that, I think, going into Game 2.
Yeah, I think that's something that TNT does play around with, right? Armel is their tempo setter, and there's only so much an NP can set the tempo with beyond split pushing. So if they give him a hero with more presence, that might help their cause. TNC though, start off with that Grimstroke. We saw a lot of work coming out from March with that Dark Portrait Illusion. It was causing so many issues for Boom earlier on. So if Boom reaches that point with a very farmed core, you've still got March, and if he can find the goal to get that Ags, you're gonna have that option available.
By the way, in case you hadn't noticed, John, Debbie's gone, Tim's is back.
Oh.
And Tim's was sitting there behind the screen just seething, wanting to be there. That was a Tim's game, right? If you wanted Tim's in any game, that was the game for him to be involved in. But he is back now. We do see Boom Esports, after the Grimstroke pick, they do go into the Lone Druid. So that's a very, very different kind of first pick. We haven't seen that at all. Well, from yesterday anyway, from all those games we saw yesterday, not one Lone Druid pick. It does come out for the first time today, and they will follow the clockwork.
Yeah, I think that's a great start for Boom. The clock is something they pick up a lot. They do tend to toss to hide, but every now and again they give it to FBZ. So you've got that flexibility in the posterior 4 clock. The LD though, I think really ties into Boom's strength. Right, you're going to be pushing fast, you're going to be fighting fast if you wanted to. It can be a farm-heavy hero if you play it that way, but based on how Boom has been running, I don't think they're going to take too long to bring that LD to the front. So it's a solid start for Boom. They've got great ways to clear the objectives. TNC, they need a comfort pick to come out. The Brewmaster's available if they want it for KP. I think that could be pretty disruptive.
Could be. You've also still got the Earthshaker there for Tim's right now that hasn't been banned out. It's been a very high priority pick, but that would reveal both your supports straight off the bat. I don't think it would be too surprising though for Boom Esports anyway, right? Like, you'd almost expect that Earthshaker to come out now. The only thing I'd see is being a problem here for that Earthshaker is you've got a Clockwork. And Battery Assault just completely ruins Earthshaker. His attack and his spell animations are way too long. Battery Assault will cancel Fisher over and over again. They do not care. It is Tim's on the Earthshaker. He will take it. But that is their support duo being opened up straight off the bat.
And that's going to leave them vulnerable to something sneaky coming out. Maybe for the mid lane here, for Mikato, could expect something a bit slippery. something the Shaker and Grimstroke don't punish, so that does leave TNC slightly vulnerable as the draft goes on. We mention this every time we see a support duo first, but that's just the way it goes. Still, TNC, they always pick the Shaker up. We know Tim's does fantastic work with it. Febby was doing a great job as well. It's just, there was that one moment where it whiffed in the bot lane that really comes to mind. So hopefully you're not going to have that.
It happens.
It happens. It happens.
Literally
right?
every Dota player has done that. And if somebody tells me they have never whiffed an Echo Slam, I can't believe you. You're a liar. It's happened to every single person. Of course, this is a pro match, but sometimes you forget the radiance is there, and your blink goes on cooldown for 3 seconds. You just don't notice. Still, final bans now coming out. TNC Predator, they ban out the Lich. Sports will respond with a Void ban, which is very interesting. We haven't had the pleasure of seeing the Faceless Void as of yet throughout this BTS Pro Series Season 2. But more importantly, Boom Esports now with their third pickup. I do believe that is going to be a possible clock, by the way.
Yeah.
I have to say, I think, and I always tell you this, but possible clock, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated supports you could have. I think it's unbelievably strong. But we'll see. We'll see what Boom Esports thinks with this third pickup now. We should be seeing a POS 5 pick. Do they go into the Wyvern again? We did see Kescute. He was having a great old time on that Wyvern. Doing so much work for his team.
That could work out. I think that gives him a lot of great team fight. The Clockwork's not going to give you that much team fight, right? It goes in, it focuses on a single target. Maybe it splits up the fight, but the Winter Wyvern does give you a lot better of a clump up and a lot better control in a wide area. So they were looking for a pause 5 there. I wouldn't blame them for that. They go with the AA instead, which is great with the clock, right? You hook in, you cogs up, easy target for the AA to follow into. Allows them to not worry about sustain. So this takes away a lot of heroes for TNC. Even something like the Troll is not gonna shine too well up against an AA. Just a great pick for Boom. Plays into their aggression nicely. So I am liking Boom's opening a lot more. I think it plays to their strengths a lot more. And TNC, yeah, they've got the Shaker for Tims. They need a lot more to come out here.
That they do. They do have their third pickup now. Arguably probably going to be the KP hero to pop out. He had a great time performance last game, doing so much work, but it has been banned out. You brought up the Brewmaster though. For now, they go for the flex pick and the Void Spirit. We have seen that quite a few times in the off lane. We've seen it in the mid lane. I believe you and I, we've even casted it in the safe lane at some point. So it can really go anywhere. I would assume it's going to be the off-lane hero, but it's not really something I think of when I think of KP.
Yeah.
He does tend to enjoy those beefier kind of off-lanes that, again, just like to create havoc in the fights. And Void Spirit, not really exactly one of those heroes.
No, it isn't, but I believe KP has played it for TNC a couple of times. So it's a viable option there. Yeah, it's a viable option there. How much you can get is a different question. It's quite strong with Grimstroke though, right? You jump in, you've got the Inkswell on, very easy follow-up, very easy way to find a kill. So it's potent in that sense. It gives TNC some early pacing to play around with. Once you hit 6, you should be able to give the Shaker some time to farm the Blink, and we always mention that when the Shaker is picked up, but Shaker does need space to find a farm for a Blink. So the Void Spirit should enable that, and that is certainly still playing into what TNC wants. Boom, though, they're not kidding around. DK comes out, very flexible pick, right? You don't have the mid laner or the off laner quite set in. It gives them great push. So you've got the LD and the DK who can just melt these towers fast. I think Boom wants to pull that fast pace back for game 2.
I can't blame them. And I gotta say, I love that DK pick coming out. Lone Troll DK is a devastating amount of push that can be there. Not to mention, like, you've got these 2 tanky frontliners now in the Spirit Bear and the DK. It can make it very, very tough to go into those backlines where you're gonna try and find that ancient apparition, right? If you're this Void Spirit, you're going after the lone druid himself, you're going after the AA, you're trying to burst those down, and then go on to something like the DK a bit later on. But TNC now, they have a pick that can deal with both the lone druid and the DK. The Necrophos.
I'm a bit iffy on that one. It's great burst and control, right, for those two heroes, but your sustain is not there. AA just takes it away.
Right.
You're not going to be healing up in these fights, so the durability of the Necrophos, I'm not sure if it's going to be there, but in terms of control and burst, it helps out massively in pinning down one of these two heroes. I think that is still giving Boom a lot more to play with. Like, they've got last pick. TNC has to close this draft out. So they're going to reveal for us if the Void Spirit's off or mid with his last pick. The last pick should be a Gabby hero. I mean, the Riki might make an appearance if they wanted it to. You've got a pretty solid lineup for it. Whether or not you can eat through the LD or the DK with the Riki, though, early on, probably not. So there's going to be a bit of a
seconds remaining.
The Riki is nice against the LD though, right? You can just blink onto the actual lone druid and just burst him down, ignore the bear altogether. It's something we've seen a lot being picked into the lone druid. If there's ever been a time to take it, it's probably now. Not necessarily great up against the DK, but you have the Necrophos for that, so you're not too worried about that side of things. And back on the point of the AA versus Necrophos, I think the idea from TNC is that the Void Spirit will take care of that support AA straight off the bat. Question whether he even gets to that point, and whoa, we have a Terrorblade popping out for TNC. Interesting pick. Very reliant on that Metamorphosis. We go over this every time, but if you die, you can't buy back because you don't do anything. Unless you haven't used the meta, and every time that meta's off, you just can't do anything. You're just kind of sitting there farming instead.
We've seen Gabby play that hero a lot, of course. I love the counter up from Boom. Pugna, it ruins Necrophos. It ruins Terrorblade. So you need to build a fast BKB on Gabby, and the Necrophos' sustain works against it. Boom, again, tying up their draft in a magnificent fashion. You've got push on all three cores. You've got the answer to all two big cores from TNC. TNC has to really play around Gabby. They have to be on point with a Metamorphosis. If not, they're not going to have a map to play in a very short span. Boom will just push you down.
It's going to be a very, very interesting game between these two. Of course, again, TNC, they're going to try and see if they can get a draw going for themselves up against Boom Esports. We hope for. It hasn't been a very good day for TNC thus far, John. They're currently 0-3. Unfortunately for TNC, getting 2-0 by Android as well. They definitely don't want to have a day like RR had yesterday, going 0-4. It definitely is possible right now. Boom, just keep up their performance. Of course, if you're unaware, after this series, we still have 2 more series coming up. Boom Esports will be back to fight GeekFam. Our final series of the night will be Execration versus Signal Ultra. But for now, these 2 big teams are up for us, and we'll focus on these guys.
Yeah, it is going to be the Armel Void Spirit as well. So KP is on Necrophos, just to act as a slowing down factor for Dreams. I don't think this is going to hurt the Lone Druid too much. He's going to be playing with a bear anyway, right? It's going to be up front, still going to find the last hits. KP should be able to sustain himself though, and we'll see just how much TNC can get out from their draft.
Mid Void Spirit Armel, we've seen him on this hero before, and he does tend to make a lot of space for the team on this kind of hero. Very, very aggressive on this Void Spirit from the previous experiences. Entirely. It's not the easiest of lanes up against the Pugna.
Yeah, it really isn't. And well, TNC, I think there's just a lot of timing here that needs to come out. Like, Armel definitely on Void Spirit should have an early start. We've just seen him do this a lot. My biggest concern is KP in the front and Gabby's farm. I don't know if Gabby will have the space he needs to find that farm. With this kind of lineup from Boom, it's just the map. You're gonna lose your tier 1s fairly quickly. I think by the 10 to 15 mark, you're probably looking at two tier 1s gone, just from having the DK, LD, and Pugna. They just push way too fast.
That's the problem. That's the real issue here for Gabby. Like, you're gonna buy a few Wraith Bands, you're gonna rotate into the jungle, but Boom Esports, they're gonna try and take that jungle away from you very quickly. You don't really want to be locked in to a very small portion of the map if you are a Terrorblade. You are very, very reliant on that jungle farm. Yes, John?
They actually switch it out. Dreamocell has to share tangos. He's going down mid.
Oh, okay.
They want the Pugna to match up against KP, I suppose. Just keep that counter, or on the TV, because that's never fun. You're gonna be disarmed.
Either way, you're still happy if you're Boom Esports.
Yeah, for sure. This is just gonna be really hard for TNC to find the farm in that lane, regardless. Like Dreamocell, sure, you know, the Void Spirit hits hard, it can really annoy you, but you don't care. You've got a bear. Just sit back, let the bear do work, respawn it, and heal it up if it drops low, but that's it.
We'll have the go ahead, see where Makoto does head to, and for now he's having to think about it. FBZ is going to go off that top lane, and that's the thing, right? Whether you have the Pugna, whether you have the DK, that Gabby has a hard time no matter what. Because even if you don't have the Decrepify there, you have the Breathe Fire to just lower his attack down to the point where he won't be able to CS because you'll just deny him every single time. Of course, when he has meta up, it's a different story, but it's such a long cooldown, especially at level 1. It's not really going to be up that often to be able to farm these waves. If they keep up this tri-lane as well from Boom Esports, you got Clockwork AA in one lane. Get a cold feet in Cogs, that is game over for whoever is caught.
Yeah. You will need perhaps level 2 to maximize this tri-lane. That can be a bit slow in terms of finding EXP, but it's really potent. I don't think you really need to help Mikado out too much. It is going to be against a Necrophos, and both sides can really just shove the lane. I don't think you're going to be too worried about KP finding early farm. You've got tools to deal with any early sustain coming out from them anyway. So if they wanted to play aggressive, they really could. There's nothing stopping them.
KP can be a real nuisance on this Necrophos, let me tell you, John. Played this hero quite a few times. It's going to be very, very frustrating to have to go up against. Do have that natural counter though, Makoto, so Makoto's going to have his hands full this game. Though I love the item build Makoto's queued up. Dagons. Straight up Dagons.
Yeah.
It works, right? Like you're going to use it with your Decrepify anyway, but KP goes into Ghost form, you just Dagon.
Yeah. And they're not going to be there. They gone. It's so nice against the Terrorblade as well, right? Like high armor, who cares? You're just going to burst them down.
The zapping. Might be no fights over the bounty runes. TNC will take the bottom bounty runes for free. Boom Esports will oblige and take the top bounty runes for themselves. And FBZ is indeed going to stay up at that top lane. Dreamocell is definitely going to go back down mid. I find it kind of interesting that he keeps the Blightstone on himself on that lone druid rather than the Spirit Bear, but at the start you are much stronger than the bear anyway, so you may as well.
Yeah, it's some situations where you will pull that bear back. You might as well apply that debuff yourself with your range advantage anyway. And For Armel, probably not the hardest lane, and well, if you get rooted up, it's not going to be easy either.
That's the problem though, you've got constant harassment that will come in here from Dreamercell. The Armel's job is just to stay safe and keep securing CS, trying to get to level 6 or 7 so you can start rotating, maybe even find a solo pick-off onto this lone druid if you feel like you have enough damage. But I think Gabby will need help very, very early on, and I think we can all agree on that. It's just not going to be an easy lane here with FBZ.
No.
Then again though, if March can get some nice pulls off this small camp like he already has, it could be, well he didn't even pull, he just got a nice block off, but if he can just keep the equilibrium behind that tier 1 tower, Gabby should be able to farm fairly nicely, and FBZ should really have no influence.
Yeah, it's really down to denying that EXP on the side of Boom, so March with a pulse has to be pretty on point. Gabby has been playing conservatively though, hasn't really popped the meta just yet, and as long as he doesn't have to, I guess you're gonna be happy in this kind of scenario.
He doesn't need it. Not yet. Bot lane as well, you'll see KP there on the Necrophos, he's gonna be up against Makoto. Kenscute, he's gonna be there on the Clockwork. Of course, we will also see Tim's around on the Earthshaker, just to get a few levels up and maybe make a rotation down mid. Okay, he doesn't really want to be near the Clockwork because it's just there's no way you trade farm or trade harass evenly with a Clockwork as an Earthshaker.
Yeah.
Yes, Cute. How dedicated are you, sir? He will give up on the courier snipe for Tim's courier. And I'm kind of intrigued as well whether we will see the Clockwork making rotations or whether Kesku just intends to stick around this bot lane. Because in all honesty, with Kong's battery assault, KP can't really do much. But Kesku's going to try and chase him down right now. There's the battery assault. You only need one to hit, and now the Kongs with Makoto there with the Nether Blast. It's going to be a first blood coming out down the bot lane. He fairy fires, but it's not going to be enough. Makoto does get the kill, and Tim's all he could do was fish on.
Yeah, it's a great little start for Boom. They're starting to find their foothold there. I think the one thing TNC has going for it is the fact that Gabby's lane is going really well. He's pretty much free farmed here. FBZ is just focusing on his own farm, and they're not really able to apply any meaningful.
Oh, looks like your internet's cutting out on me, John. I'll get you to have a look at that, and hopefully that's fixed up pretty quick. But yeah, Gabby is having a decent time so far, 20-4, or 20-3 on the Terrorblade. Just gotta keep that up. I suppose it is perfectly fine for FBZ to just focus on his own farm. Wants to get those quick treads and braces into the blink, but now the Ingswell, Gabby trying to chase onto Hyde. The Ingswell won't end up landing thanks to the Dragon Tail there of FBZ. Just back to the farming game for both cores. Armel's having a decent old time in the mid lane as well. Just trading farm evenly with Dreamercell, who hasn't really been able to shut down Armel. I mean, this is the whole reason why you had the lone druid there in the first place, is to try and get this man down. But bot lane, Makoto does end up going down. KP ends up securing a kill on the Pugna. Well, that's an important one. This is essentially your position 1 Pugna right now in this safe lane, so KP going to be happy about that. Makoto just going to make his way back in though. It's a very, very nice bunch of farm there from those neutral camps. And both the creeps, in fact. Bot lane, FBZ, going to be able to find Gabby on that Terrorblade as well. And this is what we were really talking about. You've got to be very wary if you are the Terrorblade, because you are susceptible to dying like that. And you can't forget, it's not a Clockwork AA combination up the top lane, but you have Dragon Tail Cold Feet, which is almost just as good. You will be able to secure kills on the Terrorblade assuming you do land that combination. It pings, bot lane, Makoto. locked up. A great fish route from Tim's. Can you lock him down long enough though? KP is kind of out of mana right now. I don't think they're going to have the damage output. They do burn through some regen, but Makoto, he still has one charges and the bottle up. Be fine to just keep trading here as Kescu. Gonna go on to KP. Has level 2 battery assault, but doesn't opt to bother trying as Tim's was still around. But now we'll see Hyde rotate down. So he feels safe to leave FBZ up in the top lane by himself. And with Hyde there, you can guarantee kills onto KP. Kind of like this, where you get the battery assault cons. KP trying to run away, they slow him up. He can Ghost Shroud, but that only amplifies the damage. He will end up dying, but now Armel makes a rotation. He is going to find the support Clockwork trade. And luckily for him, because he has the haste rune, he can rotate back mid very, very quickly. We won't really find Hyde though on that AA. Would have been a nice secondary support kill if they could have. Hit a bit of a power spike now for Armel, where he can just rotate around the map and just try to secure kills for his team and create all kinds of havoc. And as well as that, it looks like KP's made the call that he wants to be in the mid lane now. That Clockwork lane is just going to be way too rough for it. Speaking of that Clockwork, Kescu being blocked up by the Fisher now throws out the cons, but Tims will be able to secure the kill now on the Earthshaker on the back of all the damage that Armel is dealing as well.
Are fortified.
Essentially for Armel, this is going to be his life for a while, just try to kill people off.
Yeah, that's really what you expect from the Void Spirit though, and I did try to fix my internet. I'm not sure if it's really helping, is it?
You sound fantastic, sir.
Oh, okay. Good.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you. Looks like a fair bit of aggression came out here during that downtime, but one thing that's been consistent is Gabby's farm. He's still 53 to 5. He's died once, but at this point, Gabby's perfectly happy staying in the jungle.
Just generally what you see on the from the Terror Blades, they just find a few raid bands and make that rotation into the jungle. Bot lane, however, Armel still on a tear here, finding Hyde now on that AA.
Top tower is under attack.
His second kill of the game, but I believe that's the third kill he's participated in thus far. Finds a nice little invis room to bottle up as well while he's at it, and straight back down to the bot lane where we will see Hyde TP down to.
Dire
He will slowly but surely start being
Dire's
surrounded.
is under
Even Gabby showing up now.
Dire's
Has that level 3 meta. It looks like it's time to try and push down a tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they've got the scan off as well. They know someone's hiding here, and Armel should find himself a nice kill.
Or Hyde. Gonna go down very, very easily.
Dire's middle tower.
Now, that'll be a guaranteed trade in those tier 1s as well. Of course, the side of Boom Esports did find their own tier 1 up at top lane. And it's off the back of Dreamer Cell, who has been farming rather nicely on that Lone Druid. Currently sitting at 4.2k net worth, and we are going to have another pause. We do have the... Just unpause like that, I don't think. You've got to kind of tell them. I believe it was probably a mistake, and yeah, Makoto, he was trying to pause at the same time.
Oh,
That's why he
yeah, that's unfortunate, but you know, Southeast Asian internet fast reconnect, so that's a good sign. Nope, not a fast reconnect.
Sure, he'll be back soon.
Yeah, it's still looking a bit better here for TNC early on. I think that top tier 1 does put a bit of a dent in the areas where Gabby can farm. But the pace with the kills, you're seeing the activity from Armel.
He's gonna make the way back into mid. Armel, of course, going to be going for that Spirit Vessel rush, which will really work out quite nicely up against all the heroes of Boom Esports. So denying some of that heal off from the Pugner, as well as just really dealing with that DK and the Lone Druid. KP, if he could bait them in right now, it'd just be fantastic, because he does also have the Reaper's Sight. You do have a reconnection there from Makoto, but no go ahead yet.
The one thing for Boom right now is their supports are not finding EXP. You look at KezCute still stuck at level 3. You look at Hyde, who just hit 4 before dying there. And they need to hit that 6 mark to start playing aggressive. They need a hookshot, they need the Ice Blast. And before then, I think you're at the point where Cog's battery assault might not be enough for that follow-up.
Find out soon. They might run into each other. Boom is again just trying to control off that dive jungle. It's really important when you're up against a Terrorblade. Luckily, Gabby, understanding this, does go straight down to the Radiant side jungle and farm there instead. He can slowly apply this T2 tower pressure as well, if he is left alone. Like, even just leaving an illusion there on the T2 tower can be kind of annoying for Boom to try and deal with, but Makoto will already be there just to make sure. And now a smoke up from TNC, and they're going to run straight into KezCute. Not quite the kill they wanted. I believe they did really want Dreamer Soul on that lone Druid, and that's why they ran north. Dreamer Soul, KezCute was there to break the smoke, and well, he's just going to go for a quick TP out. Nobody going to notice he's TPing. He'll be fine to get out of there. But Hyde does end up going down to Gabby in the meantime. Now the outpost being taken away by TNC, and that is not great for Boom. They are kind of relying on that outpost XP to get both their supports up in terms of levels, and now it's denied off.
Yeah, it's a really big win for TNC again. A much better start for them here as we reach the 10-minute mark. Boom, they're still going to be EXP starved. We talked about this earlier, but KezCute's still at 3. You don't even have 5 on Hyde. And this does mean that Boom can't be as aggressive as they want to be.
Bottom lane, Armel, Arcane Rune in the bottle, feeling confident. He'll spot out FBZ, but he doesn't have too many teammates around him right now. Doesn't feel like he can make that jump. However, Boom Esports would happily oblige if he did want to. Gotta be careful though now. Tim's does eat the tomb and does have level 6. Of course, still no blink up on the Earthshaker, but he's getting closer and closer as time goes on. And instead, TNC want to be the ones to try and force in towers, and they'll go after that tier 1 mid. FBZ will get jumped on. Adrian there with a nice Fisher block onto FBZ. Now the Reaper side from the Echo, just to make sure he does end up dying. And they can definitely secure that tier 1 mid with this Terrorblade meta.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Boom to fight in. They don't have their ults. They are splitting with Mikado up top as well. Mikado did do some damage to the tier 2, but he comes back in.
Dream Assault. Trying to prepare in to do something. It's not as tanky as you would hope at the moment. Nice Bishop block, just splitting up the team fight from Tim's. KezCute getting jumped on, does survive with the Kong. Dream Assault trying to run away with that Spirit Bear. Sends it back in. Dream Assault getting it rooted off here onto the Seraph lane to Crepify there as well. And he's in trouble. Gabby will get blown up. You cannot underestimate how much he does. Now Armel trying to get out of there. He will Astral Step. The rest of TNC will be fine. But the problem is you did not find them in tier 1, and you did not end up getting Gabby out safely.
Yeah, it's a major issue for TNC. Just losing Gabby like that always hurts. He's number 1 in that work right now. It's their mid tier 1 that is going to be taken. And Boom just pushes faster. It's just that simple. Yeah,
it's substantially faster. Like, once you have the Master Madness up on this Spirit Bear, it is kind of crazy how fast he can take down towers. And even that casual Blightstone on the actual lone Druid is, you know, really amplifying that damage from everybody.
It really is. And TNC, I think the best they can hope for is Armel to continue to hunt down people. Looks like he has his sights set on KezCute.
Yeah, gets mission up, does throw the cogs out, but Armel will happily just jump in. Nice cross forward coming in case. It does actually connect on Armel, who jumped into it. Makoto just needs a bit more damage. But it won't be enough. Armel should be just fine to walk out with his life intact. They all TP up towards the top lane now, where they're going to try and deal with Dreamer Cell. He is going to TP. Tims needs to get a Fisher off ASAP. Can't find one.
It's a missed opportunity. Right now, you really want to be able to punish Dreamocell. He's had a bit too free of a time, and he's just been steadily farming up towards what looks to be an MKB.
It's getting to that point where it might be too late. Like, this draft from Boom Esports is really starting to come out online. TNC may need to just try and play the avoid game as Kescute now looking for a hook shot on the clock. Won't quite find an angle, nor does he find a hero, but he will as Armel just kind of run straight into them. He can actually step away. Hook shot is perfect from Kescute.
Oh!
Just slipping right through that tree line.
Yeah, just the discipline in chaining those stunts and having the cogs right outside takes away this tempo setter of TNC. They do still maintain the 3K lead here. A lot of that is just riding on Gabby though. So you're bleeding out in a lot of your other cores. They are smoked up trying to find something, but even if they find FBZ, I don't think he minds on DK.
Nah, he won't mind too much. He's actually going to TP out just to get him in time. The only way to stop that was the blind fish from Tims, but he couldn't see anything. And now with that rotation being made down bot lane, look at Dreamcell. Up at the top of Makoto, easily just pushing in a tier 2 tower, forcing out the glyph. You've got Kescute there as well, who has hookshot off cooldown in 5 seconds. There's no way to defend this. Boom will just take it for free.
Yeah, and they can't even push out the bot lane as well. As a trade, there's just not a fast push coming out, even if you commit the metamorphosis. It's just not as strong. They could try to go for the mid, but they've kind of split up now.
Oh no. Gotta be careful, Kescute's looking for that angle. He waits for them to simulate. Rocket Flare will not get vision and Armel will get out of range. But there's another thing you have to be scared about here if you're TNC. Of course, when you have a lone druid, you always have that Roshan potential. And it's not going to be very hard to take that Roshan down quickly with a partner DK and lone druid. Boom Esports, I'm sure they'll slowly but surely start warding around that pit, getting prepared for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very easy objective for them to take. They've got the control on the map as well. They could just say that Gabby is farming in a very unsafe area. He is spotted out.
Toto gonna be there to cripify and Nether Blast. FBZ coming in now. He has the stun. No Dragon Tail yet. He waits for the Manta. Now Manta expended. He will jump in with the life rain as well. But the hook shot. Kescute will make sure he dies. They do at least find a trade onto the partner, but Armel now needs to run away. Tims will fish up and allow some space for his Void Spirit. But Boom Esports, you trade a Pugler for a Terrorblade, I think you're happy.
You're very happy with that trade. You're just taking away that investment TNC's putting into Gabby. Again, that slight lead TNC has, a lot of it is just on Gab. So you're not finding maximum value from that Terrorblade so far. And every single time he dies, Boom just gets happier. They can shove out a lane, they can slowly build up. Dreamocell still waiting on that MKB, should be up and running soon, although.
Alpha's taken, Kescute taking a bit of damage, but the thing is with support Clockwork, he is actually a little bit tanky. It's kind of hard to burst him down. And Armel just doesn't really have the damage unless he can hit him for a prolonged amount of time. And now KP top lane gets bursted down. That's that Ice Blast you talked about against KP's Necrophos. It is going to be a problem. Well, that's why.
Radiant structures.
Yeah, there's just no way you survive unless you've got a way to bail yourself out, and it's not easy. The Necrophos' strength is on the edge. You're not going to have an edge to play on with that hero here.
Onto that Q2 mid tower. Not going to be the fastest push, but I say that. Mask of Madness on the Spirit Bear, Makoto with the Nether Blast. They did make these towers tankier, but you've still got heroes that tend to deal with them quite easily nonetheless. KP will show himself mid, March will also TP in, but it looks like Boom are just happy with forcing those rotations. They'll back off again. Just keep making TNC chase you around the map. That's the objective, it seems.
Yeah, they are playing that quite well, Boom. TNC's not finding the targets they want with these chases. Armel has really just not farmed. He's been constantly around the map, and this is going to hurt his Ag's timing. You know, he found those early kills, which were great. It slowed down a lot now, and that just means you're tearing farm away from Gabby if you do try to go into the jungle.
Mid lane, with some terrible illusions in, will be enough to force the deny of the tier 1 tower. Dreamercell will not give any free gold out. Now, TNC roaming through the jungle. Looks like Kesku does catch out Tims. The blink dagger off, but does end up dropping regardless, as it was cancelled by Kesku. I guess now if you're TNC, you're just playing the waiting game here for Gabby. Trying to farm up that Eye of Skadi on the Terrorblade. But while you're farming that up, there's an MKB up now on Dreamercell Spirit Bear.
Just makes it a lot harder to tank through that damage on Dreamercell. Not only that, but I believe Mikado has his first day gone up.
Uh-oh. Might be on the courier. Gabby farming right next to Boom. Tien jumps in, gets an echo slam on the lone ruin. Do they have enough first? He's morphing.
No.
He'll be fine. He will not die. And now Armel will jump in, but that lone ruin is so tanky right now. Kesku at least will die. Reaper side will be enough. They do secure the kill, and now FBZ needs to get out of there. Clumsy net, not going to help his cause. He will die. They will chase for the final kill around them. He'll be alright, he gets out of time as well. But that's a 3-for-1 trade. The only one to die was Tims on the Earth Chaser. And that's really the potency of KP's Reaper's side. Nobody else can deal with the lone druid apart from this Necrophos.
Yeah, it's a great fight for TNC. Boom there was that Mikado was so far away. He wasn't in that fight, and that did cost them. They need a way to mitigate the damage coming out from Gabby. They did not have it there. The Spirit Vessel was doing a lot of work as well from Armel to stop RDK from being a tanky boy. So TNC now starting to find ways to chip away at Boom, but Boom probably not feeling too phased out from that.
Top lane, Armel. Nice kill, FBZ.
Oh.
Doesn't get the Dragon's Tail off. It would have been a basic insta-kill had he stunned, but looks like there was a bit of confusion there. Yeah, he's not happy about it, that's for sure. Armel does get out scot-free. They still go though. Ooh. Oh, perfect from Kesku. That's the thing about playing Clockwork, John, you've got to find angles. Kesku continues to find them, just on the edge of that hook.
Yeah, just still giving them something with that kill. Not the biggest kill, of course, but you're getting gold on your clock. That is helpful. This allows them to go into the Roche Pit. It should be fairly quick once Dreamercell joins in.
Yeah, we talked about this Roche arm before. It's going to be a really fast Roche with the lone druid. And TNC not in position to try and counter this Roshan play. They have smoked up now. They do have time. Echo is down to 15 seconds, however. But they just want to try and go for a steal. KP moving his way in. FBZ stuns an illusion. Roshan still up, and now a bounty being placed on the AA, and Hyde is actually going down to Armel. Still, the Roshan is very low, but Armel does claim the bounty. That's one way of winning. Now FBZ gets a stun off. Kill off Armel on that voice spirit. Echo is going to be there from Tims, landing on 2, but it's not enough. Tims will die to Makoto. Now that Spirit Bear hitting away onto KP, and he has no Reaper side target. He is going to die as well. It's a triple kill out for Makoto. The Tims come out from the clock, and it's just back into the Roshan tip. They just didn't really focus on that Roshan. They tried to focus on the art of fight. And it was really Armel. He tried to take down the AA first. He found the AA. But they just never really made their way into the pit afterwards.
Yeah, it's a costly mistake, and Armel is their most mobile hero. He's the guy who could go in, interrupt the Roche fight, and that split cost them. They lose a lot of heroes. Aegis means that you're going to have a harder time dealing with Dreamercell. And TNC now, they don't have Slam, so the next team fight, not going to have that tool available. Boom should be able to push into a lane with no real worries.
exactly what they intend to do. And back to that tier 2 mid tower. Himself will be cautious. He doesn't want to just lose the Aegis for no reason. KP, you do not want to be there right now. Is he gonna loop around looking for that Dragon Tail? But no, they'll just try to secure that tier 2. They'll find it. Now Boom, maybe just opt to back out. And they almost have an AC up on Dream Missile, so there's no need to rush this.
That's slow and steady for them. This does give TNC time to finish up that Scotty on Gabby. So he's gonna hit a little bit harder, mitigate the healing coming out from Mikado. But his focus has mainly been on nukes this time, not a very heal-friendly Pugna. So it's not gonna help too much against that burst, although the stat padding is nice.
Gabby moving himself from that bottom lane, he was in real danger there. Smoke will lead to nothing from Boom Esports. But Boom want to continue this aggression. They don't want to give any more time over to that Terrorblade, who does have that Eye of Scarly up, building into that BKB. Of course, make use of that Aegis. I wonder though whether they'll try to force a high ground push or whether they'll just go for a full-scale team fight to really expend that Aegis here for the side of Boom.
Yeah, I think they'd want to use it on an objective. That's where their team really shines. Although they smoke again, and looks like they have an idea where TNC's at.
Well, they left Primusol at the bot lane by himself. So a lot of damage are missing him. The reason why they smoked up is because Kescute's in trouble. He will die, but now FTZ jumps in anyway with the Ice Blast follow up there from Hyde. But Armel's still alive throughout all this. Now the Nether Ward, Armel trying to TP out. The Ice Blast passive may be enough.
No?
Ooh, it was close.
Ooh.
And KB, however, still being chased up. Primusol has now joined his team. KB has that glimmer cape.
No.
That's a sneaky spot, KP. He does get away.
No.
Oh, that is cheeky.
Oh, man.
That's a cheeky one.
And that's why Boom should start carrying some dust just to ensure they find those kills. But in the end, TNC's gonna be pretty happy with that. They forced the buyback out from Kescute. They don't really find anything beyond that, but just forcing the buyback out is enough to take a little bit of that lead Boom had away. So Kescute's progression has slowed down, and TNC gets more space to farm for Gabby. As you mentioned, he's saving up for the BKB. He's inching closer towards it, and once you have that BKB, you aren't worried about Mikado anymore.
Still worried about that low Druid though. Dreamer Cell is very, very close to having the full AC, and now looks to make a push onto the high ground. Again, we talked about that Aegis. He is going to indeed use it on objective. That's the glyph. Boom won't glyph their own crit. Now FBG jumping onto Tim's hook shot there to back him up. It doesn't connect on Tim still. The Nether Blast will be enough. Tim's does have buyback available. Meanwhile, Mel does actually find Kescute on the clock, and that should stop the push. As well as that, Gabby pushing that bot lane down, forcing a defense out of Boom Esports.
Yeah, TNC are holding on quite well. I think Kescute just being caught out is costing a lot. They need the lockdown from the cogs to help them find these kills. Dreamocell does finish up the AC, so there's a lot more damage coming out from her bear. If they can find somewhere to channel that, it's just that they can't. And once more, Gabby being left alone like this might be able to really overtake. He's already 3k ahead of Dreamocell. So the TV is really building up here, and Boom has not been punishing.
He needs just a bit more. He's getting there though. I believe he has his full BKB on the way. Yeah, that's his courier. That's the BKB. Does he want after that though? Gonna go for the Satanics. Fairly standard stuff for this TV. But at that point, once you've got that Satanic up, you're feeling a lot safer. Mind you, you are still concerned about the AA, but at least with the BKB, you won't need to be worried too much about the Ice Blast. Bot lane, Gabby ends up getting a kill onto Mikoto, and now they also end up finding Kescute. With that, it's a tier 3 push to start. And a Rats. This really shouldn't be happening here for Boom Esports.
Whew, Tim's just went in, commit the slam. That was enough. They don't have it for the next fight, but it doesn't matter when you take the objectives like this. And once more, you're seeing the effect of leaving Gabby alone. He's just doing a lot of work now. Fresh BKB up and running on the Terrorblade. That does mean that again, your burst damage towards him is limited.
Extends it to a 7k net worth lead for TNC now. Gabby's still farming up. Boom Esports must be aware that their time is slowly starting to run out. Dreamers are already getting prepared for having a bit more deep push to the side of Boom Esports, trying to go for a Mjolnir. BZ has to be careful down at that bot lane. He does have his team making their way over to him. The rest of TNC weren't very close by. They're going to try and TP out. They'll get Armel out of there. Tim's might not be so lucky, and Gabby's also around the corner. Just trying to break the distance. Ice Blast, going to be used to scout out. Doesn't quite find anything. Rocket Flare will spot out Gabby on the retreat, but you're not close enough for a hook shot. So Boom Esports now being the ones to chase around TNC, but don't find anything.
Yeah, and again, TNC, as this game stalls on, they are getting a lot more. Gabby just continues to grow to be a bigger threat. And Boom's farm is starting to fall behind. Dreamocell is at 15k, Gabby's at 20. Terrorblade really is building up a massive lead. What Boom needs to get done is really just find a solid pickoff. And that's what we were seeing from them earlier. They need to rely on KezQ to isolate someone, burst them down, and then force a bigger fight with a numbers advantage.
Boom Esports back down to the bottom lane, maybe just trying to set up for that bottom T2 tower that's been left. Do we have another pause? Boom Esports still having multiple internet issues here, it seems. Time Dreamocell the one to have those issues.
Yeah, it's one of those days for the internet, I suppose. Man, TNC, with that 7k lead, I mean, it's not just Gabby, although we've been talking about him a lot, but you look at Armel, with the Ags, the silence is going to cause a lot of issues there. The only real core to fall behind, well, quite a fair bit behind is KP. Just really focusing on surviving. Force Staff, Hood of Defiance, and Glimmercake. All of the magic resist in the world just to prevent himself from getting bursted down. Can't really blame him. This is quite a fair bit away from Boom. Mikado went all in on the Dagons. Is saving up for the Aeon Disc next, just to give himself a little bit more survivability, and that's going to be key. They really need Mikado and KezQ around. Fight as well to land their combos off and burst one hero down. That's all they need to find a follow-up, and Boom has not been able to do that.
But they haven't. Still, Boom seems a bit confused about what they're doing here, right? Like they've kind of been running around the map, smoking up, chasing TNC, but TNC has constantly just avoided them the past 5-10 minutes. Again, they find Armel and he'll TP up. AB will TP up. Gabby though, he's been left alone. Gets stunned up. March will cancel his TP, but now the hookshot is in from KezQ. Soulbind comes out. Ice Blast will be with March in trouble, and Gabby will BKB TP. Had March not cancelled that TP in time, that would have been disastrous. However, Dreamocell also going down to the bot lane.
Yeah, it's a better trade for TNC. They find the bigger target in the end. The Dreamocell gonna be set back by quite a fair bit, and this is an opening.
FBZ gonna be in trouble. Nice vicious start there onto FBZ. They don't have the Reaper side. It was used for the Lone Druid, but they don't need it. They've got the Spirit Vessel, and the damage from Armel is enough. And now Hyde trying to cancel, trying to keep it young, does get cancelled. Will end up dying. Armel picking up a double kill on the Void Spirit. The Roshan has just come up. They've got a double damage rune sitting there. Perfect timing for TNC.
Yeah, it's, they've got the Metamorphosis up as well if they wanted to use it there. Just a lot of opportunities here for TNC to build up, and boom. Man, it's just slowly kind of falling apart for them. The lead grows wider, they're not finding the pickoffs they want. They're going to have to give this Roche away as well. They could try to hookshot in with KezQ, that's just, it's only him and Mikado, and there's not much you can expect from just two heroes here.
Oh, for sure though, you go for the steal. Like, KezQ has to try for it, I think. He sees it, but he's got to find a gap, and yeah, no, March is already aware. Does get in there on the high ground, make sure that there's no angles. Tim's is blocking the angles as well here on the side of the Roshan pit. So you won't bother trying to throw your life away as the clock. TNC now, the Aegis up on Gabby. Still gonna be fairly cautious. They don't, well, they do actually have meta up, but they don't have the Echo. It's gonna come off cooldown now. Perhaps TNC could opt to just go for a quick smoke play and try and commit that Aegis straight off the bat, considering you do have all those big ultis up.
Yeah, there's nothing that can stop them. Again, Boom has kind of fallen apart here. They need to get the jump in either from KezQ or FBZ, but every single time they've just been isolated and kind of been chasing around, as you mentioned. So Boom, they need to maybe wait for a few more items on Dreamocell. He is building up a lot more in the Bear, but it's going to be a slow build-up towards the Abyssal here.
Gabby is going to start making his way into that mid lane. Just going to secure that tier 2 mid tower. The backdoor protection, however, not able to get through it. So they'll have to wait for that creep wave. Gabby is going to use his illusion to get the work done.
Radiant's middle tower has
Still, TNC are going to wait for a way to try and get into this this high ground. And actually, FBZ out of position here, or maybe just baiting. Gabby, Bishop, gonna come out from Tim. Reaper sides now, but there's a glimmer cake there. FBZ is safe. BKB is up, but it's too much physical damage from Gabby, and now they go back down onto the Lone Druid. Gabby with the Sparklegs just goes down the cliff. Bring this on some big soft right now. Hookshot from KezQ, but what an echo. Tim's holding the support back, not allowing any kind of healing, and that'll mean Dreamocell will die. We see one buyback, but the rest of the cores on Boom Esports, they don't have buybacks available. And that's the GG. TNC that quickly end up gaining the 2.
Boom, man, they just gave too much space to Gabby to farm up. It looked like they were finding the early objectives there, but the chasing around went against them, and in the end, TNC got enough space out.
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
doing a ton of damage in the fight. He's one of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, Ame's going to need this here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax is going out on his own. He doesn't expect Ame to have this invis rune. As Ame will show himself, Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's just toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level the PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Freaks. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, he does have a Lincoln Spirit picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink Calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, I have Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson, he's running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. I mean, X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen. As the mid-racks are exposed, PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Anna in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the 3 of them. Knocks them back, but Anna gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army is on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top rack. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already gone, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close the Brew is at 25.
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball. He turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail. FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give a head for that for this team fight. I mean, LGD are been gold, but no blood take over 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They fought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Rosh right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be up. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right?
Yep.
It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Anna's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected and DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X-Blade Mail call if he finds him, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Anna's on his way over, they've got the snowball down, there's the Catapult. Seb jumps in, he's able to find the call onto Challenge, but Challenge already got the BKB out, the Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his grab, but Seb, he's going to go down, no buyback on the axe, as Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD, the Eon Disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. And they breached through it. It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting isn't enough to hold OG in the game.
You see No-Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will. As they get upon him, they find his life. 1 minute now without No-Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split, of course, up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this Rax on the top lane will fall. The melee Rax gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers. He's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose that top Rax, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite power splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They were able to do more damage in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
And he's on top of X-Nova. Ghost going to the other set. Oh, he's in. The call, the enemy, the counter, he's in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. Get it on. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis. Somnus looking to get involved. Pods the BKB to get over the ice roll. They get on top of Seb. Seb's in trouble. Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball. The snowball over to Thompson. The self-fuels. FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in. Again, up into the air. Arme straight on top of Notel. FY will fall. Arme looking towards Notel. Notel pops the hand of God, but Notel beat it down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the primal split off Azana. He's been left behind in Thompson. He's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo. Can he find the angle? Jerax coming in, keeping Anna alive. Anna with the doppelganger. The deafening blast comes out onto the two of the Anna. Trying to go in, looking for the kill. Can he find it in time onto X-Nova? He's on top of him, trying to beat him down. Anna again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base. As X-Nova will survive. Jerax back in, the combo. Meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky. Bombs the Shiva's gone. He's on top of Jerax. Jerax is gone. Anna as well. Can he really fight back against the Somnus? And X-Nova is so low. As the buyback for Jerax comes in, he's healing Anna back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on X-Nova. The cold snap down onto the Charger. They find him. Arme, he's out of mana. He's starting to shift into the strength, but he's surrounded. OG, can they find the ball? They can. OG are still in the game. Arme buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without two of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jerax onto that shrine, being able to save Ana, but Ana also toying with them with that doppel. He sent the illusion. They thought that was the real one. They actually couldn't finish him off, even though they got the thirst vision of him for a second.
With the level 25 talent on the doppelganger, it's really hard to kill him.
Seb,
Yeah.
he's looking straight for the play. Can he find Somnus? He's hunting. Somnus, he's there, Seb. He'll see him. Oh, doesn't get the call though, and now Seb. He'll be ruptured. They're looking at him, but Anna, he's straight in on top of Somnus. Somnus puts the BKB. Anna again with the double. They see Cataclysm coming out. And Somnus still alive. Anna will be able to force him away. They've got the hex. They've got the control. They're on top of him. Can they kill him in time? They can. Chalice got for 2 minutes. And Seb, he's finding, looking for Arme. Big Daddy Notel gets the penitence out. Only onto the illusion though. Arme able to waveform up to the high ground. As Arme should be fine here.
Thompson's got the ghost, he's got Hex
maybe
up soon too.
Oh, the doppelganger Arme's over the trees. Can he hide his way out of this?
No, back, real one.
Goes for the waveform. Seb tries for the call, but he's already out of there. Nice play from Arme.
And he buys so much time too for his team there. The Brewmaster was dead for 120 seconds, now only 90.
Still a big window for OG. They're only without Jerax for the same amount of time. And that lead the PSG LGD had, it is going down a little bit. Only 4K, 5K at the moment with these last few fights. Obviously the 25s now coming out on OG. Thompson's into the pit.
What a timely DD coming out for him too. I don't think they expected to be taken out as fast. He's almost able to solo it with the help of these summons. And that's a refresher shot. There's no way to get this. There's no way LGD can come.
Oh, and the Seb level 25 too. That extra Berserker's Call AoE. It catches people out. They don't expect it.
It does not feel like OG 2X now.
Yeah. The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE is really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. But just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs, yeah, I mean, they were crushing with their
FY.
BKBs.
Being spotted out.
Got the vision. They're on top of him. Thompson, he's in trouble. The nullify comes up, but he got the ghost walk off as well as the hex in time. Now, Saunders turns up, the blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY, just what a shadow blade. It just, yeah, as soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Fancy Lancer, so we can't doppelganger all the time. That's causing huge issues in the team fights. And I see that Chalice is using his Dispel Magic every single cooldown on these Phantom Lancer illusions, but there's still way too many that are causing havoc in these team fights.
It's too constant. Like that doppel cooldown being 3 seconds just allows him to always be able to play around a little bit around the brew. They don't really have like this crazy AoE when you look at LGD's lineup to just clear out those illusions. It's really a lot based off them just trickling them down slowly with like the Shivas and the Radiants and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Anna can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn, Berserker's Call, there's a lot of ways that they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back, just to be careful.
Make sure that he can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Anna's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well by the looks of it. There's only the Earth Panda prevails. Seb jumps and he gets the call onto the Panda, popping the BKB as well, so they won't kill the Brewlings off. They do force PSG LGD away long enough that Thompson does not have to expend his buyback. Thompson back in the game.
And then they're utilizing the PL very well too, by replicating him, sending illusions to get some extra damage on the tower. It's just one Rax left that's holding LGD away from Mega Creeps.
And they're straight out. They're ready with the aggressive play, OG. Thompson, can he find a catch? He's close to having vision onto X-Nova.
Should be able to find X-Nova. He is stalking him. He got sights of him for a second. He was a bit far away though.
Oh, the tornado. It's got him. Thompson drops the combo down upon him. The stun comes out though. Oh, the counterplay. Jax is there though with the heal, the tether. Keeping Thompson alive with the Abyssal Blade down. Candace here with the hand of God comes through. Thompson still alive, but Chalice gets the primal spit out. He's been stunned. Thompson, the cheese, he's fine. Thompson, he goes down. They get the kill onto the Evoker. No tail. Being chased by Ame. The bash is coming through, but the Blade Mail was already out from Seb. He tries to get the call off. The bash of the Cataclysm isn't enough to find the kills. Anna leading forward. The Bloodthorn onto FY. Gets the kill onto FY. FY buys back straight away. Anna looking towards Somnus again. The doppelganger. Ame on top of Thompson. Thompson being saved by Jax. Jax with the tether. Ame turns into General General. There's the call. Seb, he catches Ame. Ame dead for 2 minutes. The hex. They've got Somnus as well. Oh, gee. Double kill for Seb. The clutch buybacks coming into play. Nobody has a buyback available right now. As OG stand with 5 alive on the map, 100 seconds without the Morphling.
This doppel talent is just destroying LGD. They have no way to actually find Ana. Like Ben said, the Brewmaster's constantly using the Dispel, but it's so hard to find the real PL amongst all these illusions and all this chaos of the fights with tornadoes and chaos meters and everything falling all over the place.
And look at this. The tier 3 tower falling. Ana frontlining it all. What's he scared of? The Blood Bride will come out. Chalice with the Shiva's Guard trying to initiate. But Ana, he's poking, prodding, beating down, and on the side, Thompson jumps in. Chalice gets in with the BKB with the call. Seb, he's got the disability. Chalice to the damage. They got on with the Chalice. He's into the snowball. FY buying time for him, but now he's vulnerable. He's gets Hex. He gets Bloodthorn. Chalice buys back. Straight back into the game. Ana trying to find his attention onto X-Nova. Chalice leading forward. The Tornado going to be off the market. Only catches out the Bloodseeker, but Seb, he's looking for the follow-up. Jumps in, gets the call. The BKB was out in time. The Bananas on top of it. Now it's Seb's got the blade on FY. With the snowball again. Thompson, Jax focusing the Rags. Thompson gets the Hex up onto X-Nova. Seb healed up by Jax. Ana still full health at the moment as the Brewlings are pushed back to the base. OG get the bottom melee Rags. As still 30 seconds to play without the Morphling in the game. They move towards the mid lane. OG, can they really get it all here? The mid rack's falling. They've taken a full second sets, 15 painful seconds for LGD.
They're gonna keep going. They want to claim their megas.
Another tier 3 falls. OG onto the final set of racks that LGD have left standing. Azana, he gets kicked back. He's separated from the team, but he has the double ganger. He's been ruptured. He needs help, but he needs it now. Jarek in with the tap of the hand of God. Give it that double heal. The relocate as well. Jarek gets him out. As OG will successfully disengage before that Morphling's back in, as they found both racks. Jerax will die for this one, almost certainly, as he looks to tether across, but the nullifies upon him. He has buyback though, and OG just took so much away from PSG LGD, as they only have a lone range rack standing on the top lane.
I can't believe it's going to this. There's only 3 racks left in this game, and one of them is a range racks on the side of LGD. Buyback status. I saw X that was buyback. It was only like 600 or 700, which is crazy. But Jerax also kind of in that same net worth territory, looking at a very cheap buyback. But 2 in the game left. IO and the PL. PL is almost unkillable at this point. Like, even without the Wisp, it's still really difficult. With the Wisp, just don't even try.
We'll see this again. It's a save here from Jerax.
The control is just not there, and they don't have the way to kill all these illusions constantly. And of course, look at Jerax coming in, starts that relocate channel, and is able to get it off. No one gets the control on him.
5 seconds remaining.
Keeping it cool at the time that it
Radiant
means the
team
most, but
back.
he's still able to crack this.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining.
Here for our 3rd series of the night, it's going to be Boom Esports once again, but this time they are versing the brethren of TNC, John. Geekfam is upon us now. So Boom Esports versus Geekfam. Boom, they just came off a draw up against TNC, a very, very close series. But now a new series upon us, sir, and I'm going to ask you the real question, sir. How excited are you right now?
I'm pretty excited to see these 2 teams. I think Geekfam and Boom are 2 teams that tend to go pretty head-to-head against each other fairly evenly. This past year, if you want to know the stats, they've played 8 series up against each other, and Boom has won 5. So it's still somewhat of a much more favorable matchup for Boom, but Geekfam has gotten their number a couple of times. So we'll see whether or not Geekfam can pull off that 2-0 and continue their win streak, or whether or not Boom will get a clean win this time around.
We'll find out, John. It's sure to be an explosive series, and can I just say, the games today have been really fantastic, haven't they? They have been top-notch today, I've got to say. I mean, yeah, there's been a few pauses. That's been a bit, you know, unfortunate. We don't want those pauses around, John. But apart from that, the games have been just great. Hopefully this one also kind of matches the previous series, and I'm sure it will be, as both teams right now are taking a very, very long time trying to make these ban-outs for the first phase. Feels like it's taking an absolute eternity, but it's just the general bans that we're used to seeing anyway. It's nothing too special here. Boom, final ban out the Morph, which I suppose is a bit more unique. We don't see the Morphling first phase ban very, very often, but there it is. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups.
That's fine, and I do like the ban from Boom on that Morph. Raven's Morphling is pretty potent. Geekfam has picked it up a couple of times. Look like Boom just doesn't want to deal with it, so that's perfectly fine. are a few picks that have been left alone. The Ember Spirit that both sides like to run is still in the pool. The Void Spirit's still in the pool. And one big thing for Geek Fam, Cuckoo's Queen of Pain is still in the pool. So you've got a lot of flex picks left for Geek Fam here.
Boom Esports start off with the standard Ember first pick. Geek Fam won't even think about it. If there's a Beastmaster, you take it. Of course, Cuckoo loves playing the hero. Followed by something more interesting. The Witch Doctor comes out. And I can't remember where we saw this. We saw this a few days ago. I remember in a pro match, the Witch Doctor came out. It's a weird support pick to have around, but it seems to be slowly making the rounds in this current meta.
Yeah, I can't really blame teams for going back to it. I think if you want to play aggressive, it does give you great burst damage with Maledict, and the stun is pretty nice in a tight area. The healing is one big factor as well, so you've got great push potency with what Geek Fam has, with the Beastmaster and the Witch Doctor. Of course, the Beastmaster as well gives you great control for the Ember Spirit, so he's not going to be able to zip in and out as freely as he'd want, and Boom do pick up the Bat Rider next, so there's still a lot of flexibility here from Boom. They could run the core Ember to support Bat. These could be both cores, although that's not typical in a draft, or it could be the support Ember and the core Bat, so it's really up in the air for Boom and how to lane this.
Oh, Geek Fam, of course, so they see a Bat Rider, you take the Oracle. Towards that Bat. You have the option for an Abaddon as well, I guess, but yeah, the Oracle's much better in this current meta, so it's very understandable that Geek Fam just go down that route straight away. I do like the Bat though, right? Even if you wanted to lane it as a core up against that Beastmaster, the Beastmaster can't do anything. We've seen it over and over again the past couple of days where Bat Rider just spams Sticky Napalm, you hit level 3, you pop Firefly and you run at them, and they just die. It doesn't matter how many stick charges they have, they die underneath the fire. So it's nice of Boom Esports to at least have that flexible pick of the Ember Bat for now. But what do they go for their third now? I believe we're gonna see a pos 5 of some sort. I wonder what they're gonna opt for.
Well, Keeper of the Light's still in the pool for that combination with the Ember if you opted for it. Grimstroke's still there as well if you wanted that. So there are still ways to build off of this kind of combo. I'd say Grimstroke sounds pretty darn good just for the double lasso that could come out. You just get so much control that allows you to get the Oracle and someone else as long as you get the targets right. They do go for the Lich instead. So they're opting for that early laning presence you can get from the Frost Armor, just the aggression it enables. Although the response from Geek Fam, they had the Oracle, so they take the troll.
Oracle, of course. Not to mention, not only the Oracle, John, you have the natural attack speed aura in the Beastmaster. So if you weren't attacking fast enough as the troll, well, you can attack a little bit faster now, just in case you do need that added attack speed as a little bonus. I love the draft from Geek Fam thus far. I think Boom Esports are going to have a real think about what they're drafting for their last two picks. Because even the troll up against the Ember, you pop Battle Trance, get one and snare off, that Ember's dead. You don't need to commit the Roar on the Ember, assuming you get lucky enough to get those and snares off. So there's a lot of natural counters here towards Geek Fam. And the one we haven't talked about that much, the Witch Doctor is just infuriating to play against.
Yeah.
Like that paralyzing task in a team fight, just bouncing around, perma-stunning at least one person. It just tends to always bounce back to the poor guy in the middle. So, Boom, I wonder how they respond now. As they are looking at, I don't want to say behind in the draft, but it looks a bit scary for them right now, because Geek Fam look pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say compared to the last series, this opening from them isn't quite as strong. The push potency is not quite there, and they do decide to go for the spec. So if they're trying to play the long game, they want to get a lot of good farm onto Dreamocell, and he can get that done. It's just that it does feel like Geek Fam can keep a lid on that. They can start shutting down the map fast. They've got the Beastmaster for push. A troll doesn't need to farm for too long. So it's really going to be down to what they pick for Carl, I think, for Geek Fam, to really start setting the pace up against Boom. Boom, they need to play a stall game because they have a spec.
They do. I wonder what they're going to choose for Carl here. It seems like a nice time to go for something like that mid Queen of Pain, if you did want to run that. You're going to be up against the Ember mid more than likely anyway. Maybe they switch it out with the Batrider, but then you'd have an Ember off, which kind of seems lackluster. You wouldn't mind seeing that Quap, because again, you don't really want to fight into Boom Esports late. You want to try and take this game out ASAP, because the Spectre's just going to get out of control sometime during the later stages of the game. So some kind of tempo setting mid that's just going to start running down lanes. Maybe even the TA, right? You've got an Ember there. Sure, you don't enjoy the Flame Guard burning through Refraction. Well, then again, though, if you run the Bat mid up against TA, it's going to be pretty bad.
We saw that last time, so it can be a bit wonky. I think one of the Spirit Brothers would be nice here. Either the Void Spirit or the Storm. There's not really the best response from Boom. They would have to expend the lasso, basically, to lock you in. So you could get a lot of value there. Tear through the backline, tear through the spec early on, and that's really all you want from Geek Fam. As you mentioned, just tempo setting, shut down the map, and that's it.
We'll see the last ban from Geek Fam. Now they do get rid of the Pangolin, a natural sort of counter towards that troll, just a very frustrating hero for the troll to have to play against, because that lucky shot disarm can be really rough if you are the poor troll warlord. Boom Esports, their final ban, they are letting the reserve time tick down quite a bit for this final ban out here up against Geek Fam. They are looking for a mid hero. This is going to be Carl's. I mean, you wouldn't even mind seeing something like a Void Spirit pop out. They actually ban out the Invoker, surprisingly enough. I've got to say, I wasn't really expecting, but it's removed. Maybe this next pick will kind of tell us why they ban Invoker.
Yeah, I think it's rather strange. The only thing I can see coming out from that Invoker for Geek Fam would have been Alacrity for the Troll. I guess that just makes it so much harder to fight into it. So they don't want that super strong Troll running down them. Otherwise, there's no natural combo. You're not seeing like the Legion Commander duel into Sunstrike in this case.
Boom, really letting that time tick out. Maybe feeling like they're in a bit of a corner here with this draft. 1 second, 2 seconds was left. They pick up the Void Spirit. So 2 spirits on their side of things. I believe that should be the off-lane Void Spirit and pos 4 Batrider now with a mid Ember. Still very flexible, but do you believe it's different?
I'm not sure if they want the Ember Spirit on FBZ or on Hyde, because FBZ plays a lot of a Batrider. That's the main thing. Like, he does play a lot more Bat than he does Ember. And I believe Boom has picked up the Ember for a couple of times. Not enough to say that it's absolutely Hyde's hero. So there is still that flexibility here for Boom. Their lineup is pretty strange. I think they went a bit too far in the flexibility here. There's some EXP timings they have to watch out for, and Geek Fam, they just go straight to Necrophos. Yeah, they don't want to kid around. They just want to kill these big targets out. They've got the control. They've got the damage. Boom. They're going to have to buy a lot of space for that Spectre to really find some farm here.
But now if you are Boom Esports, you run the Bat mid, right? Because up against Necrophos, the Bat will just destroy you. So you could run the Batrider mid. Oh, Cuckoo's playing the off Necrophos. So Carl's playing Beastmaster then. We'll switch over to the screen so everyone can see properly.
That's a shakeup.
That is definitely a shakeup. I'm not sure if that's a misclick, but mid Beastmaster can still work. We saw that yesterday, did we not?
Yeah, we did, and you can make it work. It looks like Mikado and the Void Spirit. Yeah, it's a Hyde Ember, so it's FBZ on the Bat. It's a support pause 4 Ember Spirit for Boom. There's some potency here. It's definitely greedy. Very greedy from Boom.
It looks like they got drafted into a corner. Geek Fam, I think we could both agree are way ahead when it comes to this draft. Like, they can definitely make this draft work on Boom Esports, for sure. But if they fail during that early to mid stage, they fall apart. you know, you can hope for Dreamer Soul in the later stage of the game, but it may never get to that point up against a Troll Beastmaster and Necrophos, and even if you do get huge, Cuckoo's there with the Reaper Sight.
Yeah. It's a lot to really watch out for, and I think Geek Fam, the draft is just so much more easier to execute as well on top of that. So the room for Boom here is pretty short. I mean, honestly, from that Batrider pick into the Oracle, it was always going to be somewhat tricky for Boom because they were just straight up countered. I think it really did kind of lose its potency just with those early picks from Geek Fam.
We'll go into it though. Game number 1 between Geek Fam versus Boom Esports. Of course, a best of 2 series for these round robin group stages. It's a lot of pressure here on Dreamer, so he may need to get involved in these team fights earlier than he would like, so we might see a very unique kind of item build from Dreamer Cell. Of course, they're going to run Cuckoo up against that Spectre because there's nothing the Spectre can do to stop Cuckoo from just dominating the lane. This is kind of that ban you would have thought you would have seen in the draft stage instead of that Invoker we saw earlier on.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy for Dreamer Cell. Just Cuckoo does have all the answers. Like, he can sustain himself well. Dreamer Cell, it's going to be eating through a lot of regen to keep himself in that lane. And you have to remember, Zephyr's around with the Maldic Cask. It can be really hard to get up to those creeps and find the last hits.
This is one of those games as well for Cuckoo where you just want to go Aghanim Scepter on Necrophos. Like, having the Heartstopper aura increase with Ghost Form on a 10-second cooldown later on in the game. He's dealing like 5% of your HP at a time. Well, bot lane is going to be a bit of an engagement here. Cuckoo going to be in trouble. They'll try to kill him off very, very early on. He does Fairy Fire, but the first one will go the way of Hyde. And Zephyr is still trying to get a trade here into Kenscue, but he may have overextended. Chains come out once again. It'll be a double coming out now. Hyde looks to pick this one up. In fact, no, he wanted to give it over to Dreamer Cell, but now Coconut bounces through. They got greedy. Hyde does take the double kill, but will give up his own life in the process. Still a great start for Boom Esports.
It definitely is. I guess that's one way to take away the potency of Cuckoo. Just run a very early tri-lane, and they're going to keep going. They're actually sending Hyde back down here.
But it's actually super smart, though, from Boom. Because now with the Ember here in the tri-lane, you can't do anything. Zephyr can't really help out. Chain's coming out again. Like, the Spectre's not going to care about his levels. Dreamer Cell's more than happy to just keep hitting creeps and making gold for himself. This is probably the only way they could have played this right, and I can respect that. In fact, here we go again. Dagger out, Chains onto Cuckoo. They don't get the double chains off, but Cuckoo is almost certainly just dead. Zephyr throws out the paralyzing cast, but again, a great slow out from Kenscue, and Zephyr probably will die. Hyde looking to trade his life away for it. He's going to die now. The salve out from Zephyr. It does get cancelled. Dreamer Cell with the quick dagger out. But you won't mind that death on the Ember because you just killed Cuckoo again.
You're still perfectly fine, and again, Boom applying all that pressure bot, it's actually paying off. Like, FBZ is still getting a massive creep wave pushing into his tower, so he's going to find the EXP he wants on the bat, and Whitemon is trying to pressure, but dip into the tree line and salve up, not going to be a problem.
They have actually let the tri-lane go for a bit. Hyde's actually going to be trying to stack for his team, but missed that one. So I guess that's the thing, right? At some point you are going to have to leave this lane, and Hyde has that level 1 Ember, going to start roaming up to the top lane. He will eventually TP because FBZ is having a tough time, and Raven is just taking the tier 1 tower. We're only 2 minutes into the game, but look at the HP of that tower!
Oh man.
FBZ literally has to Firefly to force Raven back.
Yeah, that's one benefit for Geek Fam. With FBZ all alone getting the EXP, Troll can shove hard. So, you're gonna have to keep this lane in check. Raven still isn't quite on top in terms of farm, but I'm sure all the space given to him, he doesn't really mind too much.
Well, he just spent a minute hitting a tower, John. How could he be on top of CS? He wasn't exactly focusing on creeps at that point. Carl looks to be doing okay in the mid lane as well up against Makoto. Makoto getting on top of the CS board. In fact, some nice damage being dealt to Carl. And ultimately, Makoto has seemingly been somewhat unaffected by this Beastmaster mid.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad for someone like the Void Spirit. In fact, Carl is really low.
Yeah, they have to dissimulate there. Makoto would have loved to have his Aether Element right now. Tries to go for the sneaky dissimulate, doesn't quite get there. Bot lane, however, look at Cuckoo. Being chased down once again. Eventually, they will give up on that chase. That's still great news, forcing out another salve usage from Cuckoo.
Yeah, it's a lot of money and resources being invested to keep that bot lane simply functional. And Cuckoo lagging behind in terms of EXP. You're going to see Dreamwhistle hit 4 right as Cuckoo hits 3. It's not the best. You can't expect the Necrophos to really dominate this lane anymore.
Oh, that is definitely true. Hyde gonna just chase that Whiteman up at the top lane. You see a tip come out of Zephyr for Carl and the Beastmaster. Kind of just keeps farming. Gotta wait till that level 6 mark before you can really do anything up against this Void Spirit. Makoto is essentially waiting for the same thing, though in all fairness, Makoto is out-leveling Carl quite nicely. Full level ahead of him. In fact, he is now.
Yeah, it's
Top lane. FBZ gonna die. Wyman purifying flames was enough. FBZ trying to skip the creep wave, doesn't quite get away with it. Hyde will try to do the same thing and just pull it his way, but Wyman's gonna follow him down all the way, and you have Fortune's End as well, just a rooting in place like this. Bot lane, however, Cuckoo does end up dying. Kevskute will be traded, but Dreamer Cell probably gonna find another kill here on the Spectre.
yeah, that's a bit much. Dreamwhistle's getting a little bit too much from the lane. He is still finding decent farm. Those kills are most definitely helping him line his pockets, and the Spectre is just winning out a bit too much. Like, you could say the same for Raven up top, but he's not finding kills, so, which is fine, but this is the time to shut down a Spec. The laning phase is its weakest point, and with this kind of start, I think Dreamwhistle's going to be able to transition to the jungle fairly soon, and fairly safely.
That's what they kind of wanted with that Reapers, with the Necrophos pick. That was the whole point. It was just the 200 IQ play from Boom to have the Ember trialing to start. Just screwed over Cuckoo so hard. Necrophos without a level advantage really can't win this lane anymore. You can only just static the lane if that's if you can do that. Mid lane, they make the jump down to Carl. Carl in big trouble. Convince the Raw here onto the Ember. He probably will still die though. No, he gets away. Does secure the kill there with Zephyr. And Makoto had no spells or cooldown. He couldn't go back in.
Yeah, it's a massive loss for them, and Geekfam is starting to find the trades. You're feeding kills away to Raven now as well with all these creep cuts. Probably not the time to keep that up anymore. You're just giving a lot more for the troll to find now as well.
Just a battle trans committal there onto FBZ. The Batrider just not enjoying this top lane, trying to continuously skip the creep wave, but it's just not working out for him. Raven, generally Pos 1 would usually just stick by the tier 1 tower and keep farming, but Raven isn't. He is going for those kills. Still bot lane, Dreamwhistle is doing the exact same thing onto Cuckoo, but Zephyr with a quick TP will save his teammate again, but now Hyde coming in. He does get that foul cancellation, and Dreamwhistle does pick up another kill on the Spectre. And that wasn't just the kill, John. You cancelled another cell.
Yeah, Geekfam is just bleeding out in certain aspects. I think both sides are copping a very hard off lane for both the heroes. The difference is FBZ can jungle a lot better than Necrophos can, so Cuckoo's recovery is going to be a lot slower.
That it will be. It might just be a walking Reaper site at this point. So bot lane, Zephyr getting jumped on now by Hyde. Paralyzing cast thrown out, but it's bouncing through the Ancients. He will die. Now Cuckoo gonna roam in onto Kescute, but Makoto's around the area. They are just focusing down this Necrophos so hard. Frost Blast, he does go to swarm up, but that only adds the damage of Makoto and Hyde. And Boom Esports, man oh man, 86 now, 1k net worth lead. I don't know what Cuckoo's done wrong, John, but they've got 5 kills on his name so far.
Yeah, it's a complete shutdown of the Necrophos. I think they understand though. Like the moment the Necrophos tapers off, it's not going to recover. It's not like a Batrider. There's just no space for it to farm.
That spent so much time trying to catch up. Makoto now at level 8 trying to go after Raven, but FBZ not at that level 6 mark yet. He needs one more creep, and so they don't bother trying to make a complete chase onto Raven. Instead, Raven will TP up. He will take over the bot lane, and it feels like this is what probably should have happened a long time ago now, where they bring Raven down to the bot and switch out Cuckoo to go after maybe the top lane. But no, Cuckoo's actually just going to stack for himself.
Yeah, I don't think he can show up in any lane. He's just going to be immediately jumped on by 3 heroes. This is the best you could hope for. This does give Mikado an opportunity to chip away at that tier 1 top end. Doesn't seem to be any signs of a defense from Geek Fam, so this should just go the way of Boom.
This really shouldn't be happening. Just based on drafts, this really shouldn't have panned out this way. Geek Fam trying to go after Kescute. Now Raven does get a nice ensnare off and cancel the TP. That is really the one saving grace right now, is Raven is top of the net worth board on that troll. And he is working his way on towards the battle period, somewhat close to at least picking up that mythical hammer. He should have a pretty decent timing if this keeps on.
Yeah, he certainly should. But the same thing's happening for Dreamer Soul. He's going to have a pretty good time into the Radiance. So you've got to ask yourself which one's more impactful, because once the Radiance is up, the Spectre can at least have some precedence in the fight. So Troll, with a Battle Fury, yeah, you could splash some damage. The main thing is just faster farm.
Here we go again. Kescute, having some issues. A quick pause. I wonder what the minigame is this time. Musical chair.
Yeah, no one's playing.
They should really let the casters play, John. I think, right?
Yeah, that would be... I don't know how I'd feel about that, but that would be interesting. Nonetheless, not a long pause. Not enough time for that.
I would still want that. Cuckoo's going to show up in the mid lane, just buy his tier 1 tower where he feels safe. Hyde was around the corner, ready to make the jump if necessary. What's really crazy as well is this roaming Ember is only like a little bit of XP behind the Necrophos. Now, this is your core Necro, and really he's not even one full level ahead here on Cuckoo. He's trying to catch up the best he can, but you're essentially going to have this like 4th core on Boom Esports in the form of Hyde. And there it is, he's now out-leveling Cuckoo.
Yeah, it's a worrying sight for Geek Fam, as they have bled away a lot of control on the map as well. Like Boom is free to farm that top jungle, although you do see Geek Fam start to rotate in bot. And Kescute, he's always been the target, which isn't too bad for Boom, right? It's just a lich. You're not losing out in much. Still, Geek Fam looks like they want to work their way to that tier 2.
They've got the Roar available on Carl, so they just want to secure an easy kill. Carl just can't really break the distance, and I mean, you kind of just said it, it's just a lich. You'd rather hold the Roar than get someone else. But top lane, Zephyr. TP being forced out by Boom Esports up to the top lane, but it does get cancelled off. Makoto still seeing if he can make the jump onto Zephyr, but he is running all the way back to the fountain. So I can see a very similar kind of item build for the side of Geek Fam right now. They're just spamming braces. So, right now.
There's just not enough farm. Like, Cuckoo needs something to stay tank. He's just on the bracers, just ensure he doesn't die. And the Witch Doctor as well. Zephyr has been picked off a couple of times. He needs to have some durability to cast that Death Ward later on. So just stack the bracers. It's
FBZ doesn't actually commit lasso. He saw a TP coming in, saw the ghost shroud. I thought he would still go for it, but top lane, Zephyr, stun, will be dodged out. Oh, I say that, but still ends up coming after him anyway. Lane break now, Zephyr gonna pay for his crimes. Aether though, nice fortune there, but now the Chain Frost will bounce through once. And you still have the lasso if you want to try and get the kill, but FBZ, he'll end up TPing down the bot lane. He can try on Carl now, and that's exactly what he... No, he's not. He's just gonna Firefly for some farm. So the lasso will remain off cooldown.
Yeah, I think Boom is still fine with this, though. Like, you look at Hyde, he's been kind of saving up. Of course, he has had the Urn for a while, so you would like to get a couple of charges up for that Ember, but it looks like they're just going to be satisfied in forcing movements out from Geek Fam. They know they're giving Dreamos a lot of space to farm up, and that's it. We mentioned from draft, all they need to do is stall the game for that spec. This is helping Raven towards that Battle Fury build-up as well. It's just that Geek Fam hasn't been punishing the Spec. I think the Spectre is just going to enjoy a slower game compared to a Troll.
The thing is, though, you are still up against the Necro, right? Like, even though Cuckoo suffered quite a lot this game, Reaper Scythe doesn't change based on farm. I don't know if you want to really allow Raven to keep free farming as well in the Troll, because he is farming faster, and he does have the Battle Fury now, just being completed. I'm not sure if the whole Spectre late game thing still counts when there's a Necrophobes. That's my problem here.
Yeah, it does kind of get harder for Dreamcell to find out, although.
Raw committed on Dreamcell, it's not really going to matter though, they have plenty of control here. Lasso not even being expended. Just unnecessary. He'll use the horn instead, but now Raven running in. He's by himself right now. Just wants to go into the whole team. The rest of the support's there to back him up now. Gets Q-Being the one who gets done up. Deathwood will be committed. Chain Frost does not bounce. And that ends up being a support for a core trade. Still very, very nice for Boom Esports. They'll just keep delaying things out.
Yeah, they get to use this time to get back to farming. I'm surprised Raven showed up really early with a Battle Fury. You'd expect just, you know, instant farming coming out from that, but he does get space in the bot lane now, and both teams do relax just a bit more. You've mentioned the lasso still being up, FBZ. I suppose now, since you're so close to it, you just wait for the blink. He's just about 800 gold off, so you're going to have that easy access into the back. And that's probably the time we'll see Boom start to make more aggressive commitments.
Just that, it's just Raven on that troll. Just still freely farming up. So gonna pick up a Yasha up next, maybe into the Sergeant Yasha. So go after that T1 mid tower now. Carl has grouped up with his team. Because we haven't seen a Reaper Scythe yet either. That's still on cooldown, waiting to be used. That T1 tower is not quick.
Yeah, it's a troll beast. You know, the right clicks do come out fairly quick. You do have the Ags up in Mikado now, so you've got more options in these fights. That silence we've seen time and time again. It works wonders. It catches people off guard. So let's see whether or not Geek Fam is ready for that. Of course, they go straight into the pit, but that's scanned out.
It's scanned out, but they're not going to give up on it. Raven takes it very quick with Carl, but here comes Hyde to make it obvious they know. Cube has the Chain Frost as well. Great style from the all heroes. And now, look at the damage coming up from Hyde. They're all up. They'll turn around with the Chain Frost. It's bouncing around with the Reaper side. Dakota will end up dying. And now, Lasso is going to be there on Raven, but there's the false promise as well. FBZ trying to run away. And well, more Sleight of Fists flying out with the Flame Break, but the Fate's eating from Whiteman, blocking out so much of the damage. And ultimately, Boom Esports still come out on top. And now it's back into that Roshan pit.
Yeah, you've lost most of your ults.
I'm gonna try for the Steel John, I can feel it. With the Sleight of Fist, I think he might go through it. It's on the deck and no Raven. He will go ahead and pick it up. Now Fortune's End is up, but they won't bother chasing. they got what they came for, and that'll be it. They'll back out.
It's a really strong win for Geek Fam there. Just having the leeway now to play a lot more aggressive on Raven if they wanted to. Boom. That was the Ags reveal on Mikado, and doesn't really pay off. Initiation was just a bit too slow. You do have the blink from FBZ now. The biggest target to go for has to be the Oracle, because there's no one else you can really lasso safely. It has to be Whitemon. You take out the option for the False Promise, and the cleanup can come afterwards, but you cannot do anything as the bat as long as that Oracle's around.
You're slowly also starting to see Cuckoo catching up. You know, it's been a slow process, but with this self-stacking for himself, he is slowly but surely making his way to that mech. We'll just have almost about enough gold for that mechanism.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mid lane, FBZ, Hyde, ready to jump in. Zephyr will be the target, and here we go again, huh? The pause right on the lasso. It is just the Witch Doctor, though. So I'm sure that Zephyr is just gonna die. Cuckoo's having some lag issues right now. Yeah, I mean, look, this should just be an easy past 4 kill. Nothing much else to say about it.
Should be. Yeah, no, it's like he has Hyde around anyway. It's unfortunate though that Cuckoo disconnects then. And if you look at Cuckoo, he found some space to farm. Does have the mech recipe ready to go. So you're gonna have a lot more sustain coming out from Geek Fam. Don't reckon we have the Spirit Vessel up and running yet. That is going to be Hyde's farm. And as a support, it can take a while to find that upgrade.
Well, James actually missed onto Zephyr. Whiteman's coming in, doesn't have False Promise, but will have to be saving. Coconut, no, they burst him down now. But in terms of that mid-tier 1 tower, if that's what they came for, they are not going to get it. They do back out.
Yeah, and Geek Fam, they're going to be happy to hold on to that objective if they're still feeling like they're ahead. They've got all their ults up. They invade the jungle a bit.
Whiteman caught out here. Yeah, chained up. Makoto doesn't even second guess it. With that double damage, he has so much damage available to him. Just burst down the Oracle. I suppose now they could try and set up on this top tier 2 tower, as it is already less than half HP. Yeah, Makoto, a bit more value out of that double damage rune. Gets onto that tier 2, and at the bot lane, of course, Geek Fam, they're not going to fight without the Oracle. They will do the exact same thing. Even trade.
Yeah, it's not too bad for Geek Fam. I think they've been playing away from that top jungle for the better part of the past 5 minutes anyway. This does lead to the Radiance of Dreamo Cell, so the Haunt presence is a lot stronger. We'll see whether or not Boom wants to reveal it anytime soon. The Haunt is up, and Lasso is going to be up in about 10 seconds left.
That should be pretty soon then. They try to initiate into a team fight, I guess. I mean, you're going to notice the Radiance is there, because Dreamo Cell is farming creep waves. So you definitely want to try and make as much of an influence with that Radiance timing as you can. Boom, I'm not sure if they have any smokes available on them right now. I'm sure they'd love to go for one. They do. Hyde's holding it. They'll group up and they do smoke up. The target. Oh, I found him. It's Cuckoo in the mid lane for sure. Maybe not. They loop around. Smoke on smoke action though. Geek Fam. They've also smoked up. Very scary kind of scenario. Who gets the initiation here? Kono gets spotted by Raven. Does dissimulate straight away. Meanwhile, in the back, they are trying to make a jump here onto Kensuke, but Lasso is going to be out. They caught the Oracle. They need him to survive. He's been silenced up, still walking up there. Kensuke, he does. Whiteman does go down, but Kensuke does as well. Now the Robo! Oh, Spectre getting caught out in Cuckoo with some sweet revenge. That is a huge pick-off to find for Geek Fam. It took so much time for Boom Esports to kill off the Oracle. They kind of forgot their POS 1 was dying at that time. Raven would have loved to go after that Void Spirit, but we'll have to let it go. Instead, there is a mid-tier 2 tower to take.
Yeah, it's going to be a really quick push once more for Geek Fam. Boom. I mean, yeah, they've got the Radiance in the spec. That's not enough to throw the spec into the front line. It's still fairly squishy. You're going to be looking at maybe the level 20 talent and a stat item, which in this case looks to be the Manta style. You're still going to struggle. You mentioned it from the start, but Pluku's Necrophos is at the point where he can survive long enough to get the Reaper's Sight off, so Boom has to be really careful of where they put Dreamosol in the middle of all of this.
It just seems like they just took so much time on that Oracle. And even I'm shocked, like how Whiteman survived so long. Perhaps it was just the raindrops he had, just blocking just enough damage. Of course, Carl, he gets the roar off and suddenly, very easy kill on that Spectre. So I'm not going to be too happy about that. We'll continue farming up. Going to try and get into the Manta style now. Things have seemingly slowed down a little bit for Boom Esport. They still have the lasso, mind you. They're ready to go again, at least find one. Just a matter of whether they're willing to, though. If they do,
yeah,
they will run into... Not really the kill you'd want, but I guess you just take what you can get. They won't even find that.
Nah. And the big issue here for Boom and all of this movement is that they don't really have great deep wards to play around with. They've got one defensive ward by the pit, and that's pretty much it. So they don't quite know where Geek Fam is, and without that information, they can't find those pickoffs. So they're just stuck playing the farm game. This does give Hyde his Spirit Vessel, so you've got some way to mitigate the heal now at the very least. That can be really helpful up against Cuckoo. So we'll see if that's going to be enough, as they really just haven't been able to get a grip on Raven anymore.
Geek Fam, they'll just keep controlling up this Radiant side jungle. Raven getting very close to picking up a full Satanic now on that troll. Have the Reaper's Edge. BZ. Continue to clear out these creep waves. Farming up for Yules. And interestingly enough, FBZ actually has another urn queued up. I doubt he'll go for it, but I'm not 100% sure why he'd go for a secondary urn. Makoto right now completely surrounded. He will dissimulate an Astral Step away. Does have a double damage rune active, so he'd love to go for a team fight right now. His team is also around in the Dire jungle, and they have the high ground advantage. FBZ, Lasso, again straight on to Cuckoo, putting on the cliff. That's where he'll stay. In fact, no, they bring him down and they'll kill him off. And the rest of Geek Fam just don't want to deal with it without Cuckoo, or maybe they do. Carl, if he could find a nice roar off here, it could be a big kill, but they might just have to settle on Hyde. He will run it out of there. No way to really initiate here for the Beastmaster. And so they won't actually find anything.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be too unhappy as Geek Fam. Again, you have just consistently thrown Cuckoo out. He doesn't need to farm all.
Wearing it out again. Carl is continuing to hold that roar. Just doesn't really want to commit it on just the support. That'll be it. Cuckoo will be back up. Join the team again. Back
Overall, this kind of pace is still playing into Geek Fam, despite that presence of the spec. Dreamosol has fallen behind in terms of how fast he can build up. Even Carl just going ahead with the core mid Beastmaster in terms of farm. So a lot of issues starting to come out for Boom. This is when Geek Fam is near their strongest point, and Boom's best bet now is just to keep trying to stall, keep trying to farm up. They do have a few more cores in terms of heroes right now, especially since Hyde can transition quite well. So if they stall the game out, they should have better scaling. It's just that Geek Fam has been making that very hard. They've lost nearly all of their outer towers except one. So again, that issue they've had with vision on the map, it's just really hard for them to either hunt or defend themselves because they just don't have great warding spots left.
Thing is though, Boom Esports, they've kind of left the Roshan alone. Geekfam do spot that out, of course. They could try and sneak a very, very fast Roshan, and Raven says that's exactly what we're going to do. Boom Esports, they do not want to let this Roshan go down like this. It's some really nice timing for Geekfam now with the Aegis Roshan, Aegis and Cheese. You're going to be able to try and go high ground with this kind of lineup. And Boom, they did smoke up, but they just reacted way too late. Raven does run up to the Radiant Triangle now. Smoke still not being broken. Boom, they want to keep fighting. FBZ, smoke broken, hide, will chain up Cuckoo. Lasso is going to be there, but this is working into the way of Geekfam. They put Cuckoo on the cliff, so he's safe now. Chain Frost is going to bounce through as well. But they jumped on Raven. He does find Makoto there with Carl. Raven's still going after Hive, gets the ensnare off as well. He can't run it out of there. Boom Esports, what kind of fight is that?
Yeah, that was strange. I think they just wanted to isolate Cuckoo and hope that everyone else from Geekfam would be manageable, but they weren't. They're just too far behind in terms of getting a good spot.
That wasn't it.
Nah, definitely not.
Definitely force high ground right now. Satanic on the way. He's got Aegis. There's a cheese on Cuckoo. Yeah, it's on Cuckoo. That should be at least a tier 3. Maybe even a rat, because again, they have that secondary line. Third life if you count that Satanic. Not the back of the bad Roshan fight, Boom Esports. They'll find themselves one rank behind.
Yeah, possibly more.
Possibly more, yeah, Raven. He's still going. Kesku's gonna be in trouble. That Lich is just gonna melt. In fact, no. Sick charges will save him. Geekfam, they'll keep going. Raven doesn't care. Frost Shield will be there to try and defend this. I don't believe they have a repair kit. That's going to be a second T3 tower. And I love this from Geekfam. Understanding there's no need to back off. Just keep going after this. Five, now Horn does come in. Brimstone realizes he has to fight. FBZ going into the lasso onto the Oracle. They do kill off Whiteman. There's a Reaper side, however. Brimstone almost dying, but surviving no. He goes down to Zephyr. Now the lasso is there on Cuckoo. They do kill off the Necrophos. Carl is also very, very low right now. Makoto, though, being chased up by Raven. Chains up from high will save Makoto's line, but Raven still going after somebody. He's just being climbed out right now. They'll go back after Carl, and they will secure the Beastmaster kill. And that'll mean Raven will back off with the Aegis intact.
Yeah, it's a defense coming out from Boom. I don't know if you'd say that was the best. They still had to sacrifice their spec. And Raven's still looking to fight.
Why not? He's got the Aegis. He's still ready to say Panic Card. He just needs an ensnare. He found one.
God.
Yeah, you're going nowhere now, son. You're in Ensnare City. Raven.
Man.
The kill. Cuckoo just loves giving it to Hive now that he knows they're winning the game. After that laning stage, Cuckoo is ready with the tips.
Yeah, and Boom, I mean, they're still down to racks. They lost the melee racks in mid. So this will let Geekfam potentially just go for the bot set of racks. And they're going to have Roar back. It is back up. The site is 40 seconds off.
Dangerous Makoto.
Oh, no.
As the cast hits, he does dissimulate. He needs to Astral Step away, and he will. Ensnare? Does he get lucky? No. No, he does not. Death Ward damage with the, won't be enough either with the Melodic. But, I believe Raven has a Basher on the way now.
Yeah, and that's just going to help him. If he doesn't get a root, he could always try for a bash. And that is really just going to, you know, give you more control, give you more damage. It's not like they need more, though. Boom has been unable to find an answer for this troll. And they're really just trying to buy that time for Dreamer's Hall. He's trying to split farm up. Does have the level 20 talent, is saving up for Heart, but it's not going out there fast enough.
Raven goes in, tier 3 tower is gone. He's ignoring every hero that goes by. He's literally moving at them right now, John. There's going to be a lasso in the backline. Wyman is going to die. It's a good way to start here for Boom Esports, but Makoto is also going to go down with the Void Spirit. Dreamercell, however, does kill off Zephyr. Makoto buying back. Raw is there.
No, it's still going. Yeah, it's been a buyback from Dreamercell. Ravens dropping low. They're chasing down Hyde. He does get force step out. Mikoto is running back in. The Yule sub patrol. Raven actually died.
Okay. We are back. So Raven ended up dying. I apologize for that. I have no idea what's happened.
Yeah, just Raven got punished, hung out a bit too long. They did force the buybacks out though. So Dreamercell had to expend his gold. He's not going to build into that heart anytime soon. But they did find that massive kill. That is a slight opening for Boom. They've dragged out the down to 5k from Geek Fam, and Geek Fam, they've got to really be careful. They don't quite have Megas, although they've taken out all the melee racks, which are the most important ones anyway. And they still have a pretty good grip in this game, but they are giving Boom a way to bounce back in.
Cuckoo, Aetherman does latch on. Cuckoo will be fine. He's just glimmer caked up. He does have a Lotus Orb up now as well, which really isn't helpful. I say that. He does get lassoed up straight away. Dreamercell with the 410. Wyman again going to be the target on the Oracle. He will decide. Now Cuckoo in trouble. Carl goes for the roar out. That Spectre is falling very, very low. And no, it's actually Makoto on the Void Spirit side. Now Hyde comes back in. Dreamercell still trying to man fight. Cuckoo, Reaper Scythe in 1 second. He can't get it off, but Dreamercell dies anyway. The chase is on. FBZ, TP's out of there. Hyde has no remnants. Does get scouted out. The creep wave won't leave him alone. But they will ignore him and they will start running down mid, as that Spectre does not have buyback.
Yeah, no buyback in the Spectre, no buyback on the Void Spirit as well, so it's going to be very hard defense for Boom if they want to prevent the Megas. And Geek Fam at this point could just crush those tier 4s.
Raven's going to go ahead and do the safe thing and secure the racks first. Get those Megas up, make it as hard as possible. And now, on to the tier 4s it is. Carl's going to come in and escalate things. Raven's hitting like a madman right now. Frost Shield will delay things down, and there's the glyph as well. But they know that they've got so much time. All they've got to do is wait for the next creep wave to come in. In fact, never mind that. Raven just goes back onto the tower. Chains flying out from Hyde, but it's only doing so much. It's Zephyr's just healing through it, but now Lasso. Carl's been left alone. Into the fountain you go, Carl. He's been engaged as well, and Carl is going to die. He buys back immediately. Still, Raven is being healed up here by Wyman and Zephyr. Just constant heals flying in. They Spirit Vessel, but Raven, with the Satanic, just heals up to full HP again. But they bought enough time for Makoto to be up. Can they deny this this Ancient away from Geek Fam? Perhaps from Makoto. Aether and will latch on. They need 10 seconds for the Spectre. Raven will get started by the Ancient. There's the double Yules coming out with the Lotus. Raven is still whacking away. The Ancient's in trouble, but that Spectre is 3 seconds away right now. Raven does battle trance. Here he comes though. Raven, so what can you do to help? Raven's in the fountain right now. Raven, no! Get out of there! False Promise comes out. Now the Ancient's still under siege. The team fight has officially begun. Dreamercell gonna run away from that troll right now. Makoto going in with there's the Reaper side. It'll come out of Cuckoo, and that'll be the GG. There's no way to lock down Geek Fam. And I mean, we're pulling them into the fountain was a great idea. It worked on Carl. It almost worked on the troll, but you had Wyman still
FY, he's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Ame comes in for the kill secure.
I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He's I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage in the fight. It's one of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm just going to ninjas here.
Got to be
Watch
careful who
Jerax.
shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Ame to have this invis route. As Ame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing around rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, will fight X-Nova.
Seb, and as well. Between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He is toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Ame looks like he is level the PL.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeps. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the agony. So. As Thompson, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink Calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, I have Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's putting in FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson is running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in this series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Centauran creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The Blood Bright Silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. And Anna down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. You're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Anna. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of Rack. Still Anna holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Anna in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the three of them. Knocks the back, but Anna gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army's on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top rack. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close to Brew is at 25. I mean,
So close.
With that time will split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball. He turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail. FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I get ahead of this team fight. The LGD are been gold, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
We've got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. They give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They bought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Anna's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon disc on Jeremy, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the spike, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled.
Anna, he's in the trees. They're on the high ground. They've got the vision with the Shiva's covered. Anna's on his way over. They've got the snowball down. There's the Catapult. Seb jumps in. He's able to find the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB. He'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the axe. As Jerax as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jerax. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting isn't enough to hold OG in the game.
You see No Tails already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will. As they get upon him, they find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Zeb. Thompson, Anna, and Jerax. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jerax is really trying to hold on.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team pick.
They've got to be careful about leaving open really easy counter picks. Like, we saw them take the Bat Rider with the Oracle still in the pool. We saw them go for the Spectre when the Necrophos came out. Caused way too many issues for the draft, and you can see a very fast return to something's okay. It's the same. It's the same opening.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to why Boom continuously picks the Bat Rider. Although they banned the Oracle, so that's a bit better. You're not having to worry about jumping the Oracle first. You can opt to catch these higher priority targets, and that can help FBZ set the pace if it will be FBZ again. I think Boom has to also be careful about going too flexible with their draft. We saw the Void Spirit come out from them as well. They didn't have the best ways to force massive team fights, didn't have the best control. So you want to find something that gives you a bit more hold on 5 heroes, or at least on a wider area, just to enable some easier follow-up for Boom.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Oh. Yeah.
Dire team.
Yeah, it's really open for Geek Fam in that sense. The response from Boom is strong, though. The Winter Wyvern's there to take care of the Black Holes if ever, but Geek Fam going really fast through the draft, pick up the Weaver for themselves. So we've seen that Weaver do a lot of work. That is more than likely just going to be Raven's hero, and I think there's a lot of potency now from the draft of Geek Fam. It comes online fairly quick, it's excellent in team fights, and it pushes hard. So it ticks all of the boxes you're looking for. Boom, They've got some great counterfight. They've got better team fight now.
Dire team
Find a way to stop that great push from constantly happening, and that's one way. Yeah, the Medusa comes out, clears out those creeps fast. It also farms really well, so you've got some great scaling as well from Boom.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, it's still fairly open. It does feel like that might just be... I want to say that should be a safe lane number. It's just that, again, with the Batrider, it's just so confusing. We'll see what Boom does close out, but I think they're gonna want to
5 seconds remaining.
have one of these two as cores for sure. You don't want to last pick a support. It's not much value in it up against what GeekFam has. You've got solid options already, so we'll see what they do opt for. GeekFam does have last pick as well, so it's much easier for them to close out their draft. They already know what GeekFam would have at that, what Boom would have at that point, so they can easily just seal up their draft, cover any holes that they're missing, and really just look to go for the kill in terms of hero picks.
I just don't think they're going to run that a second time. Not up against the Medusa. It's much, much harder for the Beastmaster to deal with the Medusa than it was last game around up against the Void Spirit. And they'll ban the LC, so it seems as though Boom Esports are still thinking that perhaps they'd run a mid LC, perhaps they run the offlane LC, and boom, they finish off with that Pangolier.
Yeah, that really opens up this draft. I think we're going to be seeing an FBZ Pango. He does play it quite a fair bit. Will be a hide on the Batrider in that case. That does tend to be how Boom runs it when these two heroes are up. We'll see whether or not that is the case. But this does give them great ways of fighting. All four heroes can buy space for the Medusa. They've got great team fight coming out, great single target control with a Batrider. So you've got a solid way of making off this lineup. For GeekFam, they do know what's out there. They have last pick. They can close out their draft with something to kind of punish this. I wouldn't be too upset if they actually did go for something like, say, an OD for the Medusa, although that can be tricky to run in this case, but it can do a lot of work up against this lineup if they opted for it.
Find out, GeekFam, they only have 10 seconds left for this. It's gonna be... Okay, so they go down the Dazzle route. We've seen this hero popping up quite often, but I believe that will be a core Dazzle, though only time will tell. It still could be... No, It is going to be the core Dazzle by Cuckoo. Interesting. Zephyr on the pos for Enigma, and apparently Carl is indeed going back into that mid Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think this is a solid lineup from GeekFam. You have to remember that the minus armor from the Dazzle works really well with Weaver. You've got a great aura in the Beastmaster to continue to force that push out, and you know it's a very fast lineup to come online after you go through the laning phase. That's the roughest time for GeekFam. Boom, they've got much more stable curves in terms of power. The distribution should be a bit easier to work out. And you still have a greedy support, it does look like we are looking at the Hide Ember Spirit making an appearance here. So you do have the poor Bat down mid. I think that's how they're going to be running it. That's not going to be too great for Beastmaster. You have ways of clearing out that wave, and Dreamosol will be on that Medusa.
We'll go into it very, very soon. Game number 2. Boom Esports, their only option here is to get a draw going, and GeekFam, of course, still have the opportunity to try and 2-0 the side of Boom Esports. Sure to be a rather electrifying game going into this. We'll have to keep a close eye out on Raven, see what kind of item build he does go for on that Weaver. And even Carl, really, how's he going to lane it up against this Medusa? I'm just shocked that they actually put the Beastmaster mid in this kind of situation. Unless they are going to let the Medusa go safe lane instead, Makoto is on the Batrider, so perhaps that is the objective here. I'm sure we'll be seeing some lane switches going on.
Yeah, it is going to be rather rough for Boom either way. I think the early aggression from GeekFam is going to make it really hard to find the space for the Medusa, so you've got to be on point with maintaining map control, and that's going to be the name of the game. It does look like Mikado is going to head down mid, so earlier prediction was right. They are just going to toss that Bat up against the Beastmaster, and probably not the best of times for Carl. Mikado can just napalm spam and Firefly down the wave, and he can dip into the jungle, so not going to be a shutout lane for Carl, but he should still be able to find his own farm as well.
Seems like Boom Esports really want to try and protect Dreamosol on that Medusa, just throwing him down to the safe lane, making sure he's going to be able to secure that farm. Boom, again with that support Ember. May start off with another tri-lane here, but this time around up against the actual safe lane of the side of GeekFam. Maybe just focusing down Raven rather than Cuckoo this time around. I guess you have to still be careful of the Dazzle, but it's not quite as necessary to shut the Dazzle down quickly, more so than it is for the Necrophos last game.
Yeah, I think the early farm Dazzle is somewhat scarier though, but you do have lower cooldowns on your sustain, and if you do allow it to hit 18, then you're never going to be stopping that constant sustain.
Raven tries to go for a sneaky boundary and swipe. He's going to get punished for this. FBZ dishing out quite a lot of damage there with Hyde. Raven won't have Sakuchi again for another second. He will eventually get out, but that is going to be a lot of regen he has to burn through to get back his HP. Duh. Gives him the orchestra here.
That's not right.
Yeah, just probably gonna have to burn through a fair bit, as you mentioned. Zephyr on the Enigma up top with Weaver. That's not the strongest laning duo. I think Zephyr is going to focus more on denying wave out. Does get a couple of good denies already, and just try to find some farm in the jungle.
Pretty standard stuff for this pos for Enigma. Just gonna deny creeps over and over again. Find his own farm. Hyde, of course, can just follow him down most of the way on the Ember, though. That's the thing, right? Like, Hyde's just gonna continuously follow Zephyr and just try and soak the XP away from this Enigma. That's generally how you beat them out. Of course, he can always just come back and try to make sure Raven doesn't have a good time. That is a Weaver. The likelihood is you're not going to be able to lock him down long enough to actually take him out. Although I say that, he does Sakuchi through and get caught out by FBZ, and now Raven may actually be dead. There is a sleight of fist available, and Hyde does get the first blood on the Ember.
Yeah, it's a nice little start for Boom. This is probably the better target to shut down. It's just that every single time you let Raven have a free run, investment pays off and his farm gets out too big. So the constant pressure up top is probably going to pay off a bit better.
Bot lane, however, Dreamosol, it's a lot of damage being dealt early on, and he does go down. The combination of Poison Touch and the Maledict, I kind of didn't even consider that, but that is a lot of tick damage that gets dealt over the Medusa over quite a bit of time, but just then, he just blew up.
Yeah, it's not very safe for Dreamosol, and that is one of the weak points of the Medusa, right? Level 1 to 2, probably even level 3, just a bit lackluster in how much sustain you can get. It can be a while for Dreamosol to feel pretty safe in this lane.
Gonna burn down Carl. This is kind of what I was worried about for Carl in that mid lane. He's gonna have a tough time. Every time he gets a few sticky napalm stacks off, he's just gonna firefly over that Beastmaster. We saw this yesterday in a different game altogether. There's not really much these melee cores can do about that. Like, you can buy the one, and that's great, but ultimately, once the firefly's on top of you, you are probably gonna die.
Yeah, again, it's just going to be a runaway lane for Mikado. I think Carl has to be really careful about how much he bleeds out, not only with his own deaths, but say his creep summons as well. Every single pickoff for Mikado is just going to accelerate that Batrider.
Good. Bit of a sneaky act here on the Dazzle. Poison Touch out on Dreamosol. Wyman's trying to break the gap here to be able to get that paralyzing cast off, and now the Melon did. And they will actually get through all the mana of Dreamosol. Some really clever stuff out from Geekman, but now the tips come back Wyman's way. He probably will die here on the Witch Doctor, or maybe not. He's still running, but no, they will have plenty of damage up. Put Kescute with the Splitter Blast be enough. Cuckoo does still survive on the core Dazzle. You see Dreamosol, he literally has 0 mana.
Yeah, it's a hard time for Dreamosol to sustain that lane. I think they're gonna have to invest in a lot of early stacks for the Medusa to clear out, because this lane, he is not farming. I mean, even if they're finding these kills, it's coming at the cost of Dreamosol's last hits.
Raven doing a lot of damage over the FBZ. Swashbuckle out from FBZ. Raven trying to go for this kill. It's very, very close, but he does inch out in the end. That's one thing you can do with the Weaver. You can be very, very aggressive, especially if the offlane has been left alone like that. There is a lot of focus right now from Boom Esports to just try and protect up Dreamosol on that Medusa. So that leaving that Pango alone, he is going to suffer like this.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for FBZ to apply that continuous pressure. He needs a lane partner. And the fact that this is not being punished up top means that Zephyr as well on the Enigma just gets free reign over 2 jungle camps, 2 jungle areas.
Radiant are scanning.
That is true. Exactly what he's doing. He's just spray farming the triangle of the Radiant side. They do scan him out, so we should see a rotation now from Hyde. He's kind of ignored Zephyr for a long time, but will finally make his way back in, and we are going to have a bit of a pause now from Cuckoo.
Ah, of course.
1K ping.
Standard. Very standard for Southeast Asia.
Dice are scanning.
Hyde's just going to chase Zephyr out of his jungle. And, well, Kodo might actually be able to pick up the kill here. Should be able to. In fact, he goes back for the rune, does get an arcane rune, but now Raw comes out from Carl. That's not what you want. So Zephyr more than happy to die if it's going to mean Carl finds a return kill on that Batrider.
Yeah, not the way you trade there for the side of Boom, and in the end, GeekFam is still finding what they want. They're getting a lot of early aggression out. They've given themselves a lot of space, and they're behind by 1 kill, but they have really put a dent in Dreamosol's farm. It doesn't even compare to how well Raven is doing up top.
That it doesn't. 43 last hits, 44. Just farming like a madman. Hasn't really decided yet whether he is going to go into that Diffusal or Deso build. Trying to wait it out, get those treads off first and make the decision. Dream Missile, still trying to catch up on the Medusa. Of course, he probably will have a lot of stacks to go back to later on, assuming that Big Fan has not taken them, although Whiteman gets blown up now. Dream Missile picking up a nice kill on that Medusa. This is all he wants. He just wants to keep hitting creeps, doesn't want to be disrupted on that Medusa. He'll have a bit of peace now.
Yeah, they've got to maintain the presence of these two supports though. So Kezcute and Hydra are spending a lot more time bot, and this is the only real way for Dreamwhistle to even have presence here. So it is going to come at the cost of top. They're going to have to find a way to deal with Raven later on because he's free farmed as well.
Raven start rotating around now. He'll farm up the triangle for the Radiant side. Kodo does have that level 8 now with an Arcane Rune, still with the Lasso. Love to try and get a quick kill for himself. Gets another regen rune down. Raven going to show himself mid lane. Be a great opportunity here for that Lasso to come out. Chains does land. Sakuchi was already there. Makoto, he can't break the gap. So rotations in from Boom, not really paying off. Now the Firefly will show Makoto. And Raven will happily just stand by his tier 1 tower and just keep securing that farm. Absolutely no reason to move away from that tower.
Yeah, I'm surprised they've left an entire lane free. There are creeps up top and FBZ will finally farm it out, but that's a lot of downtime where just one part of the map was completely ignored.
Bottom lane, big group up here from Geek Fan, Kezcute. Gonna hide in that sneaky little tree spot. But Kuka seems to be where something is wrong. Gonna run his way in, I believe he did just scout him out, but the Arctic Burn will allow him to fly into the corner of that tree line and just TP away. It's not gonna save this tier 1 bot tower. Carl with the rotation will secure it with his team. Kuku's going to have that Necro 1 book soon as well. And that does mean you're going to have at least 2 Necro books. No, make it 3. So Geek Fam going for the classic library strat. Having 3 books up. I love the strat, John. It's very hard to keep up with. Because you just keep throwing those units onto the towers. And it's hard to keep them out as well. Because the person clearing them out can kill themselves on those red units.
Yeah, it's a lot of potency coming out from Geek Fam, and that should help them accelerate and widen their lead. One thing with Boom as well, it's like they can't even trade well. You had 3 heroes up top, that top tier 1, they don't do it fast enough.
Now the bot lane. Start being pushed in as well. Kuku feeling no necessity to back out here. Dakota, however, will TP in with some friends, but Carl is ready with the roar. They'll see the extra TPs. One bubble forward, Kuku should definitely just be dead. He doesn't go for the shallow grave. Does stick charge up, but it's all too late for that grave to come out. And even if he did, they were backing off anyway. But now Geek Fan bringing Raven in. But no, Raven will get back to farming. He has queued up that Desolator, so he's not bothering with the Diffusal Blade. And you know, if you are going 3 Necro books, it's not like you're gonna need the Diffusal anyway, because your plan is to finish the game a lot faster than a Medusa can be online anyway.
Yeah, I don't really blame Raven for going that route. It's just a lot more utility as well for the push, right? You're going to be dropping the armor of the towers. That's going to benefit all of the summons as well. So the objective melting does speed up on top of that.
Mid lane, slowly being sieged here by Kuku. He's just going to send some units in, but right now at that level 1 mark, you don't want to just give them away. So, of course, would love the free gold for himself. Bot lane. Bit of a play here onto FBZ, but he'll easily just be able to roll out of there. They're actually turning around. Lasso into the Yellow Zephyr. He does have the black hole if he wants to try and commit, but he won't. So he'll just walk out there while Raven will go in by himself. Dust will be popped by FBZ, and that'll force the time-lapse out from the Weaver. And ultimately, both sides will get away with their lives intact, just barely. Zephyr, I believe he was on about 100 HP while he was walking out.
And all of these small skirmishes does mean that certain parts of the map are opened up. Dreamo Cell down mid has not been pressured, so the Medusa now does have that Mask of Madness. This does speed up the farm, and if Geek Fam just allows this to happen, then Dreamo Cell might just end up being a bit too farmed up to deal with.
Chains up on Carl. Carl's thinking about throwing out the Roar, but his units are doing so much work anyway. Hyde is completely out of mana, but luckily he does get himself out. Again, while you're focusing on that bot lane, there is a bit of an issue here in mid as Cuckoo is still just trying to force in that tier 1 tower. They're really making Boom Esports just follow the side of Geek Fam across the map. On the brighter side though, that is buying Dreamo Cell a lot of space here on the Medusa. He's just up to that Mask of Madness now on Medusa and can just keep freely farming into the Manta. Geek Fam, they want to just continue being aggressive and trying to get this Radiant jungle away from that Medusa. So now the focus will be onto that bot tier 2 tower. Death Ward's going to be out right now. Can skew it with the Melody. He might just tick out through the Cold Embrace. No, it won't be quite enough damage. He will survive for now.
Oh.
And no, never mind. He does die afterwards. He ate a Tango, but it just wasn't enough. And they are waiting for another target. In fact, they see Hyde, paralyzing cast, gonna bounce one.
Oh man.
FBZ, he does it now, but now the Roar on FBZ, that's all they wanted. And the black hole is gonna be there on the Ember Spirit. Hyde, can you run it out there a second time? He can, but Raven, he will happily dive the tier 3 tower for this and just time-lapse back. And that tier 3 tower is gonna go down so quickly as well.
Yeah, it's shrinking really fast for Boom now. Geek Fam has been really on point with the push. So the locations for Dreamo Cell to farm up in are shrinking. He does have the Yasha up, is saving up for the Manta. That's not quite going to be enough. Once the Manta's up, you are looking for more items. Still, it is a start. It's just that it is feeling like they are losing a bit too much control on the map.
Raven showing up mid as well, probably wants to try and force in that tier 1 mid tower. There is going to be a sneaky smoke out of Boom though. Going up towards the north of the map, they should be able to find Zephyr here on the Enigma. No, they're actually going to loop around through the mid lane. Trying to find somebody else. Hoping that Geek Fam will try to defend that tier 1 mid. It's just not the case though, it seems as though they're just happy to let it go. Now Wyman does get spotted out, taking boundaries away from Boom Esports, but he will get lassoed up now. Will go down to the Firefly damage of the Kodo. Does try the Death Ward just in case he can find a counter kill. It will not be the case, however.
I appreciate the optimism, but does still end up with a bounty. I think that's still something for Geek Fam to be happy about. They do still maintain a 4K lead, despite going 7-6. So despite all the farm you're seeing on Dreamo Cell, the rest of Geek Fam are doing a lot better than the equivalent Boom ID heroes, and that can cause issues. If you take a look at Carl, he has that level 2 Necro books and has the Dominator as well, so the pushes can fly a lot faster. You're also just inching closer. In fact, I believe that is the Desolator up, yeah, on our Weaver, so Raven is going to melt these towers now.
Yeah, he is certainly going to do so. Keeping's in from the side of Boom Esports. They do deny off that team 1. Boom still seemingly happy to try and take a team fight here, but Geek Fam not quite ready yet. I say that though, Zephyr has brought a Blink Dagger up on the Enigma. It's on the way. Perhaps now we see a quick smoke come out from Geek Fam.
Yeah, it is going to be really potent, that blink black hole. We've seen that multiple times now. The early blinks from the Enigmas, and they can give you a big advantage. Zephyr is still about 20 seconds away from the cooldown though. So there's still going to be some downtime, but you look at the other items coming out. You've got the mech up on Cuckoo, so the sustain for Geek Fam is just that much harder to deal with.
Getting there. Geek Fam grouping up. Smoke gonna be there. Boom Esports still grouped up as well. They do have the mantra up on Dreamer Cell. And as well as that, the blink is now up on Mikoto. Now that could be perfect timing. Geek Fam do get scanned out here. Hyde will go on to Wyman, but will eventually just remnant out. They go through the triangle. Mango Tree is spotting Raven right now, but he's trying to bait him. Mikoto will take the bait, but no one's ready for it. He's gonna get dragged away. He has the time lapse. Now Wyman out with the cast, getting the raw being committed. There are a lot of heroes groups.
Oh no.
Now with the stone gaze, it's way too good from Dreamer Cell. He starts melting them. Green Man Black Hole comes down. But do they have enough damage? It looks like they might. Mikoto drops as well as the Pangolier, but Dreamer Cell is still scot-free safe. Raven trying to go after the Ember. He will find the Ember. The buyback will be up from the Wyvern as well, but ultimately they do not kill off the Medusa.
Yeah, it was a tough fight for Geek. It looked like the good initiation and bait, but then they fought around a ramp facing the Medusa, so a lot of value for Dreamocell to just kind of man up there. And despite losing more heroes, Boom did find a lot of kills on Dreamocell. I think they're still happy about that sort of trade, because this is accelerating the build-up into the Scotty, that point where the Medusa really does start to take control of the game.
Getting close. Geek Fam may have to think about a Roshan soon if they really want to try and finish this game out. Time is a ticking. Wyman. A lot of damage up from Dreamer Cell. Now the Flame Break going to be there as well. Gonna be enough, but smoke in from Boom Esports. They're gonna run straight back into that Witch Doctor. So Wyman, again, Death Ward with the paralyzing cast. Will do a bit of damage there to Hyde. He'll get caught and braced up. And now Mikoto trying to find Cuckoo on that Dazzle. Firefly will give some superior vision. And it looks like they are eventually gonna catch Dazzle out. There's no need to commit the lasso. Just burn him alive and eventually go back into that top tier 2 tower. However, the bot lane, there was a bit of a push going on here from Raven, but eventually the Glyph is forced down and he will back out as well.
Yeah, it's a nice little pickup for Boom. They have managed to grab more control on the map. This gives them a lot more leeway to find forward farm with Remocell, whereas Geek Fam, you know, they haven't really progressed in terms of chipping away at the tier 2 mid, even tier 1 top.
Yes, Q in trouble. Gonna die very quickly, and Raven wants to go on Mikoto. There is a lasso available. Mikoto sticking around trying to get the bounty room. Will eventually just back out of there. Geek Fam, they don't have that black hole up again yet. They need another 50 seconds. Boom, still have time to drag this out. Roshan gonna be the target here for Geek Fam. Very important one as well, because if Boom Esports did find this Roshan, it could be rather problematic for this dying side. Boom, it may opt not to fight, but you'd rather just try and go for it. FBZ, Lambo gonna be there straight on the Beastmaster. Carl gonna be in trouble, he's being stunned up now with the Stone Gaze as well. There's so much control, and nobody's coming in to help. The rest of Geek Fam, unwilling to fight in the Stone Gaze, will let their mid Beastmaster die, and now Dreamers are going back in, but Raven wants to take the fight now without that Stone Gaze, throws out the Swarm, Melodic there on Dreamer Cell. He does start losing a fair bit of mana, but ultimately will be able to walk away just fine. FBZ gonna swashbuckle in. Good, definitely in the lead in the team fight, but it's a very long team fight. Wyman will now die as well, and Boom might be a free Roshan for him.
Yeah, they can certainly just go.
Yeah, they're not giving this up, Geek Fam. They're going back in. The bomb will give vision. Roshan getting very, very low now. Carl's still not around. They'll dust up Raven. He doesn't have time lapse, so it might be too risky to try, and he isn't gonna bother. He will back up, and that is a huge deal for Boom Esports. Denying that Aegis off to Dreamer Cell. But that is really game-changing.
They've got a lot more leeway now to put Dreamosol in front. A lot of the damage has been flying out from him, a lot of the control as well from that Stone Gaze, so having the Aegis does mean you have a lot more presence. I'd like to switch out from Dreamosol as well, from the Scotty into the Lincolns. Just opting to stay a lot safer, doesn't want to be easily pinned down, and this should give Dreamosol again that forward presence they're looking for. Geek Fam, they need to wait for a couple of items to come out. I do believe we are just about to hit Raven's BKB. That's going to be really important to allow him to ignore pretty much everything that comes out from Boom except for the Winter's Curse and the Lasso. That's the only things he has to worry about afterwards. And Mikado.
Trouble, Zephyr. Kodo got close for the Lasso, but not quite close enough. Boom Esports starting to maintain control of that die-side jungle. Yeah, I think we got that mid-tier 2 tower. But with that Aegis, you feel very safe to do so. Now, especially with that Lincoln Spear, you feel even safer. It's going to be very hard to make a jump on this Doosa. You do really rely on that roar of Carl to make that happen. Trying to sneak in high. It's going to be the first one spotted out. They get a nice run of his chains, and now FBZ. Rolling Thunder is perfect. They get a lap off as well off that Beastmaster. In fact, Raven, he was one caught. He does end up dying. Carl is falling low as well. They are also going to find the Dazzle Cuckoo goes down. He commits Raw and does get at least a Batrider. But Boom Esports are going to be absolutely fine with that. One traded, there might be a 4-for-1 soon as Hyde is looking for his next victim. Great change up onto Whiteman. Again, the death ward out. Hyde will actually probably die this time around. Maybe a bit too overly excited there on the Witch Doctor. And it's still going. Zephyr still there on the Enigma, but eventually we'll just walk out. And Boom just want to secure the tier 2.
It's going to be really easy for Dreamosol to start taking away from it. Not as fast as Geek Fam still. That's one thing Geek Fam does have a lot better is that push potency, but you know, Boom has managed to claw that lead back from a 5k disadvantage to just about 1k behind Geek Fam. And it is starting to shape up here for Boom. Their initiations are coming online. The damage from Dreamosol is getting very hard to deal with. You do have the BKB on Raven. He had that in the last fight. He just never got to use it because of Boom's great initiation. So he has to kind of be preemptive, but also really aware of where FBZ, of where Mikado and Kezcute are, because those are the only things that kind of hold him down when he does commit that BKB.
Bot lane. Malphite's going to be put onto Kezcute, and those Necro units just going to chase him down. Does have the Cold Embrace, so should be fine. Meanwhile, Makoto takes down Carl. Raw is going to be committed, but he's being controlled up. He does get the Batrider kill, but it may cost him his life, and we have another disconnection. Dreamosol having some issues on the Medusa. Does disconnect. Carl will indefinitely just be dead, though. He does not have any help around.
Yeah, that's unfortunate timing. You take a look down bot as well. Kezcute did have to commit the Winter's Curse to kind of bail himself out. We'll see whether or not that will last long enough.
Carl being controlled up here on the Beastmaster does go down. Kezcute is just kind of flying through the tree line right now. He has Arctic Burn in 5 seconds. He'll be fine. Only thing is he doesn't have a TP, so he's going to have a long walk back and he's going to be hiding for a while. Geek Fam, if they waste their time searching that long, it's not going to bother Kezcute that much. One might actually run straight run into each other like, what are you doing here? Melody, Death Ward going to be there. Kezcute will fly over the trees, but now Zephyr, knowing where he is, can break that tree line down, and eventually will be able to secure the kill for the side of Geek Fam. But now Dreamosol has Zephyr cornered. He will TP, but the Stone will be there in time, and he will secure the kill on that pulse for Enigma.
Yeah, Dreamosol's starting to be a massive issue. Like, with those kills, he's really accelerating into that butterfly. Has enough gold to at least buy out the Eagle Song and the Talisman if he so opted to. And this is the point where Medusa gets crazy. You just gave too much space to Dreamosel to farm up. And now he's going to be a massive issue. You take a look at Raven, going straight for the MKB, preempting that butterfly. But it's not going to come out fast enough.
I don't think we've been able to close the gap on Raven. That's one of the big issues. Well, not Raven, but rather Dreamosel. Wyman goes down again, and Boom Esports just looking stronger and stronger as time goes on. Just every time they try to make the play onto Dreamosel, he just uses Stone Gaze and just stands there. Well, with a 7k net worth lead in front of everyone else, just gonna go for that IF starting next. Seemingly nothing to stop this man. He hasn't even hit level 25 yet. Now the T3 tower.
Yeah, it's it was Geek Fam on the aggressive in terms of the push earlier on. They did go kind of all in with a lot of necrobooks for
Yeah, Zephyr being caught out. Rolling Thunder gonna come through. Shallow Grave gonna be there from Cuckoo, but Zephyr ultimately will definitely die. The godlike streak now for Dreamosel. Behind though, Carl comes in with the roar straight onto FBG. That Penguin gonna be in trouble. There's Swashbuckles away. Now Dreamosel catches out Raven through the BKB. Now the flame break.
Oh no.
And yeah, he's gonna get burned by that fire, by the black hole. Does come out from Zephyr, but he is very close to falling, and he will go down eventually. Dreamosel there also falling here. Raven, can he do the job? The Shallow Grave is there. He time lapses just in the nick of time, but he cannot finish off the Medusa. And Dreamosel finds an ancient stack. Well, that's nice.
And the tier trees. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing indeed. He even gets a paladin sword for himself, just in case.
Oh man, that was really scary for our Enigma though. He blinked right in and got frozen. If he just managed to get that commit a lot earlier in the fight, I think it would have been a lot different, but because of that, they're going to lose their tier 3s and probably a set of racks.
That appears to be true. Dreamosel just going to take it by himself. He knows they're not going to defend. Just can't afford to right now. They'll have to regroup as a team, Geek Fam, and try to make something else happen here. They did spot out Raven forcing in that mid wave. So he does connect through the BKB, of course. Raven should be able to just time lapse out of this though. They don't really have the follow-up damage yet. They have to nice patch through the swashbuckle. That'll force out the time lapse. They are still trying to surround this Weaver. Raven will be fine. He will get out of there.
Yeah, it's a good waste of time. That does take some big ults away. Not the longest cooldowns anymore. Now that we're at the half-hour mark. And speaking of, Boom now has the 5k lead for the white mark.
Wyman, Deathward again being caught out. There's Winter's Curse in the backline somewhere. There it is. Raid. Down Kescu. Dreamosel is around. Nice cold embrace to delay that. Makoto, however, does die to Carl. Now Boom Esports the one that need to back off.
Yeah, it's not quite the best trade. It was fairly split up. You take a look at Dreamosel now, Mike. Has the Satanic going into the Divine. So just wants to go into that point where Medusa is basically unstoppable.
Divine Rapier. Very, very nice.
Oh, but you take a look at Raven as well. Divine queued up.
Great minds think alike. Why not?
Ooh.
Can't say no to that. I think that is the only option, right, for Raven. He needs the True Strike, the MKB. Just go for the Divine. You're lacking damage anyway onto Dreamosel right now. Just get as much as you can get.
Yeah, it's their safest bet. Well, safest is a risk, but this is what happens when you kind of commit to that Necrobook strat. You just don't get enough done if you don't clear the objective, so Geek Fam needs a bit of a bounce back. They have balanced the net worth advantage of Boom back to 1k. So it has been a constant swing from both sides. Still, they are clumping up bottom mid. They want to try to find something.
Dreamosel moving his way in.
He's found himself No-Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No-Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, there's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No-Tail as Ame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he casts it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
I mean, yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage. One of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Oh, Seb.
Oh, I'm just going to do this here.
Got to be
Watch
careful
Jerax.
who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Ame to have this invis rune. As Ame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing without rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb, and as well, between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so
Yes.
just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed FY, the patience keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level 58.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeks. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in these team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, see, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, full I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson is running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the shrine, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in the series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Senton creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. Yeah, he sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The blood bright silence connects. He's got the man to back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
just having all this vision. I mean, X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not gonna have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. Is he ready to push in? Look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of Rack. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Saunders. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the 3 of them. Knocks the back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Saunders. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PL army's on top of it. They get Saunders too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top rack. Saunders now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG, they have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already gone, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close the Brew is at 25. With,
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball. He turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail. FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I get the head for this team fight. I mean, LGD are big goal, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
Got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience, and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They bought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
Economy off that, right? It was up to 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon discount generator, so protected in O. DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
So it's all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the smoke, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But
He's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Ana's on his way over, they've got the snowball down, there's the Catapult. Seb jumps in, he's able to find the call onto Challenge, but Challenge already got the BKB out, the Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb posts the BKB, he'll try and stand his ground, but Seb, he's going to go down, no buyback on the Axe, as Jerax as well, surrounded by PSG LGD, the Eon Disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
he has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these Force Spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jerax. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's back door. And they breached through it. It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No Tails already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will, as they get upon him. They find his life. 1 minute now without No Tail and without Seb. Topson, Ana, and Jerax. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jerax is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split, of course, up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Ana up in the skies. As this Rax on the top lane will fall, the melee Rax gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose that top Rax, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to de-ward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
Check. Ana is on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's going to get the set. He's in. The call, the MP, the cannon, but FY is in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. But he's got it up. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis. Somnus looking to get involved. Pause the BKB to get over the ice roll. They get on top of Seb. Seb's in trouble. Seb's gone. The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball. The snowball over to Topson. The self-fuels. FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in. Again, up into the air. Arme straight on top of No Tail. FY will fall. Arme looking towards No Tail. No Tail pops the hand of God, but No Tail beaten down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the primal split off as Ana. He's been left behind in Topson. He's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo. Can he find the angle? Jerax coming in, keeping Ana alive. Ana with the doppelganger. The deafening blast comes out onto the 2 of them. Ana trying to go in, looking for the kill. Can he find it in time onto X-Nova? He's on top of him, trying to beat him down. Ana again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base. As X-Nova will survive. Jerax back in, the combo, meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky. Pops the shield is gone. He's on top of Jerax. Jerax is gone. Ana as well. Can he really fight back against the Somnus? And X-Nova is so low. As the buyback for Jerax comes in, he's healing Ana back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on X-Nova. The cold snap down onto the charge, and they find him. Arme, he's out of mana. He's starting to shift into the strength, but he's surrounded. OG, can they find the ball? They can! OG are still in the game. Arme buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without 2 of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jerax onto that shrine, being able to save Ana, but Ana also toying with them with that doppel. He sent the illusion. They thought that was the real one. They actually couldn't finish him off, even though they got the thirst vision of him for a second.
With the level 25 talent on the doppelganger, it's really hard to kill.
Seb,
Yeah.
he's looking straight for the play. Can he find Somnus? He's hunting. Somnus, he's there, Seb. He'll see him. Oh! Doesn't get the call though, and now Seb. He'll be ruptured. They're looking at him, but Ana, he's straight in on top of Somnus. Somnus puts the BKB. Ana again with the doppelganger. They see Cataclysm coming out. And Somnus still alive. Ana will be able to force him away. They've got the hex. They've got the control. They're on top of him. Can they kill him in time? They can. Chalice got for 2 minutes. And Seb, he's finding, looking for Arme. Big Daddy No Tail gets the penitence out. Only onto the illusion though. Arme able to waveform up to the high ground. As Arme should be fine here.
Topson's got the ghost, he's got hex
maybe
up soon too.
Oh, the doppelganger Arme's over the trees. Can he hide his way out of this?
No, back. Real one.
Goes for the waveform. Seb tries for the call, but he's already out of there. Nice, nice play from Arme.
And he buys so much time too for his team there. The Brewmaster was dead for 120 seconds, now only 90.
Still a big window for OG. They're only without Jerax for the same amount of time. And that lead that PSG LGD had, it is going down a little bit. Only 4K, 5K at the moment with these last few fights. Obviously the 25 is now coming out on OG. Topson's into the pit.
What a timely DD coming out for him too. I don't think they expected to be taken out as fast. He's almost able to solo it with the help of these summons. And that's That's the reflection shot.
That
There's no way to get this. There's no way LGD can.
Oh, and the Seb level 25 too. That extra Berserker's Call AoE. It catches people out. They don't expect it.
It does not feel like OG T-Rex now.
Yeah. The Berserker's Call now is, I mean, the AoE
It's
is
massive.
really massive now when you have that talent.
It's so hard to play against. Can PSG LGD do it? They've got the Basher now for Somnus. For just a 2K lead with those last big comeback plays from OG. Still 30 seconds without Chalice.
Double Hex coming out now. Thompson and these 5-second BKBs. Yeah, I mean, they were crushing with their
Why?
Thompson's being spotted out.
Got the vision. They're on top of it. Thompson, he's in trouble. The Nullify comes out, but he got the Ghost Walk off as well as the Hex in time. Now, Somnus turns up. The blood runs down. Thompson! He's dead for 100. Has got the buyback available. PSG LGD will certainly look to force it out of them.
FY, just what a shadow
smash.
blade. It just, yeah, as soon as they split up, he finds the perfect opportunity there on Thompson.
You got to be careful going out on the map when FY's alive. There's every chance in the world that he's going to be watching you from the trees.
And at this point, I think for Ame, it's actually going to be very worth it for him to actually just try and burn all the mana from the Phantom Lancer, so he can't doppelganger all the time. That's causing a huge issue in the team fights. And I see that Chalice is using his Dispel Magic every single cooldown on these Phantom Lancer illusions, but there's still way too many that are causing havoc in these team fights.
It's too constant. Like that double cooldown being 3 seconds just allows him to always be able to play around a little bit around the brew. They don't really have this crazy AoE when you look at LGD's lineup. They just clear out those illusions. It's really a lot based off them just trickling them down slowly with like the Shivas and the Radiants and knowing exactly which one it is.
Yep, he doesn't have the crit talent, but now he does have crit from that Bloodthorn coming out.
It's a lot of damage that Anna can offer to the fights now.
And Brewmaster without BKB, very vulnerable. Cold Snap, Bloodthorn, Berserker's Call. There's a lot of ways that they can prevent him from getting that ult.
He just commits it from the back just to be careful.
Make sure that he can get it off and get some damage in onto the tier 3s. Anna's going to start to try and fight against these Primal Split Brewlings. He'll be able to find one of them. He has been silenced. He'll take down the Wind Panda 2 as well by the looks of it. There's only the Earth Panda prevails. Seb jumps and he gets the call onto the Panda, popping the BKB as well, so they won't kill the Brewlings off. They do force PSG LGD away long enough that Thompson does not have to expend his buyback. Thompson back in the game.
But then they're utilizing the PL very well too, by replicating him, sending illusions to get some extra damage on the tower. It's just one Rax left that's holding LGD away from Mega Creeps.
And they're straight out. They're ready with the aggressive play, OG. Thompson, can he find a catch? He's close to having vision onto X-Nova.
Should be able to find X-Nova. He is stalking him. He got sights of him for a second. He was a bit far away though.
Oh, the tornado. It's got him. Thompson drops the combo down upon him. The stun comes out though. Oh, the counterplay. Jax is there though with the heal, the tether. Keeping Thompson alive with the Abyssal Blade down. Candace here with the hand of God comes through. Thompson still alive, but Chalice gets the primal spit out. He's been stunned. Thompson, the cheese, he's fine. Thompson, he goes down. They get the kill onto the Evoker. No tail. Being chased by Ame. The bash is coming through, but the blade mail was already out from Seb. He tries to get the call off. The bash of the Cataclysm isn't enough to find the kills. Anna leading forward. The Bloodthorn onto FY. Gets the kill onto FY. FY bites back straight away. Anna looking towards Somnus again. The doppelganger. Ame on top of Thompson. Thompson being saved by Jax. Jax with the tether. Ame turns into a Gemma. There's the call. Seb, he catches Ame. Ame dead for 2 minutes. The Hex. They've got Somnus as well. Oh, gee. Double kill for Seb. The clutch buybacks coming into play. Nobody has a buyback available right now. As OG stand with 5 alive on the map, 100 seconds without the Morphling.
This double talent is just destroying LGD. They have no way to actually find Ana. Like Ben said, the Brewmaster's constantly using the Dispel, but it's so hard to find the real PL amongst all these illusions in all this chaos of the fights with tornadoes and chaos meters and everything falling all over the place.
And look at this. The tier 3 tower falling. Anna frontlining it all. What's he scared of? The Blood Bride will come out. Chalice with the Shiva's Guard trying to initiate. But Anna, he's poking, prodding, beating down, and on the side, Thompson jumps in. Chalice gets in with the BKB with the call. Seb, he's got the disable on the Chalice. Do they have the damage? They got on top of the Chalice. He's into the snowball. FY buying time for him, but now he's vulnerable. He's gets Hex. He gets Bloodthorn. Chalice plays back. Straight back into the game. Anna tries trying to find his attention onto X-Nova. Chalice leading forward, the Tornado going to be off the market, only catches out the Bloodseeker, but Seb, he's looking for the follow-up, jumps in, gets the call, the BKB was out in time, the Bananas on top of it, did they have the damage? Seb's got the blade on FY, with the snowball again, Thompson, Jarax, focusing the rags, Thompson gets the Hex up onto X-Nova, Seb, healed up by Jarax, and is still full health at the moment, as the Brewlings are pushed back to the base. OG, get the bottom melee racks. As still 30 seconds to play without the Morphling in the game. They move towards the mid lane. OG, can they really get it all here? The mid rack's falling. They've taken a full second set, 15 painful seconds for LGD.
They're gonna keep going. They want to claim their megas.
Another tier 3 falls. OG onto the final set of racks that LGD have left standing. Azana, he gets kicked back. He's separated from the team, but he has the double gagger. He's been ruptured. He needs help, but he needs it now. Jarek in with the tap of the hand of God. Give it that double heal. The relocate as well. Jarek gets him out. As OG will successfully disengage before that Morphling's back in, as they found both racks. Jerax will die for this one, almost certainly, as he looks to tether across, but the nullifies upon him. He has buyback though, and OG just took so much away from PSG LGD, as they only have a lone range rack standing on the top lane.
I can't believe this is only 3 racks left in this game. What are those range racks on the side of LGD? Buyback status. I saw X that was buyback. It was only like 600 or 700, which is crazy. But Jerax also kind of in that same net worth territory, looking at a very cheap buyback. But 2 in the game left. IO and the PL. PL is almost unkillable at this point. Like, even without the Wisp, it's still really difficult. With the Wisp, just don't even try.
We'll see this again. It's a save here from Jerax.
The control is just not there, and they don't have the way to kill all these illusions constantly. And of course, look at Jerax coming in, starts that relocate channel, and is able to get it off. No one gets the control on him.
Five seconds remaining.
你行你行你上你上你行你行你上你
Dire
上。
team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Our final series of the night between Execration and Signal Ultra. It is MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. Quick apologies to the viewers. I screwed up the scores on the stream, but I had to run off and do something. They were fixed at the end. Still, we are back for our series, sir. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. You know, all the games so far have been pretty competitive. This time around, we are seeing, again, 2 Filipino teams up against each other. Execration up against Signal Ultra. We have seen a bit of Signal. We saw them play yesterday, and that was not the best start for them, going 2-0 up against Geek Fam. This is Execration's first match, though, and these 2 teams have faced off a couple of times. I believe they've played 3 series this year against each other, and very even. They've won 1, they've lost 1, and they've drawn 1 series. So it's very even overall between both teams, and we'll see how exactly it turns out this time.
Yeah, I mean, it should be pretty interesting. It's been a while since I've had the pleasure of seeing Execration through so many rosters over the first few times I've casted them. Yeah, now it's a completely different team.
10
Signal Ultra.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
So, I think this could be a pretty interesting series between these two teams. Naturally, they aren't the top teams in the group at all, but you never know. This is a good start for one of these teams to try and get a nice lead going for themselves if they can get some score and on the board for themselves. For now, at least, we are still waiting for one more ban to come out from either side. Signal Ultra, they're going to get rid of the Rubik, and Execration might want to ban out that Earthshaker because it's possible that Signal Ultra will just go ahead and first pick it right now.
Yeah, we've seen that multiple times, and Signal didn't manage to draft it in last time, but it is a highly effective hero for a lot of teams. We know Signal runs the Morph, so if they plan to run that Morph, I mean, Shaker's a very obvious combo for it.
Dire team pick.
True. They do ban out the Shaker. To have to deal with that. I guess it was kind of obvious that that was gonna come out with the Rubik ban. I mean, there could have been something like an Enigma pick that Signal Ultra could try and go into with that Rubik ban as well, but more than likely they were going for the first pick Shaker. So now, see how they want to start this draft off.
Seconds remaining.
They don't have the option for a first pick Ember either, which we do tend to see being quite popular between teams.
Yeah.
Or the Beastmaster for that matter.
Yeah, all of the popular choices are out. I do believe Execration has played a lot of Chen games, so we'll see whether or not that will slide through here from Signal. They didn't quite get that hero yesterday, and I'm not sure if they actually do run it. I don't recall seeing it coming out from their lineup in a while, so not going to be something Signal opts for. That might leave it open for Execration to take in their phase.
Ultra. Already going down to a minute and a half reserve time for this first pick. They must have really wanted that Shaker. They will go ahead and first pick the Dragon Knight. Surprisingly enough, that was a hero that was not banned out, so Ultra will take it for themselves.
Yeah, solid hero to start off with. Flexible, we've seen it in the off lane, we've seen it down mid. Doesn't really lose its lane, and of course gives you great push. So it's just solid here to build the foundation of your draft on. Can't really fault Signal Ultra for falling back to this hero.
Creation.
Radiant team pick.
For the AA, natural counter to that DK. Follow up with this though.
Yeah, it's perhaps well, the Clockwork would have been nice if it wasn't banned out. That's something we've seen a lot with the AA, just to give you that reach. I think when you have this hero, you could look to build up with it with something solid that gives you lockdown and reach. The Nyx is one way. You've got great reach with Nyx, great scouting potential as well. Can set up for an AA blast from afar, and you've got a lot of presence now with these two heroes in your lineup.
Funny too, because Nyx is another one of those heroes that we've been seeing banned pretty much all day. It does slip through the cracks this time between these two teams. Signal Ultra now may not be too happy seeing that Nyx assassin pop out for Execration. They've got to kind of show one of their own supports, I think, here. And of course, Execration going for their opening support duo straight off the bat. Ultra, I mean, they're really going through this reserve time. I'm not sure if their plan just got screwed over in their first ban phase. There is some heavy thinking going this first phase of picks. They won't really leave themselves much time for those second and third phase picks now.
Yeah, it's I mean, the Nyx does take away a lot of the higher mobility heroes you tend to see. Stuff like the Storm becomes harder to draft in, the Void Spirit becomes harder to draft in, and they opt for the Brimstroke to combine with that DK. So you do have solid ways of jumping into the fight. You've got the Inkswell to follow up. and you've got decent control with this duo. It's not the most synergistic, and it's not as far-reaching as, say, the AA Nyx, but it does have its potency. I'm still fairly open for how Signal would want to continue that draft. Whereas, again, Execration, when you start with what seems to be two supports, you do kind of lock yourself in to what those supports can deal with.
Signal Ultra, back to that banning stage, their 5th ban out now. Still, it's very hard to know what Execration could be trying to go for. They really haven't revealed too much.
Radiant team ban.
They do ban up the Ursa, which is interesting, right? Because you thought maybe the Ursa would be the pickup from Signal Ultra, considering they had the Grimstroke available. Execration will go ahead and ban out the Riki now, not wanting that Grimstroke-Riki combination. Now, with this, you finally get to see some cores coming out from this Radiant side. Question is, what do they want to go into?
Yeah, they still have a lot of options left, even if you don't have, say, the Shaker combination. I think the Morphling could fit in here. You've got the AA to help you burst people down, the Nyx to help you set up. You don't have the best control from Signal to punish that, so if they wanted to go for a Morph Down line, that is an option. They do go for the Queen of Pain first, so you've got the magic damage to deal with that Dragonite now. A lot of burst coming out here in their lineup. The Signal, they don't have the best catch just yet. You've got a nice stun from the Dragonite. I suppose the Grimstroke silence is nice, but nothing that can really instantaneously lock down that Queen of Pain.
Ultra
5 seconds remaining.
should have to think about that. I mean, the Blink Dragon Tail should be okay for the Quap. Well,
Yeah,
that Quap will do very well up against the DK though. Like, you need that magic damage output to really just be able to burst this guy down.
Radiant team pick.
Signal Ultra into the Tusk now. So fair enough, just another great pos 4 to have on this dire side. Both teams really keeping their cards held close to their chest. It seems like in this draft. Still not really revealing too much. Like, you haven't got the heart of these drafts out yet.
No, definitely not. The Tusk Grimstroke is something we've seen a lot though, and I want to say that's something Signal actually ran yesterday as well, although I do believe they had a different lineup then, but it's highly effective. You've got great damage amp, great presence in lane, great potential to rotate now, and you've got the saving moves from the Tusk. So the snowball to dodge certain spell uses can turn the tide, and we've seen that done before. So I can't blame Signal Ultra for going back to this stable here. It's just really valuable, and again, doesn't lock you in to any sort of playstyle just yet.
Execration now, they do show their hand a little bit. They go for the Troll Warlord. You don't have anything like an Oracle there to really keep up the sustain of that Troll, but ultimately it is also into a DK, which could be somewhat concerning. It's not like the Troll really enjoys that high armor based kind of hero like the DK.
10 seconds remaining.
So I'm a bit intrigued by this pick.
5
Yeah,
You could
seconds.
make the argument perhaps it was a deny pick away from the side of Signal Ultra, as they may have picked that into the Quap.
Yeah, I think the Troll is going to be able to give Execration a lot more push. We saw that with Gfam. They just had Raven start pushing a lot earlier. They do pick up a great counter to that though. The Venomancer coming out is going to be able to kite around the Troll. So you've got to worry about the Grimstroke Leash, the Tusk Shards coming out, now the slow is coming out from the Venomancer. Not going to be the easiest time for our Troll to just chase people down. And that can be a bit of an issue for Execration.
I reckon that's where do you lane the Venomancer?
5 seconds remaining.
In this case,
Team ban.
it's tricky. Like, it can go well a bit up against a Queen of Pain. It does just kind of throw out the wards and start farming up. At the same time, if you wanted to pressure the Troll, it does well in the off lane. There is some flexibility there. It really depends on what Signal wants to keep a lid on. Do they want to slow down the Troll or the Quap?
10 seconds
I
remaining.
feel like you're gonna get more value down mid, because the Veno can just clear the side camps a bit better than a DK could, for example. So you get a bit more farm efficiency from the Veno in that sense, and the DK is still gonna annoy the troll anyway.
Ultra. One last pickup now. They did ban out the LC, finish off their ban phase. 3 seconds reserve time if they want to have a think about it, I guess. And this will reveal where this Venomancer is going.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a bit of an awkward draft. You haven't really got a solid safe lane core right now on Signal Ultra.
Radiant team pick.
That might be what they want to go for, and they do. They do end up going for the PL. You do have wave clear in the form of the Queen of Pain, but ultimately up against that Troll Warlord, the PL should have a decent enough time.
Yeah,
I
think it's a solid pick for Signal. You would expect the Troll now to have to build into the Battle Fury, which we've seen a lot of teams do. That will delay the timing of the Troll. You know, it takes a bit longer for it to start joining these fights when you go for that kind of build-up. So there's an opening for Signal to force their draft out. You know, all 4 of their heroes do come online fairly quick. Even the PL, I suppose, with just a Yasha Diffusal, can start applying some pressure as well. So it's a great pick for Signal Ultra to tie it off. Execration, they've got they have some options here to surprise us. They could still put the Queen of Pain off lane if they wanted to deal with that PL option and pick something else mid. If they want to build up for a core that can clear out the illusions a bit better, or again, they could just go with Quap down mid anyway and last pick the offlaner. It just feels like with the flexibility here, you might be better off with a surprise down mid instead.
"25 seconds left." They really don't have the greatest way of dealing with the PL thus far. Not many amazing options left to really go into to deal with this PL. Can try to rely on the Troll and go for that Battle Fury build that we see so often, but it's not always it doesn't always really work out. Okay, Underlord will be the pickup, and I guess it kind of works out. I don't know if that's the precise pick you're looking for up against this draft for Signal Ultra, but you tell me, John, is this a good pick?
I think it's value. You've got great control to build off of for the rest of your stuns. You've got easy, solid setup to land the AA Blast now. The Underlord just makes it really hard for Abbat to find that early farm just by his presence. So I think it's great. You have a solid hero to build you a pipe to mitigate the damage coming out from Van. Do have certain ways of just stopping Signal from snowballing too hard just with the Underlord. So I think it does tie up their draft nicely. Doesn't necessarily melt the PL later down the line, but if you are focusing on a faster game, you just need to keep the PL suppressed for a while if that is the case.
Be a pretty interesting match. Again, it's the debut of Execration throughout the BTS Pro Series 2. Signal Ultra still trying to get their first win on the board for this group stage. Points out now, every point matters. It just won't last forever, so they need to get it as fast as possible.
It's only so many matchups to play, and well, this one is really even though. Like, again, just historically, 1-1-1. It could go either way. There haven't been enough games between these two recently to really weigh it out. I think when it comes down to the draft, depending on how fast Execration plays, they can take over fairly quick. It's just down to the amount of damage they get really early on. You don't see the same damage coming out from Signal's draft, so there's a time where an Execration does peak a little early.
Game number 1 between set to begin. See if they do any kind of lane swaps here. See, generally speaking, you did mention you don't really want to run the PO up against the Underlord. He may not really have a choice though, because it's not like you can really run the PO in the off lane up against the Troll Warlord. So he's just gonna kind of make it work.
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky for Abba to find that farm. We've seen him under that kind of high pressure situation as well, and he does still find a farm, but it's never the best of starts. So we'll see just how much Signal tosses out to him. They are starting out with an aggressive tri-lane down bot first, perhaps to secure that first blood with a Tusk.
Should be easy. So, assuming they can break the gap there and just get onto Palos on that troll.
30 seconds to battle.
Still sticking around. Eris is going to get in there for the tag team, and the other stroke of fate is out as well, but they don't want to go up to that high ground. Van is going to be the one to take all the harassment out here from the side of Execration. And Execration seemingly had a very similar idea. Neither team really finding any kind of kill, but they get plenty of damage out. They might go for a bit of a fight over this bot bounty rune.
The battle begins.
Van, do you really want to try for this? No, they'll just let it go.
Such simple minds.
Yeah, it's still looking like a 3-for-1 start, going the way of Signal. Going the way of Execration. So it's a lot nicer for them. They've got a bit of a lead. Should help them out, just finding that early advantage, and does look like they'll maintain the trialing just for a bit longer.
I mean, that's just generally what you do, though. Well, I was going to say that's what you do if you're Signal Ultra with the Tusk. Not sure about this with the Nyx AA in here. They'll bring Yaha out of there, bring him up to the top lane. I don't think the other one's going to have as amazing of a time as you'd hope if he's left alone up against Grims on that Grimstroke. Yaha will get involved early on that Nyx, try to harass Grims out and away from BHM. The thing is, like, for BHM, if he's just solo up against the bat, he's just going to be able to deny the living hell out of him with that Atrophy Aura.
It's just really straightforward for the Underlord. You don't expect too much pressure from a PL, especially in these early levels. So, again, it's really down to the supports to try to zone each other out here.
I know about this, though. Like, Grims does have to get involved. Trying to combat BHM on the Underlord. We'll have a look at the other lanes. That's arguably probably going to be the most stable lane, to say the least. Mid lane, you'll see Ben-Hur versus Jamesy on the DK. And it's kind of another stable lane. James is going to take a lot of harassment early on, but ultimately he should just be able to sustain with Dragon Blood, as we've seen many, many times.
Yeah, it's just how the DK goes. Once you have that Soul Ring up, you're going to be able to just constantly push the wave out. Ben-Hur as well, of course, has great wave clear. Really just not too much opportunities to really go for the trope there.
Panos is going to be from the bot lane. The tag team has been activated by Eris, but he won't continue as the Cold Feet was also there from RR. It's a real dangerous combination, though, that Veno Tusk. Once you've connected the Gale, it's so easy for Eris to just break the gap and run in with tag team. And he does have the shards as well, so you have that extra lockdown. In fact, here we go again. You don't have the tag team this time. He does run out the shards, trying to get that Cold Feet off, and now Eris, are you going to really try and dive this T1 tower? Maybe a bit of miscommunication, as Van focused his attention onto RR instead. But they do still get a hell of a lot of damage out onto Palos.
Yeah, and I'm liking the movement from both sides. I think RR has been on point in breaking up that aggression, and a nice dodge from Palos to ensure that his salve does finish up in the end.
Bit of a pull here from Yaha at the top lane, but that will combat that with the Radiant Crate. Creation trying to find every advantage they can get in the off lane with the Underlord. So far, that is still farming just fine. It is only level 1 Atrophy Aura, to be fair, so it's not too much of a minus damage coming out from a bat. But ultimately, he is just going pretty swell. He looks unaffected right now.
Yeah, it's down to the fact that BHM can't really zone him out from creeps. Abbat is in a position where he can just have the creeps chase him instead, find the last hits. He does have that Wraith Band up and running, so there's a little bit more leeway there, although loses his second Wraith Band in the career.
It's a nice snipe from Yaha. Impel comes out to Grims. He's trying to get that pull off from that double stacked small camp. Yaha will not allow it. Well, mid lane, a bit of a rotation coming in from Eris, but there's really no chance of getting Ben-Hur here. They want to try and secure the power room, but now Ben-Hur's going to make the jump with the double damage. He won't quite get Jamesy. Eris does come back in, but doesn't have any mana. So can't really turn on the tag team or the shards. Ben-Hur, even though he did not have Blink available at that time, will just be perfectly safe.
And just like that, Jamesy is forced to walk back to base. He's going to have to TP back in and miss out on a lot. This might be enough to give Ben-Hur a lot of progress towards that level 6, and that's the mark where the Quap can go for the kill.
Ben-Hur's just going to have a free lane for now. He's already out leveling Jamesy as well. He's a full level ahead, about to hit that level 6 mark. Go back to the bounty runes now, Ben-Hur. The really great start for the side of Execration, knowing that their Quap is having a decent old time. It tends to happen anyway, I suppose, right? Like the Quap will eventually just outscale the DK in lane.
Yeah, it's not as much sustain for Jamesy. I mean, it's a physical resist, right? Like a lot of the damage right now is magical.
Bot lane, Palos does end up getting Eris. They were diving the tier 1 tower, trying to secure that Troll Warlord kill, but he gets away with his life intact, and now there's just going to be another South to come out from RR. Donating some regen, back the wave is +1. This is giving a lot of time to Van though, who has been just safely farming away in the lane. He is about 10 last hits behind Palos, but he has got that earn up now and looks to try and build into a Spirit Vessel. I'm going to say every lane is basically just trading farm. Like that was actually our first kill of the game so far, down that bot lane.
Yeah,
none of the teams really making the jump in.
It does feel a lot more cautious from both sides. I think that's mainly because they understand just how aggressive each side can play, so they're trying to temper it out. Just find the stable farm on their pause once, which seems to be the name of the game, and the supports are the ones that will end up trading here.
RR gonna be toppled down the bot lane. He's got the tag team on top of him though. Eris, but he's just not enough damage. Snowball Eris, he missed the Veno. Doesn't quite drag Van in, and that means Van is gonna die. It's a really easy kind of mistake to make, but it does cost him.
Yeah, and that does mean that, again, you're bleeding a lot more towards Palos. He's going to be happy about these pickups, although he does miss a couple of last hits for that, but it's perfectly fine. It's a great exchange to have, and Signal, the aggression we were expecting from the Tusk is not as successful as you'd expect it to be.
With the level 2 tag team, it just feels like it hasn't done much. Damage output just really isn't stacking up. And then again, like, you don't really expect too much out of the Venom auto attacks. He does attack quite softly in a way. Top lane, they try onto a bat on the PL. He will just topple out. Gotta say, BHM is really starting to pull the head down that Unlord. Currently 49-9. Nice impale out from Yaha, and a bat may actually just die here. In fact, he does. He doesn't have Doppelganger available. Now BHM is going to continue pulling ahead. Thus far, he's top of the net worth for.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start for BHM. I think the one thing that Signal failed to address was that all these stacks that we're building up just helps the Underlord. He can clear them out himself with a Firestorm, even if you do get a pull off, so it's just easy for him to find that gold.
Ben-Hur mid lane, getting on to Jamesy. Yaha's gonna be there with the spike characters and Impel setup. He doesn't even need it. Ben-Hur will just Sonic Wave, and Execration thus far 4-0. Signal Ultra yet to get a kill onto the board. I gotta say, if this keeps up, things can get really out of hand here for Execration. I question their draft during the drafting stage, but if they're gonna find this much farm and they're gonna out-level Signal Ultra by this much, then the draft's no problem. In fact, Van now ends up dying on the Venom.
It's just all of that aggression coming out from Signal with her Tusk has not been paying off. Van is constantly caught out. Again, the counter moves from Execration are just enough. It's the threat of the cold feet and the follow-up that prevents them from actually finding these kills.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lane then hurt, does get the courier slap on Aura Bat's courier. Going to be the second time it's died. And you realize that there is a PL farm in the jungle right now. They have some great observer wards out in that dire jungle. Just great to see the side of Execration. Just understanding that this PL, the one way to really make sure he never becomes a problem is just never let him farm. Just consistently been behind the side of Execration. About 1k behind the Queen of Pain herself. And
Yeah, it's a bit
1.5k.
It's been a really slow start for Abed, and since he lost his tier 1 top, you know, the space to farm has shrunk. As you mentioned, a lot of good wards coming out from Execration. A 5k advantage at 6k advantage at the 10-minute mark. That's nothing to scoff at. His Signal is bleeding out hard. They need to find a way to make their aggression work. Like you mentioned, the urn timing from Van, yeah, it was out really early. The urn's useless when you don't find any charges though, so they really need to find some early wins, but...
And James E getting jumped on here, the Ice Blast is out, but Yaha will die. James E will remain safe, and now Ben Hur will be chased out. He does have the blink though, so he can just kind of wait if he needs to. He will use it, but doesn't really feel the necessity to. That was the first Ice Blast of the game coming out onto the DK, but doesn't really pan out to a kill, and that will mean that Signal Ultra does get their first kill of the game.
Yeah, go.
Oh,
no.
Ben Hur just jumped in with the Scream Sonic Wave, just blows up Jamesy.
Yeah, a bit too long, was low, and should have noticed Ben Hur had it up and didn't use it, so just a bit of a greedy play, immediately punished. And again, Execration just finding everything on the map. They've reached a point where Palos is just freely farming the jungle, saving up for the Battle Fury build, and everyone else is just giving him all the space in the world. They're not able to hunt down this troll.
Enjoying himself as troll. Going straight into that B Fury like you mentioned, and he's gonna have a very, very nice timing on that. Suddenly enough, does actually opt to get the Perseverance first. Bot lane, however, BHM, again securing another kill, this time on the Venomancer. And Van has not had a good time at all. He's currently 0-3-0. And with that going down, you know, these Underlords, John, they tend to hit really, really hard. So he's got a lot of bonus damage on him right now. If you leave him alone in lane, he will just take that tier 1 tower very easily.
That he will, and this is really just starting to pile up for Signal. Again, Van is saving up for the Spirit Vessel, which is great. It's fantastic to mitigate the heals coming out. You need to get charges for that to be effective, and he doesn't have too much space to farm it. You're giving a lot of that space towards Abat in the jungle. There's no safe area for Van, and that just means he's always constantly exposed to this high damage output from Execration now.
So what do they do though? Like Signal Ultra, you kind of mentioning they need to try and be more aggressive. What do you think they need to do?
They probably just smoke up, group up as a 3 or 4, find literally any kill. You would want the bigger cores, but you would take just the supports, just to give yourself a bit of a bounce back in. But they really just haven't been able to group up more than 2 beyond the laning phase. Like Eris has been stuck bot. He has not gotten as many rotations out. So the potency early of that Tusk is also missing because he has to babysit Van.
I wonder at this stage, like with the Venomancer suffering this much, will it ever really have any impact this game? We've seen this before where if you don't have a good laning stage as a Veno, you tend to just not be a hero. Still trying to build into that Spirit Vessel to try and deal with the Underlord for later on. Smoke up from Execration, then her smoke does break, even jumps in straight to Van again. A great hit of Malice from Will Van, who will or should block looking swell. He will be able to just try and run out of there. But Ben, he's just going to try and TP before he kicks out the poison damage. Grims goes down on the Grimstroke. Yaha does secure the kill on the Nyx Assassin. And I believe the Shadow Strike of the Queen of Pain actually ended up kicking out the Venom.
Yeah, they just found favorable trade with that smoke here on Execration's side. That was Signal grouping up 3 heroes though in the lane. So they are trying. They're trying to find some counter kills. It's just not enough. And you're at the point now where Yaha has 4 charges on Urn, is a recipe away, still going.
Oh, this Underlord, man, he is making it terrifying to play in this bot lane. The cold, well, the Ice Blast would essentially be avoided there from Van, but Dark Rift, Yaha, not going to be able to get him out. You can at least take the AA with you. Signal Ultra being forced to bring Jamesy down to the bot lane with that Dragon Form. But at the very least now, you can try and go after that bottom tier 1 tower, but you can already see the side of Execration now posturing around that mid tier 1. And Palos has the B Fury up. He has plenty of damage right now. Now that doesn't really have anything to contest, but he's going to have to.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Signal to maintain any form of control in their jungle once that mid-tier 1 goes in. Even that push-down bot was just mitigated by the HM. He just has too much wave clear, too much control, and they're kind of forced back again on Signal's side. So they're still yet to find their first objective 15.5 minutes in. But this is something they should be looking for because they have the DK.
I can't believe BHM's already got a pipe up. He's just gone ahead and just farmed up a pipe with Phase Boost and Soul Ring with a Bracer Wand and Quelling Blade. He's going straight into the Crimson Guard. You know, once you get to that point where you have Crimson Guard and Pipe on your Underlord, your whole team feels invincible. You can take 5v5 team fights and nobody's gonna die.
Yeah, it's really down to the fact that BHM has almost as much harm as Palos. That's a troll with Battle Fury the Underlord's keeping up with. And Signal has been consistently unable to bully the Underlord. Like, he was at his weakest, level 1 to 3. They could not just force themselves onto him, and it's been a free start. Is really durable. The rest of his team now really durable. The damage, the biggest thing here is that the damage from Van is not going to do anything anymore.
Signal, they've smoked up now, going after Ben. Another nice Dragon Tail into Jamesy. That should secure the 4th kill, and they do get it.
I'm glad I could be of service.
Going to be a very valuable kill. The gold going to Grims, but I think the XP would be well worth it for the side of Signal. It's a matter of what they can make out of this, though. They've got the Dragon Form up, but can they actually push an objective down?
Well, they've got to act fast because Palos is just solo pushing the top tier 2. It is pretty much gone.
That's not good. Mid lane, a big team fight. RR going down. Now Yaha also ends up dying. Just getting caught with their pants down, apparently. And well, there was Yaha's claiming lag.
Summoned in. Avat saying them as well. Ever since before starting. Yeah, ever since before starting, everyone's been lagging. Classic. Of course, Signal, yeah, sure. Just toss that out there.
Toss it out. You may as well.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the classic. We'll get back into it. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Palos did find the top tier 2 tower, and now we'll just go down to the bot lane where he can try to harass out of that. Of course, those PL illusions right now are really no problem for Palos because he can just quell them down with that Battle Fury. But there isn't a Fugal Blade on a bat now, so that mana drain is a little bit frustrating to have to deal with.
Yeah, it makes it hard for Palos to try to get the chase down. Just because you can get that inhibit off, and suddenly the chase stops. So Palos just goes back to farming. They still have a lot more control here on the side of Execration, and they do still maintain an 8k lead at 17 minutes in. That's a sizable lead still. Signal has to really start kicking it in. They do finish up the Spirit Vessel and Van, so they can stop some of that strong regen that Execration does have.
Peter Malice again, Grims, he does take the outpost for his team, but it may cost him his life. BHM just unafraid. He keeps moving forward. Grims with the Inkswell now, but Palos will keep his distance. And here we go again.
Yikes.
Disconnecting from the game.
It blew up.
It blew up.
Blew up. It blew up.
What blew up?
I know, the internet, the router, whatever. Something blew up in their network. There you go.
Alright, we're back.
Alright.
It should still be a very easy kill here. Palos gets stunned for a second, but ultimately will find the kill onto the Grimstroke. Just on their way to extending that net worth lead and just starting to push down objectives again. And BHM has got the Vanguard up, John, getting very close to that Crimson Guard.
Yeah, at that point, you're just not doing damage. The only thing to really tie this up for BHM is a Guardian Greaves, although probably not going to be getting that anytime soon because of the phase boot still. Clump up from both sides.
Yaha's got that vendetta. He has eyes on everything right now. They jump in, however, the Clump in trouble. A great start. He actually gets him out there. Now the Sonic Wave, the Pit of Malice, burning down Eris and foe and friends. The PL, very, very low. Bat does manage to barely get out. That was an extremely close call for Ben-Hur. But he does manage to just blink out of there on the back of that Nyx Impale.
Yeah, Yaha has been on point with the positioning and the visibility here. Signal, I mean, they are behind by a significant amount, but you need to start investing in a lot more sentries when you do take these fights. Yaha is just going to be a continuous annoyance and very disruptive hero, just lining up the stuns, and we've been seeing that combo with the Pit from the laning phase. You can't allow them to keep chain stunning you like that.
How's our PL doing with that? Trying to build into that matter now. Thing is, you've got a BKB completed on Palos, and as I look away, Grims ends up dying once again, this time to RR on the AA. I don't think you want to stay too close around BHM right now. They're going to try and delay that bounty from being taken. Luckily, for the Sign of Signal Ultra, he did not have Pit of Malice at that time. Jamesy as well, to find the double damage on his way up. See if he can get a kill for himself. Yeah, he'll make the jump. Easy kill onto the support AA. BHM was not in range to try to go to the pit. The DK will just run out of there safely.
Yeah, just a nice little pickup for Signal. Not the biggest thing in the world, but you are looking for anything you can get. I think it's starting to be a bit clear that Palos cannot just chase down the Phantom Lancer. He has been trying to chase Abbott by himself, but the inhibit and the mana drain is a bit too much. So if they do want to hunt Abbott, they need to give Palos a bit of backup still. This might be the opportunity to go into the pit.
Maybe. That's exactly what they're doing. It does get scanned out. Of course, Signal Ultra definitely want to try and fight this. The question is, will Execution keep trying to go for the Roshan? Those Shans will scout out, but BHM feeling very confident will just keep going. Yaha will scout out a bat. Let's see the rest of the team. They do dust up the next attack, but he's fine. Then Malice right outside the pit. Now the Soulblind Ice Blast will fly through as well with the Sonic Wave. Ben-Hur just destroying Signal Ultra. A battle go down as well. Now Eris to go down on the task. Oh, and an Ice Blast into a Sonic Wave is going to be the worst nightmare of Signal Ultra. At least that, he does end up killing off BHM on the underboard. So you do find a couple kills there on the side of Execration, even the Troll Warlord going down. But ultimately, they should be able to come back and clean up that Roche pretty easily.
Yeah, it's just going to take a bit of time because you've got to wait for Palos to be back up. Still, favorable trade for Execration. Signal, I mean, it would have been nice if they just lost maybe their supports, but dropping Abbott really hurts that entire exchange. You need your PL to build off of these, and he just hasn't been able to maximize that. You are, however, starting to see Van kick in. That is because the Spirit Vessel is starting to inhibit BHM. So the that Underlord's not looking as tanky as long as the Spirit Vessel is on him. The issue is Van is starting to run out of charges once more.
That is true. He only has one charge left. Van is dying a little too quickly in these team fights. He's not able to actually get those charges off. At least for them, Execration, they will not go back into the Roshan pit quite yet. I say that though, they have smoked up. Palos, not really smoked. He may just run straight in. They're going to loop around through the Dire Jungle, finding Grims on that Grimstroke, getting the Impale, getting the Pit of Malice, and it's going to be another easy pick off here for BHM. They're not even done yet. Ben-Hur going to jump straight onto Van, gets the Orchid off, and with that they should eventually just get this kill. He does use the Hook of Defiance, but now the Ice Blast going to fly through with the Spirit Vessel. That is a guaranteed kill, and Yaha will just say thank you very much, I'll take the kill. Back into that Roshan for Palos and BHM. That'll be the first Roshan of the game going down now for Execration. Palos with the Aegis and a 13k net worth lead for the side of Execration.
They've got everything they could possibly want now. They've got the Crimson Guard up and running on BHM as well. So all the durability in the world here now. And Signal, they've got a blink up on Ares, so they can go for some saving plays. Abbott just finishes up the Manta, but you've also got the BKB flying in from Ben-Hur, so there's still a lot more here from Execration and Signal. I don't think they want to fight. They cannot fight into the Aegis. Just too much coming out from Palos.
Yeah, but if you don't fight, you're going to lose that final outer tower. You can already see Execration. They're making their way down to the bot lane, where there is only one tier 2 tower left standing. Well, you don't want to really take the fight with the Aegis. You might have to. They are kind of banking on having the PL be able to push them back late game. But even that's starting to look a little bit doubtful as Palos. He's really getting out of control with this farm. He almost has a butterfly up now.
Yeah, and up and running, of course. A lot of the damage you were applying with Abba kind of disappears because of that mischance. So Palos just gets a lot tankier. It will take a while to rectify that from RPL, and that's just a lot more time where Palos is basically uncontrollable. So Signal, they are farming across the map. They are trying to find things. I believe we are seeing James's BKB finish up. So he has the blink BKB initiation to be able to burst someone down. In with all the blinks they have, it's just that everyone's just so tanky with all the auras from BHM.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal person to go after would probably be Ben-Hur with that blink initiation on the DK, but he's got a BKB up now on the quad. I have another BKB coming out now on Jamesy. They're trying to take a top tier 1 tower, but Execration, no, they will not try to force the bot lane in. They're going to take their time. They still have plenty of time left on the Aegis, I believe. It's going to be a matter of whether they really want to try and go for a high ground push with that Aegis, or whether they're just going to go for a big team fight.
Yeah, I think they're just waiting for a couple of item pickups here. The Butterfly is just about to be completed by Palos. So once they have that tool, the damage shoots up, the sustain shoots up, and again, the troll just becomes really unstoppable there. There you go. It's up and running. You are looking at Yaha's blink in about 200 gold as well. So once that's up, our Nyx can get into a lot better of positions. Not like he hasn't been, but this just allows more flexibility for Yaha in putting himself in these fights.
Basher now coming out on a bat. Bit more lockdown on this PL. Could be a game changer here for a bat. Execration. They are still taking their time here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Allowing space for Signal Ultra. A huge net worth lead. It's go up right now for Execration. You see that Signal Ultra, they've kind of been standing up at the top lane with this DK Grimstroke, just constantly keeping the weight pushed down.
Yeah, I think best they can really hope for right now. They don't want to commit too hard. They can't be alone in farming like this because of Yaha. So at least as two, both of them are getting EXP, and you are securing JMC some stable farm. So they're not quite being punished for that just yet. Execration just kind of happy to trade farm, although if they want to use that Aegis, it is starting to tick away.
It seems a little detrimental to play like this for Execration. Like, you're just delaying the game out too much. You are still up against the PLDK. It can turn really ugly really quick. They're feeling confident, I can't blame them. Now with that level 20 on Palos, it looks like that's what they were waiting for. Percent evasion on that troll now. Are you really going to get hit by these illusions at all? On to the high ground. Keep in mind, Abat doesn't have buyback log right now, so he won't be able to get back into the team fight if he does go down. In fact, nobody on the side of Signal Ultra does. So they take down the Tier 3, Palos, still holding the Aegis, but no, we're going to have a Dark Rift out of here. Looks like bot lane, Ben-Hur does end up killing off Jamesy on the DK, and that's why they didn't want to keep going. It was not going to be fun playing a 5v3 situation in that mid lane at all.
No. And that was pretty good timing as well, as the Aegis does expire on Palos. So they get a free bailout, they just take a Tier 3, slowly but surely still chipping away on the map. They did lose that Tier 2 top though, but it looks like Palos is just ready to run into everyone by himself.
He's going to be a little bit careful about this. Signal Ultra though, not really daring to try and take that kind of initiation on the troll. I can't really blame them for that. Seems like Execration are once again perhaps ready to try and go high ground, but no. Ben-Hur's taking an outpost. They're just trying to secure the map right now for their end of things. Just no real rush. They don't seem to really respect the PL that could come out of nowhere late game and really abuse the fact that he is Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, I think the biggest factor there is the fact that he's not going to be able to get a MKB anytime soon. Oh,
There's no mana left on the PL. They're getting the Soul Knight flying out, but Abat should end up falling. He's taking out that Ice Blast damage. Meanwhile, Ben going down very quick. The battle trance off Palos will take care of him. And well, probably say the same for Eris right now. He will also end up dying. James, he does manage to TP out on the DK, and surprisingly enough, Abat barely survives after the Ice Blast passive was worn off. I was for sure thinking he was just dead, but nobody really chased him down for that final tick of damage. With that, Execration will still go into the mid lane anyway.
Yeah, I don't think this is a massive issue. Like, Abat, even if he's alive, can't do anything to Palos. So the racks are still gonna go. We'll see how much exactly Execration can find out.
Looks like they made this back after one. Yeah, they're just taking advantage of the Dark Rift of BHM. They forgot Yaha, so they'll go all the way back to the fountain, get a reset going for themselves, and it seems like that's the idea. They're just going to do this over and over again while continuing to maintain a net worth lead. And that net worth lead now is at that 20k mark. Now, I still get, for their sake, worried because Abat is eventually going to get to that point where he can probably fight back. It's just not going to be for now.
Yeah, it's, I know. I feel like Abat with this build though, like straight into the Abyssal, that does help. And you can maybe burst down Ben-Hur for sure, but they've had that blink initiation for a while and they haven't been able to punish Ben-Hur anywhere. So the biggest thing is that the Abyssal's not going to help you hit Palos. Again, he went for that evasion talent. There's just no MKB coming out or anything to stop the misses from happening. So he's always going to be consistently tanky. Comes down to a big fight, Palos just has free reign.
BHM also has a Lotus Orb up now. It's going to feel quite nice up against all the stuns and silences you do have on Signal Ultra. Speaking of Signal Ultra, they are just sticking as a team. James is trying to go into a Heaven's Halberd on that DK. It's going to be fairly important, of course, up against that troll and even the Underlord.
That's their best way of handling Palos right now. Just disarm him, and it's tricky though. Palos does have a Satanic up as well. As long as he times it right, even if you get some good damage in, he's just gonna heal back up every single time.
Creation waiting for the Roshan, and it is up. Roche bought this Radiant side. Of course, the side of Signal Ultra should be well aware that there is a possibility it is upon us. Bat does just finish off his Abyssal and does actually get an Orb of Destruction on top of that, but chooses not to use it. Do they realize the Roche is happening? It won't matter. It's happening way too quickly. Palos once again will take it for himself. He'll also hold the cheese. And we do see a smoke from Signal Ultra. I'm not sure if this is the time to try and fight us, especially considering Yaha has broke the smoke. Signal, they will obviously not take the fight, they will back out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scary situation for Signal now, having to deal with so many lives on her troll. Again, it's not just the Aegis and Cheese, but the Satanic and the Battle Trance as well. So much for Palas to play with to stay alive, and the only thing you have is the Spirit Vessel to stop the heals. But guess what? Van doesn't have charges.
No, he doesn't. That is problematic. They gave the Cheese over to Ben Her now on the Queen of Pain as well, so Palos feels like he doesn't really need it. I would have to agree with that sentiment, as he does have a Satanic up now on that troll. Takes up the tier 3 tower, no protection there. Ben Hurt, or Jamesy rather, trying to go onto that AA. They do so volume up. Palos is going to be nice for BHN. They do burn down RR, but what a sonic wave coming out from Ben Hurt once. And it's looking just really bad for Signal Ultra. They will lose their Venom. A bat is being slowly chased away. He has Doppel in a second. He will get it off. But they're going to chase him down, threw him in place. RR's there for his revenge. And that PO is definitely dead. No buybacks available on all three heroes there from Signal Ultra. Execration can just essentially have free reign over the base of the die now.
Yeah, they didn't have to expend the Aegis there, so Palas is just comfy enough to stay in front. They even have the Cheese. Yeah, that's it. There's no way.
BHM gonna Dark Grip for now one more time. Little guys don't stare at explosions.
Nah.
That Ancient will explode very quickly for Execration. That does mean for their first game of the BTS Pro Series Season 2, John, they do take out a win.
FY, he's found himself No Tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's No Tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's three still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for No Tail as Zame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these team fights. Seb has been struggling, still about 1,000 gold away from his BKB.
Yeah, this Brewmaster is a display of perfection, really. It's the highest level in the game with his Bloodseekers.
And doing a ton of damage. One of the most damage in the game as an offlaner.
Now has full Shiva, so even more ways. He's pretty much itemized entirely just to be like, Ana, I'm ruining your game. I've got Radiance, I've got Shivas. You're going to struggle so much in these fights as Phantom Lancer.
Eric's did his best to keep Ana alive, and but Ana wasn't able to do damage because he was ruptured. He wasn't that low on HP, but still can't run around.
Seb.
Oh, I'm missing ninjas here.
Got to be careful who shows up top. Indeed, Jerax. He's going out on his own. He doesn't expect Zame to have this Invis rune. And Zame will show himself. Jerax goes across, but Somnus is there.
Somnus is not messing without rupturing.
No mercy. They're feeling very confident now at this point, getting these very advantageous team fights as well as getting kills on the split push too. Thompson though, we'll find X-Nova.
Seb in as well. Between the two of them, they'll take down the support edge. FY's going to come in, though. He hasn't got anyone else with him at the moment. It is just FY, so just playing around with Seb.
He has no help around at all, and he's still just making Seb's life miserable.
He's toying with him. He's just making him not be able to come back. Look, they're already starting to rotate this Brewmaster and Bloodseeker too, and FY, he's ready to look for Seb.
Seb's got to get out.
Oh, Seb.
As indeed, FY, the patience, keeping that control on Seb, buying time for Chalice to come in. Ana is going to look towards the Tusk. Chalice is now there, does have Primal Split available if he wants to look to take this fight. Somnus coming in as well. As Ana, Seb look to hide in the trees. Can they get out of it? Ana's got a TP available. He's into the trees. He's going to show himself in the lane, though. They're going to continue to head over. They are going to see Seb make it out in time. They don't have a stun. Ana, can he get out as well? He can. OG will avoid that rotation from PSG LGD.
FY is just so obnoxious there, following Seb for over a minute, just stalking him, trying to have his team come over.
So that's about, a minute without Aegis being used for LGD. They have 2 minutes left, I would say, to capitalize on this Aegis. Oh man, looks like he is level 50 out.
Pretty much back to a 50-50. PSG LGD 2-1 up at the moment in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game needed to secure the championship title. And at this point, they are ahead here in game 4.
No-Tail hasn't had time to gather a full army of Ancient Creeks. Right now, he just has the Ancient Black Dragon. You really want those other auras when you're at a big disadvantage in the team fights already.
Yeah, it's tough though, because Jerax doesn't want to be following around his Chen, giving him the Aghanim, so. As Thompson, see, he does have a Lincoln Sphere picked up, and they should have the BKB finished on Seb too. So that'll give him a little bit easier time to get those Blink Calls as he's been suffering to do so in the last few fights. And Somnus, full I've Scotty picked up, about to be level 25 as well.
Yeah, they just need a couple more minutes on the side of OG before they're ready to fight. Wait for the Aegis to expire.
Seb, he's in, gets the call, the character's going to get FY, there with the snowball save. He's going to be fine, and now they turn to look towards the axe. The taunt's going to be out. Seb goes for the TP. They've got the stun to cancel though. Seb held back for now. Thompson trying to offer his best from the side to provide some sort of safety, as he will get Seb back. They're able to get Seb back to safety, and Thompson is running away. X-Nova's there with the wraparound, gets the slow off, gives the vision for the snowball. TP from No-Tail's coming in towards the stride, but Thompson, he's trapped.
That's twice in this series that X-Nova just comes out of nowhere. Like, he's just on a warding expedition, then he just ends up wrapping behind these people constantly.
Perfect time.
Perfect timing, and has the Centaur creep to boot. And look at these deep wards that he's placed during that time that he was running around doing so. He now has full vision of OG. He sees Ana farming these Ancients right now.
Oh, Ana. FY just giving so much information for the team. He's got eyes on him. Get the punch on the wrong target, but the snowball pass will catch Ana. Ana, he's in trouble. The Blood Bright Silence connects. He's got the Manta back up in a second, but can he really play his way out of this one? He cannot. Ana down for a minute and a half.
Just having all this vision. And X-Nova throughout this whole tournament has had the best vision in every situation, even when you wouldn't expect it. They're just like, oh, they're fighting on the left side. They're not going to have vision over here. But no, X-Nova always seems to have those prepared in every situation.
And he has some incredible foresight to be able to have these wars that just lead to really clutch pickoffs. And Axe has not spent his money on BKB. He has the money, but he might be looking to save for buyback.
We'll see if any of the buybacks do get forced out. Thompson's still dead for 15. Ideally, he doesn't buy back it. They may have to buy back on Ana. He's gone for 50 seconds. The split coming out from Chalice. He's ready to push in, look for the stun on No-Tail to hold back the Chen as the mid-racks are exposed. PSG LGD, 40 minutes in, able to open into the base and clean out this mid lane of racks. Still Ana holding on to that buyback.
And they're going to keep going here. They really want to force this PL to come back here.
Stun onto Thompson. He will blink dodge it. But another tier 3 tower falling incredibly fast. They really don't want to use it. Seb jumps in, gets the call onto FY. There's the buyback. The Cataclysm isn't enough to do anything. It isn't. PSG LGD still fighting strong. Thompson getting focused by Somnus. Seb taken down by Arme. The triple buybacks now out as Ana in trouble. He's pulled back for this one. The deafening blast onto the 3 of them. Knocks the back, but Ana gets focused. Seb! He's in with the call. He has the control onto the morphing Somnus. Now being chased by Thompson. Blinks in with the cold snap. The PLR is on top of it. They get Somnus too. As OG, they have to expend 3 buybacks, but they hold on to the top racks. Somnus now down for 2 minutes. No buyback available on this Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's 400 gold short of it. It's up in about 8 seconds. OG. They have to make so much happen here. They have to push out all their lanes. 2 of the side lanes are already going, but I think trying to get some kills here, like on FY here, would be very ideal.
I mean, look how close to Brew is at 25.
So close.
With that primal split cooldown.
Oh, Thompson, he sees it FY. He's used the snowball, he turns with the combo FY with the self-fuels, but OG, they've surrounded him. Seb jumps in with the call, the blade mail, FY's gone.
Instant buyback from FY.
Still that scary, scary time for LGD. 75 seconds without Somnus. OG have the full 5-man pushing in all 3 lanes at the same time as they approach LGD's base.
I don't even know if I give a head for this team fight. The LGD are goal, but no blood take up to 60 seconds. This could be disastrous.
He's got a full BKB on Seb as well.
Chalice really wants to hit level 25 before he pops that primal split. So close.
Just got to be careful, Seb. Looking for that blink initiation.
Chalice is stepping back. Grabs, they give him the tome. He needed like 5 experience and they gave him the tome just to make sure that he gets it anyway. Just playing as safe as possible here.
Looks like OG don't feel that the window is big enough for them to push in whilst this Bloodseeker's still dead. They'll back away.
They can't count. They bought back 3 heroes. They weren't able to get any T3s, and there's no Roshan up yet. Big Daddy No-Tail's praying for a Roche right now so they can get that refresher, but it's not going to be out. And maybe we'll dodge a bullet.
At least they got a good amount of economy off that, right? It was up to a 15k gold advantage, and they chunked it down to 7. Same thing with experience. So they did get quite a lot out of that one, but they ideally wanted to get at least one of those sets of racks to get some momentum pushing in with those 3 buybacks used.
Absolutely, it is this really scary moment of the game now for OG. We're about 5-6 minutes still without those buybacks available. If PSG LGD can find that one team fight, it could be the team fight to win TI in this window of time that they now have presented to themselves.
Ana's gone full in for that butterfly too. As they pick up also an Aeon discount gem. Protected and DD did spawn, however, was killed.
It's also pretty scary for Maybe right now. He only has a 5-second BKB, and he does a lot of damage and will get wrecked by the X Blade Mail call if he finds it, especially with his BKB now. There's not that many ways to stop him.
It's just all about FY and Chalice, right? Just either saving or just getting into the midst of the fights and not allowing OG to get the picks.
And the spike, it's going to be dispelled.
Let's get dispelled. But it's
he's in the trees, they're on the high ground, they've got the vision with the Shiva's covered, Anna's on his way over. They've got the snowball down, there's the counterplay, Seb jumps in, he's able to find the call onto Chalice, but Chalice already got the BKB out. The Sunstride's going to be down onto FY, but FY will survive. Seb pots the BKB, he'll try and stand his grab, but Seb, he's going to go down. No buyback on the Axe. As Jarex as well, surrounded by PSG LGD. The Eon disc will proc, but they'll fight through it.
He has to buy back immediately.
Look at these creep track by these 4 spirits. On the bottom room, they have no creeps in the mid lane.
Sienna still holding on to that buyback on Jarex. But as Ben said, the creeps aren't here.
It's backdoor. Can they breach through it? It's not looking like it right now. Maybe everyone hitting the same one.
That creep cutting, is it enough to hold OG in the game?
You see No-Tail's already running to just, he doesn't care. He's going to throw his life for this. He needs to just keep these creeps out of the base to keep that back door up. He doesn't care if he dies.
Which he certainly will as they get upon him. They find his life. 1 minute now without No-Tail and without Seb. Thompson, Anna, and Jarex. The only 3 heroes that can offer their defense during this final minute, this final stand.
Jarex is really trying to hold on to his buyback.
As Chalice split a course up once again. They're finishing off this second set of racks. He's got the Cyclone holding Anna up in the skies. As this rack's on the top lane will fall, the melee rack's gone. PSG LGD playing this carefully. As they'll go down towards the bottom as well. Arme, doppelgangers, he's losing a fair bit of mana into the PL. Still able to shift back into that Morphling if needs be. As OG, they will lose that top racks, but they won't lose the game. PSG LGD are playing it safe. They know how close they are to victory, and they will not throw it away.
And they know that the Roche is probably respawning pretty soon, and it actually is up, so that is that refresher shard. They already have pretty much infinite primal splits up anyway, but they feel very confident here.
They weren't able to deward that ward in the mid lane, so it looks like they are going for a Roche fake out.
So Anna is on top of X-Nova. The Ghost Step's going to get the set. He's in. The call, the MP, the counter, but FY is in. He's able to get the save off in time to keep this man alive. Chalice is down. Buyback from X-Nova and Chalice. FY with the Invis, Somnus looking to get involved, pods the BKB to get over the ice roll, they get on top of Seb, Seb's in trouble, Seb's gone! The axe down once again for 90 seconds. As now FY giving them the vision, but they see him. Got the doppelganger to jump away from the snowball over to Thompson, the self-fuels, FY trying to buy time for the rest of LGD to come in, again, up into the air, Arme straight on top of No-Tail, FY will fall, Arme looking towards No-Tail, No-Tail pops the hand of God, but No-Tail beaten down by Arme and Somnus. Chalice gets the private split off his Anna, he's been left behind in Thompson, he's got to do something incredible in terms of the combo, can he find the angle, Jerax coming in, keeping Anna alive, Anna with the doppelganger, the deafening blast comes out onto the two of them, Anna trying to go in, looking for the kill, can he find it in time onto X-Nova, he's on top of him, trying to beat him down, Anna again with the doppelganger, now retreating back towards the base, as X-Nova will survive, Jerax back in, the combo, meatball down onto Chalice, but Chalice is so tanky, bombs the Shiva's gone, he's on top of Jerax, Jerax is gone, Anna as well, can he really fight back against the Somnus, and X-Nova is so low? As the buyback for Jerax comes in, he's healing Anna back up. That buyback could set them up for the kill on X-Nova. The cold snap down onto the charge, and they find him. Arme, he's out of mana. He's starting to shift into the strength, but he's surrounded. OG, can they find the ball? They can! OG are still in the game. Arme buys back immediately. But now it's PSG LGD's turn to be without two of their supports. Seb's going to be back up in 8 seconds.
Oh my god, that buyback from Jerax onto that shrine, being able to save Ana, but Ana also toying with them with that doppel. He sent the illusion, they thought that was the real one.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Between Signal, Ultra, and Execration, it is MLP Dota John expired. John, we're back for the final night, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. That it was quite a showing from Execration for their first game here in the BTS Pro Series. Of course, Signal not really managing to keep pace there. There were some timing issues. Van's Venomancer lost out way too much in the offlane, and they let BHM have too much of an influence in that top lane. So a lot of things not quite lining up there for Signal. We'll see whether or not they can pick up the pace. Execration, they seem to like playing a bit faster, of course, whereas Signal Ultra there, they took a bit too long. They couldn't get enough farm on Abat, and again, Van's offlane was just not influential enough.
Do you think it was a drafting issue that caused that loss there? I mean, you could make the argument perhaps Execration just outplayed them, but it did seem to be mostly revolving around that draft, especially that top lane where you talked about it, but BHM on that Underlord just got way too much. By the time they had the Spirit Vessels and everything else to try and deal with him, it was already too late, because then you had to deal with the Troll, who just gone way past the PL style.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, I think a big part was execution. If they just switched the lanes out, say swap Van and Abbott's lane, that might have ended up better still. Going straight to the draft, execration, they get to pick up the Beastmaster, and Signal take what we often see against the Beast. The Enchantress makes an appearance, so you can take those boars away, right? That's what we tend to see with the Enchantress support in this case, just to give that Beastmaster a bit of a harder time.
That's assuming he goes for the boar build, right? Like, there is a possibility that the Beastmaster could just opt to try and just go for the Wild Axes build instead. Try and make those work, but it does generally depend on the position 1 that's chosen from Signal Ultra. Still, the Enchantress should be a nice enough start to make sure they secure one of these lanes. Especially that safe lane where Abat wouldn't have been feeling too good that last game. Still, second pickup now, they do go ahead and pick up the Tusk. We saw it last game, didn't work out too well. I don't necessarily think it was the hero's fault. I just think the lanes were just way too execration favored to allow us to do anything. Now Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, they had it free. These two supports don't quite do much to the Morphling. It's going to be able to zip in and out, clear out the back. You only worry about the Tusk Snowball save. That's the biggest tool once more for Signal Ultra. We'll see whether or not Eris will have a better time. I think the big thing for Signal is perhaps commit to the tri-lane, find that first blood. We always see that when the Tusk is played. You want to secure first blood to give yourself that bit of a snowball start.
Well, I'm sure they will, especially with the Enchantress as well. You have such a strong level 1 timing here for the side of Signal Ultra. Either way, you go for the Enchant, you go for the Impetus, it's still going to work out in a first blood pretty easily. Signal Ultra, if they do run the tri-lane. We'll find out. Signal Ultra, they have one more ban to go before their draft continues. We see Execration just banning up that solid AA support that could have really dealt quite a harsh blow to that Morphling that has been picked up by Execration. Kind of funny seeing 2 cores being picked up for Execration straight off the bat. Like, no support pickups being made as of yet.
Radiant team.
Yeah.
It should allow Ultra to really get some counter picks in. But now, we see the Invoker back, as well as the Necropos to be picked up.
Yeah, that is a really solid way to prevent the Morphling from staying durable. You know, like, as he drops an HP shifting out, the site doesn't care. It cares about the proportion of that HP. So the durability of the Morphling kind of taken away there. You've also don't really have the most room to perhaps draft something like the Pugna in the case of Execration. They most certainly could if they wanted to, but it can be a bit dicey up against this formation from Ultra. So we'll see if they do go. Nah, they just go for it, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if you have to sort of worry about the Tusk jumping you fast and bursting you, it's always valuable to just have that counter pick into the Necrophos.
It's rough already for Signal Ultra. There's just a lot of really potent picks being made here. Well, I do like the Necrophos into the Morphling. That partner does really put a spanner in the works here for that Necrophos pick.
Remaining.
Signal Ultra, though, still 2 more picks to go. We are waiting for 2 more cores here. There is the possibility they run the core Enchantress, but hasn't really been panning out too well from the last time we've seen it.
Cool.
And instead, Signal Ultra into the AM pick. That's a new one.
Yeah, I think if you're looking to mitigate the burst damage of the Morph, AM is a hero that doesn't care for it much, right? That's mainly magic coming out. AM disregards that magic damage and has a lot of ways to play around Morph, so I think it's a solid pick for Signal. They do have to give it space. So they've got to ensure Abba actually gets a good lane this time. They can't afford to have him fall behind with his timings because AM is very sensitive to those timings. So look to Signal to try to secure that lane. But Execration, you know, they've got ways to apply their pressure. They have so many openings left because they've left themselves with the support picks last. So with this hand being shown now from Signal, they could easily just pick some supports that could make it hard. Solid lockdown, perhaps, is what you're looking for. If not, then something that just punishes the AM for going a bit too far from its team.
They have those support picks now, Execration. There is still the opportunity as well to run the support Pugna, if you so wish, and try to pick up another kind of mid here for the side of Execration if they want to go down that route. Fourth pick should reveal a bit more for us. Been quite a bit of support Pugna going around as of late. Can be kind of infuriating to have to play against. Basically still does the same thing up against Necrophos anyway. So Execration, Enigma is the pickup now, and yeah, I gotta say this draft is starting to look a little bit greedy here for Execration. I'm not sure if it's a little too greedy. It is quite stacked. I guess it's the answer to the AM, just black hole, but it's a long cooldown.
Yeah, it really is. I think though overall this is actually not too bad. The biggest thing is the laning phase. We will see that Enigma go into jungle basically. So you're gonna have to sack the Beastmaster lane, but the Beastmaster up against AM isn't too tricky, although you will have to watch out for that inch. As we mentioned, it does look like Signal will probably run that dual lane, which is a good way to stop the Beastmaster. Still, as long as Execration rides through that rough laning period, they've got the solid control, they've got the push. This is really looking amazing for push from Execration. Beastmaster, Pugna, and Enigma. They're just going to melt these towers.
Yeah, that's going to create so much space for the Morphling as well. You know, you're just going to have the Palos Morphling, it should be. Could still be Ben-Hur's Morphling, but it's the Palos Morphling, he's going to have all the space in the world. I guess the Enigma denying off a creep pretty much every single wave is also going to be quite detrimental here to that AM. For a bat, he's just not going to have as many creeps running towards him. Still, one more ban now from Execration. We get to see how both these teams close this off. The Rubik, of course, is banned out up against the Enigma. Standard stuff there. And Signal Ultra, they did end up banning out that Prophet because they don't want to add any more push on the side of side of Execration. It'd get a little bit insane afterwards if it just kept going. And I suppose now it's just a question of, is it going to be Pugna support? Is it a Pugna core?
5 seconds remaining.
This last pick will show us. It's hard to know what to expect here from Execration.
Radiant team pick.
What's your way?
Okay. Still don't know. The Pango comes out now, and it's just, it's a 5-core lineup, John. That's what I see, a 5-core lineup.
Basically, I think it is greedy, especially in terms of EXP progression. All of these heroes want to hit their 6 fairly quick. Most of them want some decent mid-game farm, which can be an issue in distributing that. I think you're better off with going the Pango support. Just have the Pugna sit down mid. You will just constantly be able to harass out as the Pango anyway. And this does give Signal Ultra some ways of finding an answer. They do pick up fast. The Kunkka comes out. So they give themselves durability. Some good team fight coming out as well. I like that they've got solid ways of locking in the Morph and the Pangolier with the X. So they have some answers there. Overall, Execration's draft is super greedy. And okay. Alright, it is the Pugna support with Ben-Hur in the Pangolier.
Yeah, Ben does play mid Pangolier. That RR POS 5 Pugna. Yaha on the POS 4 Enigma. The rest is pretty standard. BHM on the off lane on that Beastmaster. Palos on the POS 1. Of course, Signal Ultra's draft is very self-explanatory. James, you're going to be in the mid lane on that Kunkka. Van going back to that off lane, this time as a Necrophos rather than the Venomancer. A bat in that safe lane AM.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to run it, Execration. I think the mid matchup for the Pango isn't too bad. You could play around with the Disarm and the Swashbuckle, of course, to just keep that wave shoved in. The biggest thing is RR's Pugna is not going to find too much EXP. You're just not going to get that space. Yaha is going to eat that space. So the progression of the Pugna is going to be a lot slower. You're not going to see a build up to an Aether Lens fast or a Glimmer Cape fast, which can take away the utility of that hero.
It can. We'll get into it though. Game number 2 of this best of 2 between Signal, Ultra, and Execration. Very, very curious to see if they can make this draft work on the side of Execration. Very unique to say the least, and I think if a Matt gets enough farm on this AM, he could just drag this game on infinitely, just based on the fact that he can continue to split the map on that AM. It's just going to be whether he can actually get that farm, because I said the same thing the last game against the PL, where he would just outscale Execration eventually, but it just never came to that point.
Yeah, it's
what were the lobby, by the way? I saw you all had a laugh, and me and the admin just had no idea what you were talking about.
It's just some wordplay. Just some wordplay being thrown around. Nothing major. Just some Filipino wordplay. I don't know how to explain it. That's the hard thing. I don't speak Filipino well. I understand it well enough. Sometimes I can't explain it. I just, I can't translate it. I'm not that competent, unfortunately, Mike.
You live in the country. What do you speak when you're in the Philippines, John?
I speak English at home, and in my hometown we speak a different dialect. We speak Bisaya. So if anyone out there knows Bisaya, and when Adroit comes on, the trash talk comes out, it's basically that for the most part.
Okay, thank you for that, John. Execration bot lane, gonna be able to secure both boundaries here. Maybe not, Abat is rushing forward for it, but BHM does pick it up. Still, I do like the little sneak there from Yaha taking the other bounty. It does still end up being a 2-for-2 though. See our respective lanes now are gonna head up to the top lane on that Pugna. Gonna be sticking around and supporting Palos. This might actually be a great support to have on that Pugna, right? Because it does make Van's life really, really hard with this Necrophos. To feel comfortable in this lane.
It's going to be hard for Van to just stick there and find the last hits. Even Eris probably has to temper that aggression just a bit. Very easy to turn with a Nether Blast once RR invests, although he's happy enough to take that attention away for now. But you can already see Paulus copying a little bit too much in right clicks there while his support is away.
Eris could go for the level 1 tag team very, very soon and try to go after the solo kill on RR if he really wants. RR holding his own skill point as well, not doing the Decrepify. Doesn't really want to go for that level 1 Nether Blast if he doesn't have to as well. Looking into that mid lane, Ben Hur going to be up against Jamesy. That's not a lane you see very often, mid Pango versus mid Kunkka. Of course, we're very used to seeing the Kunkka there, but the Pangolier not so much, and I kind of wonder who this even favors.
Yeah, I'd say Jamesy has a bit of a better time as long as he keeps landing the Tidebringer. Ben Hur can't constantly apply the harassment as much, and Swashbuckle has a bit of a longer cooldown and costs mana, so Jamesy should have a better time in pumping out his own damage.
That he is so far.
Magic is an abomination.
Well, spot lane of that seems to be having a pretty nice time, spamming all chat as he always does. One thing to note, that is the only team member in Signal Ultra right now that is part of the Tim's clan. Everyone else is just guildless. Very interesting to see. He's just kind of left his brethren behind.
Yeah, it's that life, the Tim's clan is representing, and that kind of goes back to TNC, a bit off topic, but KP's not in the Tim's clan as well.
That doesn't matter, John. In Australia.
No.
Alright.
One
top lane Palace is having a rough time, John, on that Morph lane. He's been in constant low HP, and with that Heartstopper aura, it does make it hard for the Morphling to juggle his HP. You never really feel safe going full Agi, even just to heal up if you are within range of Van.
Yeah, they've slowed down Palus's early farm. This is down to the fact that RR on the support Pugna just can't do anything right now. If he tries to harass with Nether Blast, he's gonna shove out the wave, which hurts Palus's farm.
Great little play in that mid lane, holding onto that fairy fire, and does find the first blood onto the Kunkka. Meanwhile, BHM being chased down here by Grims. Grims really wants that impetus. He's within range for the impetus here. There we go, he just waited a while. Not sure what he was waiting on there, but he does get it eventually. Maybe he's trying to really get the creep equilibrium his team's way in.
That's still a massive wave. It's still a massive wave coming in for Execration though. That's like 3 range creeps in this bot wave. That's going to be a good amount of EXP for BHM to kind of catch up with once he gets down there.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of shocked he left it for so long. But I guess you don't really have too much of a choice. It probably would have ended up triple stacking anyway. The thing is BHM really going to be able to even enjoy this? But now he's in the mid lane trying to secure a power rune for his Pangolier. Ben-Hur, who is already having a good old time, would probably have loved that power rune, but Grims was coming in to steal it, and so BHM is forced to take it himself. Now he has plenty of creeps to attend to. Bat's trying to deny as many as possible underneath this tier 1 tower, but BHM gonna walk over, and what a surprise, I've got plenty of XP to go. But you'll see Grims on that Enchantress not actually allowing him to get close to take aggro.
And this is really the weakness of Execration's lanes. You don't have Yaha around to help out. And so BHM is just copping the short end of the stick. He needs to go in. He needs that EXP.
Not even that job, the T1 tower. Just ticking away. Finally Ben-Hur comes in. BHM will attend to those creeps, and that's all they want. They don't want to deny themselves all this gold and XP. Grims now going to be in a bit of trouble here. Cops the Malefice, but ultimately they won't have the range to continue the chase on the Enchantress. They'll just take their bounty runes and get back to their lanes.
Yeah, and again we are watching a bit of a slower start from both sides, although I would say Signal is having a better time of it, mainly because Paulus is not farming as well as Abad. So you are seeing Signal pull ahead in that early farm, and Execration, they're going to take it slow as long as Yaha is not ready. He's just going to soak the jungle, and that is just going to hurt their side lane presence.
Just how long is it going to take for Yaha to be ready? Like, are we going to see that Necro one into the blink again that we've been seeing all day? I don't know if that'll be the case. You may feel it necessary to pick up some other kind of items here. Palos, top lane, just taking so much harass out from Bad. He will survive, just he can't get any farm at all. Meanwhile, mid lane, Eris tries to make a rotation, ends up dying for it.
Yeah, it's a nice little pickup for Ben-Hur. And we have a lag log for Yaha.
Yep. Quick disconnection out from Ben-Hur as well.
Still, I think the state of the game isn't too rough for Signal. Again, the biggest thing is that Abad's really happy down bot. Looks like he is probably skipping his boots now. He's probably flying out his power treads. No, he's just staying with the Glove of Haste and straight into the Battle Fury. The timing should be pretty darn good for our AM, and BHM is so far behind. This is very different from game 1. Stuck at level 4, no real farm to speak of. He's just not going to have too much influence early on as the Beastmaster.
When you have these kind of lineups as well, where you're playing this kind of really greedy, 4 or 5 core lineup, although, some of those cores are trying to be supportive, the point is, about finding this much farm on an AM is going to be really detrimental. In fact, BHM probably is actually just dead here. He does have a TP coming in, however. That's actually going to force them back. Had that TP not came in from RR, they would have dived that tower for sure. But even just not diving the tower, you've got that task here now. So Eris, if he finds the opening, can snowball in, get a nice tag team off. And even if they don't, the bat is still freely farming. In fact, he does jump back in, kills the range creep. Gonna make the chase now on the AM. They know he doesn't have blink. He does go down. The nether blast there from RR in time. Snowball save will not be there from Eris. And now Eris is gonna die for this, and that's just a bit of a misplay from a bat. Feeling like he needed to really blink in for that final creep. Ends up costing him way more than what a creep gives.
Yeah, that's a pretty good punishment coming out from Execration, and that does kind of balance out the free farm they've allowed Abad to have. You see Yaha shows up in lane now as well. Does have the Necker ones, and with the army, it's going to be...
Takes them both to the face, does Decrepify to amplify that damage on himself, and now will die. Bit of a shame. But that bot lane is pushing very quickly.
Yeah, it's just gone. And again, that's the effect of Yaha investing really hard in the jungle with BHM at 6. Enough to really just push through, and they're just going to constantly apply that pressure now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Top lane, they're trying to do the same thing, Signal Ultra. That's there with Van, just getting that T1 down. Abad really delayed his Battle Fury timing. Like, he was on an amazing pace for that B Fury, but now it's going to be substantially slower. Still needs those big items in the Mithril Hammer and the Broadsword, but I don't know if it'll pay off. Like, you've skipped the small items here on the aim trying to go for that, being the treads. I suppose it is fine though. Like, if you can get it really quick, it is worth just skipping those treads for now.
Yeah, he's not spending too much time trying to trade right clicks with the enemy cores anymore. He's just focusing on pure farm, though.
Ben-Hur, that mid Pango, struggling still as Jamesy continues to set up kills here on that mid lane. He did have the help of the Enchantress and Tusk that time around, but Ben-Hur's just not having anywhere near same performance as last time. He's still doing well. He's at the top of the net worth forward, but it's just a massive kill for Jamesy.
Yeah, this is giving Signal a bit more to play with. I think Execration is still maximizing this space pretty nicely. The biggest thing is that with Abad just staying in the jungle, they haven't been able to track that AM. So the earlier punishment was good, but you are still seeing issues with ignoring the AM, and you could argue that Palos is being given the same space, but he's nowhere near a big item like a Battlefield. He's just going straight to power treads for now.
Yaha is indeed going for that Blink Rush, by the way. So, gonna pick it up as Ben-Hur does pick off Grims on that Enchantress. But that Blink Dagger, once it's up, it's gonna make it a very, very hard time for Signal Ultra. That's still trying to farm towards that B Fury, but he'll just be trying to farm throughout most of the game. Meanwhile, how's our Morphling doing? Palos, he's just got the Morbid Mask up right now. He's been struggling.
Yeah, he's just flying out his power treads now, not really in fighting form. And we have to see if he will commit for the early E-Blade, or if he's just going to opt for something like the SNY we've seen a couple of times now.
Feels like you don't really need the E-Blade though, right? Like, you've got a Necrophos there who's already going to Ghost Form himself. Ben-Hur misses a swashbuckle there on Eris, but will go for the Rolling Thunder. Snowball will dodge that out. He'll come around a second time. Gets one stun off, and it looks like it might be enough to take down Eris. It's going to take a bit of time. They do find it. Ben-Hur the one to pick up the kill, and now Palos will show himself on Van. Van does have that Reaper Scyther. Palos still being digital about this. Meanwhile, behind, they're both flying out onto RR. He does eventually end up dying, but can they fight the Kunkka? He's very, very tanky, and Palos gotta be careful about his HP. Reaper Scythe coming out now. Ben-Hur still surviving, however. Jamesy ends up dying. Now Grim's also gonna go down. They do finally get Ben-Hur with the death pulse of Van. But ultimately, Execration may be okay with that little engagement they just had.
They definitely are. They did find the favorable trade in the end. It is surprising that they did not commit that Reaper Sight on the Morphling, although they do find Yaha up top.
That's just after Yaha took their top T1 tower free. So, I mean, they get the trade there, but now Yaha has the full Blink Dagger up, got the T1 tower. Signal Ultra.
Tis mine.
I appreciate the AM has to farm, but you get to that stage where you start to ask yourself when the other 4 are going to start rotating.
It's tricky. They don't quite have enough in the rest of their heroes just yet to sneak around, although they do have better farm so far. Like, all 3 cores are above Jin's course. It's just that they haven't been able to find the best openings. I think one thing is that Van has to be really disciplined with his sight. You have to save that for the Morphling, otherwise Palos is just going to have the capability to juggle through that HP.
Nice easy kill there onto Grims. Yaha still has that first black hole. He has not committed it yet.
And
of course, you wouldn't mind committing that first black hole just the AM alone to secure a kill if you could find him. It's easier said than done though, as Abat has been rather sneaky about his positioning. Spotted the top side of the map. Looks like my... I think that server issue's happening again with me, yeah.
oh, okay. Ooh, black hole. The rolling thunder on top. They clean up the Kunkka. They clean up the Tusk. Van on the run. Palos jumping in. Nah.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, they just find every single thing. That was a great first black hole from Yaha. And they just managed to force it out at the right time, and you are seeing Execration kick in. Abbott is pushing up top, you know, doing AM things, but you're bleeding out a bit too much in your side lanes.
What's done is done.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, that's some good punishment coming out from Signal. They do get a nice amount of gold going their way, taking out the key here in the Pangolier. I do believe he still had enough to finish up that defusal. So you do have that up and running. A lot more damage coming out from Ben-Hur. And you aren't quite finding the objectives just yet from Signal. Execration still has better push in that sense, although they do go and take that mid-tier 1.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Magic is an abomination.
Ooh.
Shall not prevail.
That's a bigger trade going the way of Signal. I think they're going to be very happy with just finding that Morphling kill, although not going to be happy if they bleed some more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Execration is not in a position to fully punish. I think they depend a lot on Morphling for that gap close if Ben-Hur can't. So miss out on an opportunity, and the game is still staying fairly even. Less than 1k net worth lead for Execration. That doesn't quite bode too well for Signal, because you look at the farm on Abat, he's at 10k. He has a huge advantage over all these other cores, but the team is still behind.
Man overboard. Double damage.
That was on a creep illusion. Yeah, I guess that's fine for efficiency if you're not expecting to fight in a minute. This is a bit of an opening for Execration though. They could just blink Black Hole. It is up and running on Yaha, and I love the item switch out. He was queuing up BKB earlier, just going straight for the Guardian Greaves instead, figuring that if he can keep his team alive, they can keep the push going and find a lot more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
Ooh, yeah, that's yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, just the classic AM things happening. But just having the space, decides to do some chip damage and does a lot, well, a lot considering what he has. So they are starting to force the attention of Execration to split up. And you do see Signal slowly pulling ahead in terms of net worth. That does show us that Abat is starting to build up to a very big extent on the AM. Given a bit too much space, Execration, they need to punish this. They need to be able to pin down the AM, clean him up before he does start building up, because you're not seeing the same build up from Palos. He's just going for the BKB, and the progress has been relatively slow. Yeah, it is starting to look a bit dicey. They're not going to be able to defend too well without their Pango, and the Signal should be able to get some good damage out, although it is fairly slow going. They are spread out, and it is still tricky to fight into an Aegis. No. Yeah. It's not quite enough. He just can't stand there and fight just yet. He is going for more of a right-click build, which I appreciate. Yeah, like, the magic is just not going to do anything against AM. That's your main concern. But at the same time, your farm isn't keeping up with an AM. So your physical item buildup is slow going. And that is something Abad has been utilizing well. You can look at his buildup. He's got the Basher. He's saving up for the Abyssal. So once that's up and running, it's going to be really straightforward to get the lockdown in to something like Palos, and Execration's only real way of dealing with that is the Roar and Black Hole.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ooh. Nah. They're just not they're not able to really maximize their split farm. And every single time they kind of do this, like softly clump up, this is opportunities for Abad to keep going for that split push. Now one man down, no buyback for about a minute. Signal can just find that mid tier 2 now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Ooh. They just kind of disengage, but Execration, without that Aegis, it's a lot less safe for Palos to be up in front, although they do smoke up.
Magic
Oh,
is an
no.
abomination.
Oh yeah. Lags. A solid lag coming out, and well, you look at Palos. He's got to make a decision, Mike. Very low, not safe. Those are some pretty costly kills, though. That did cost them 2 buybacks inside of Execration, and they look to want to maximize that. They immediately go down bot. They want to find a little bit more.
Oh boy.
Oh. Oh no. That was nearly a 2k swing just from that one kill. That does make the buybacks pretty worthwhile. Like, you found the biggest target on the map. You find it with Palace around, so he can actually build into this right-click build now. Saving up for the butterfly. And of course, that just allows him to get a lot more done. He was having some damage issues. With a butterfly, not gonna be so.
Don't be mad.
Yeah, it's fairly even, like, despite all that back and forth. 16 to 21, a slight 4k advantage for Signal. Again, keeping in mind that is an AM that has majority of that gold. So I'd say it's fairly even on the board. And as this game kind of goes on, for Signal Ultra, it does become a lot more about a bot. And for Execration, they've got so much utility to keep growing. Yaha is finally saving up for the BKB. And just maximize the black hole and just channel it fully. We've seen him interrupted a lot of times. Once this is up, they can get the control out onto the AM. Don't want to deal with those logs. I don't know what any of us expect. It's Southeast Asia. You know, this is it. This is prime Southeast Asia. Just gotta ride out that rough wave of internet issues. I'm not sure what's up. Like, I've had consistent internet issues myself, and we called up our only internet company, and they said they've got a line problem between a couple of islands. Basically, my island is south, so that might be causing a few issues for the rest of the connections, just with rerouting and overloading those lines, perhaps. Yeah.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Darn, man. Yeah, that is one strength of their lineup. They can opt to play this way. It is basically uncounterable for the most part. And there you go. Tier 3 gone. Onto the Rex. Yeah, and on top of that, Roche is up. Time to play in this area. Oh no. Whoa! Yikes.
Has been killed. Radiant structure.
Yeah, and man, did he melt. That was a lot of damage coming out on Palos, just melting right through the AM. You'd expect the guy to be a bit tankier, but without that Kunkka around, it's just not enough. Yeah.
This one's afternoon is looking up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks.
Don't be mad.
I like the safer play coming out from them. There's still a Roche up and running that they haven't checked for, so they could easily transition into that area. Issue is they're walking right under a lot of wards, so of course Signal is going to be fully aware of what's going on. Ooh.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, it's can be easy for them to melt right through. They have to worry about the black hole. It is up on Yaha, and they could just try to go for the defense play.
Dire's top barracks, Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Oh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and
Radiant's
with that,
middle
Signal
tower
has
is
to
under
play a bit more defensive. They pull back. You look at that base, the bot wave is just shoving in. And there's no TPs back, so you're taking constant damage onto these tier 4s for free. Execration, I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy about that. It's like it's going down to less than half soon.
attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
My sprites are with us.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, still nice. If Execration does force out a bit of a race situation, they've got a lot more damage to start off with, so just a slight advantage there. The issue for Execration now is that they have to take out that tier 2 top, and to do that they have to have a creep wave pushed in. Except they have to push the wave up against super creeps. So this is going to slow down their progress towards their last objective, and Yaha just has a lot of logs.
Back so soon?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it's just a lot of safe plays coming out, although I do believe Abat does have buyback gold. Interestingly enough, Abat is queuing up the Divine. That's a solution, though.
The skill is balanced.
Oh! Ooh. PLDC. The truth. It's funny that there are 11 Filipinos in this lobby and all of us are on PLDT. Lots of choices here, Mike. Lots of choices. Oh man.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he does switch out from the Divine into the Scotty. So he just wants a way to mitigate that sustain that Palos has, and Scotty is one way to get that done. It's a bit safer, but it does mean you're not going to pierce through that evasion. Does bite straight up. Yeah, that's a massive risk. Like, he lacks 2k. Has to make sure he doesn't get caught out, because if you get caught with your pants down here, that's probably it. Palos.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh.
abomination. Are you even trying?
Oh yeah, that was a terrifying situation for Abbat, but does get to live, and this is the issue now for Execration. They fought bot, they can't shove top, they can't find any other objectives unless they go for the tier 4s. Yeah?
She's mine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Oh, man.
structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh man. Yeah, it's a great showing from Execration. Signal.
FY, he's found himself no tail out on his own.
He's trapped him.
There's no tail. Is he going to get any sort of backup? No, he's not. There's 3 still dead on OG. It'll be a slow and painful death here for no tail as Ame comes in for the kill secure.
And I love the way that Chalice popped his BKB super early in that fight. He just knows, I just need to get my ulti off, and he cast it at a very safe range. He didn't wait for the last second of his BKB. He's not very greedy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they've been winning these teams.